PKA 771, me and my two heathens who failed to get captured by the rapture. 90 minutes in, Josh Wolf is coming. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, Blue Chew, and our wonderful, wonderful merchandise. How are you guys doing? Kyle, you were so excited about so many things that we just don't share enthusiasm.
Doing well. I was surprised I wasn't taken to my great reward. I am washed in the blood of the Lamb.
I thought for sure I was a lock.
No, you're staying.
I think you gave Kyle and I each half of your soul, like just to prove a point or something.
Yeah,
I don't even think we had to barter for it. And now,
no, it was like it was just he just gave it away. Yeah.
Now I just have to secure the other half from Kyle,
and then you'll have nothing.
Then I'll have a full soul.
Yeah,
I'll have two
we'll
souls.
See about that come the end times. Yeah, I found it hilarious when. And look, I often suspect when you see little trends like this online, if people don't know, there were a lot of supposed far-right Christian TikTokers who were saying, the end is coming, it has been foretold, September 23rd, and we will be raptured and taken on to our great reward. But I think that was being propped up and promoted by like left and center people who wanted to mock and deride them, because nobody in my life, I'll just say, there's plenty of Christians in my life, none of them were like, rapture's coming. Rapture's coming, Kyle. Did you already burn all your money and and then sell all your earthly belongings, give them to charity, to the mega pastor? Like nobody was like that. But I did see online plenty of people like, it's coming. Oh, and I can't crying. Like I've been praying to the Lord for a sign, crying, tears flowing. And like, and here it is. He's taken me to my great reward. My whole life I've prayed and done everything the way Jesus told me, and now he's taking me to that city of gold in the sky. And I'm just like,
was that on a Sunday too?
I don't remember when it was. It was
because
like
that would be the worst day for a failed rapture. Is like you've got to go to work.
Oh, 2 days ago.
You were all in on like we're done, we're out.
Oh yeah, it was 2 days ago. I think I saw some of them saying, now it's actually April. It's actually April now, so we miscalculated. But math was fuzzy.
It happens. Sometimes, but I think you're on the money. Like, I saw way more people having fun at their expense than I saw. I didn't actually see a sincere post of like people celebrating the rapture, other than people being like, "Hey, just FYI, this isn't even vaguely biblical. Look at these goofs." It's like them like freaking out, spazzing.
I think there are probably a couple people who believed it, and then a lot of people who amplified it and mocked it. And that's the party that I fall into.
Yeah.
When it comes to
I had a blast with it.
When it comes to biblical stuff, as you say, do you think it's literal? Do you think that both of you? Sure. I know what you think. Do you think that it's to be read literally, like down to the letter, a mixture of literal and metaphorical, or should it all be taken as learning metaphors and allegories?
It's got to be a mix, right? Because clearly there's some literal stuff where it's like, if you don't believe Jesus died on the cross and resurrected, it's like, that's kind of the crux of the whole thing. But then there's also a bunch of allegorical things where it's like, do you really think Noah got swallowed up by a great fish? Or do you really think it took 7 days, as we understand a day, to like make everything? Like a lot of it seems more like just parables and allegorical in that way.
I believe it unless it's inconvenient to do so. At which part, that is the fake stuff.
Yes, yeah, and
that's how we do it.
These rapture guys thought it was inconvenient when it was either Jesus or like Saint Peter was like, and no one will know the day or the hour. But these guys read that and they were like, not me though. I've got a system. They're like sports gamblers. They're like, yeah, maybe that applied to everybody else, but not me. I've got a bunch of red string on my bathroom wall, and I've figured this motherfucker out. Yeah, that's crazy to like, and like if you guys grew up in the audience too, like if you grew up in like a Christian environment, especially not like a Catholic environment or like Orthodox or the more serious ones, but more like dispensationalist, which is the belief of like the rapture, like disappearing out of your clothes, and believing that like the Israel of the Bible was a nation state formed mostly by Britain in the year 1948. Like that thing, there was a whole movie that they put on for us at one point where it was Left Behind.
It's a whole series and book series. It's a bestseller.
Do you know how bad a movie has to be for me to be like going into Sunday school and the teacher being like, guess what? We're watching a movie, and being like, what? Snacks in a movie at church? Holy hell. And then they put that on and you're like, we could go back to regular church, guys. Like, this is rough. This is really brutal. Thank goodness the pilot of only the co-pilot was Christian, or they all would have went down at the beginning of that fucking movie. But that's how they show it. It's like it's just your clothes laying there, like you remember those weed commercials where it's like you're not the same since you started smoking weed, and that lady's melted to the couch. That's like what their clothes are doing. Bless you.
I remember seeing like the Left Behind movies being advertised, and it's kind of like Christian rock, where you hear a little bit of it on the radio, and you're like, "All right, that's got a nice kick to it." And you turn it up, and he's like, "Oh, I bless your name on high," and you're like, "Ah, it was not what I was going for." That's how Left Behind was for me, because at first it seemed like a 2012 type disaster movie, one of those like the world is coming to an end, everything's burning. Like, oh shit, I love these. These are great. Got some special effects, huh? Oh, no, not so much. A lot of sitting and praying. I see. Ooh, there's not much time left, and we're still sitting and praying. It is not a good movie. I think there's multiple of them. I think there's I know there's a whole book series. I think they like tell what it's like being left behind.
Is it Stephen King or am I crazy?
No, it's not Stephen King.
It's the guy from like that 80s sitcom. Fred Savage, right? Is that who became?
Fred Savage might be acting in it. But I can't remember I would know the writer.
Is it Kirk Cameron?
Kirk Cameron. Yes. I get those guys confused because I'm not familiar with either one. But Kirk Cameron, not him. Who the fuck is Fred Savage?
Was like the Justin Bieber when I was a kid. He was the girl that, like whatever girl you liked in 7th grade liked Kirk Cameron.
Oh, see,
Kirk Cameron.
He was in what sitcom was it, Woody?
That guy?
Growing Pains, maybe.
Nobody likes this guy, dude.
What? Are you kidding?
I don't know. That's not really. I think Woody was closer to that era of TV. You were but a babe.
Wouldn't it have been like Joey on Blossom though, going, "Yo"? That would have been the guy.
Kirk Cameron was the center of Growing Pains, which I guess was like the top show. He had like this adorableness, like a prime Bieber to him, and I don't know. His character.
Zach, show a picture of Kirk Cameron. Be as generous as you care to be.
You said he's a pedophile?
He looks like one.
I don't.
You said
he's super
I wouldn't leave him around my
religious.
kids.
They would never do that.
Dude, he looks like a friendly guy. He's just smiling here with kind of like the background you used to get with your family photos at the store. All
blurry, yeah,
all blurry and like different colors.
He was the it guy of like 1987.
Man, the 80s had some wild clothing choices.
Yeah, I had a tie like that.
Really?
I wore it to my dance.
Sick. You gotta pop that back out.
I like the pants.
Mine was black, but it was a leather thin tie, just like that.
It was leather.
Kyle, did you agree on the beginning of Left Behind though? Because it starts where I remember watching the beginning as a kid and being like, "Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Everybody's disappearing off this plane." And it was like, oh, I wonder what else. Maybe the people who run nuclear power plants are disappearing and this and that. And then like after that one scene, it just is like preaching at you. And it's like, I really thought we were going to explore the way the world changes with all the disappearings.
And it's a little bit of a lifted idea because Stephen King's The Langoliers begins in the exact same way, where everyone on the flight who was asleep, when they awake, everyone who had been awake and not been unconscious has disappeared. Their clothes aren't there. They're gone. Like your seatmate is gone. Your wife is gone. Your kid is gone. One of the pilots is gone. Like it's just like Left Behind. And there was some sort of like magical, evil electrical storm that travels them through time slightly. And all the people that weren't on that plane and asleep are gone on Earth. That's what ends up being there. But like it's the exact same beginning as Left Behind. But you're right. It should have been all of the things that fall apart when that significant amount of people just get raptured. They should be things like nuclear power plants melting down, like militaries and police forces failing, like hospitals collapsing. It should be shit like that.
Yeah, and they didn't explore that at all. It's like that was the one inroad.
Either.
In what either?
Endgame, after Thanos snapped and removed half of the universe's population, everyone just kind of kept going. I mean, we were mad about our loved ones, but I don't remember the global catastrophe.
Remember when Ant-Man comes back and he sort of sees like the memorial walls and all the missing posters that are like stacked up, and like that's sort of the only glimpse you get at like how bad it was. But if you think about it, half the population disappearing would be a society collapsing event. Like there wouldn't, we wouldn't just continue to limp along. Like, you remember what COVID was like when everybody stayed home? It would be that. Everybody would be gone though. Like half of the people that you need.
It would be way worse.
And everyone would be in emotional distress. Everyone would have lost like multiple loved ones, their children, wives, parents, what have you. Like everyone would be an emotional wreck. You know, and
Thanos
meanwhile
was
the garbage
a
is getting
terrible
picked
economist. He thought we'd be better off with population drain.
Did he random? Was it random who he
random.
snapped?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrible system.
Only one deal.
It wasn't just here; it's the universe.
Iron Man gets to live.
I get it's the whole universe, but he could have planned it out. He could have segmented it. He would have been like murderers gone, rapists gone, people who spray paint, people with bumper stickers gone. Like, you could have quickly, paired it out and then have a decent world afterward. Road cyclists gone.
I was wondering, we're building a list here according to Taylor. We have murderers, rapists, and people with bumper stickers.
And road cyclists. The entire Chicago Blackhawks organization. They have to get snapped out. Who else? Who else do we need to get rid of? I feel like that's almost motivated by your fear of Ole Miss on the rise.
It's not that. It's not that. Alabama can go too, I guess. There'd be a lot of beachfront property that open up to us. We just slide on in there. We make that West Georgia. Be pretty cool.
What if they snap Georgia? What if he snaps Georgia out too? He just goes whole deep south.
Just take like a certain percentage of the state, and it'll be okay. Be more precise. The reason it doesn't make any sense is because in the comics, that wasn't his motivation. In the movies, his motivation is on Titan, where he's from, which is I think a moon of Jupiter or Saturn, one of those. Overpopulation had run rampant, and the society had completely collapsed. And so in the movies, he's like, I'm going to delete half of the universe's population. Now there's going to be plenty of room, plenty of food, plenty of energy for that reduced population. But in the comics, he's trying to impress the physical manifestation of death, this sexy lady death, this big-tittied, leather-wearing woman who is death incarnate. Nice. And he thinks if he kills half of everything that's alive, she'll blow him.
Does he get blown?
She does not give a fuck. She like snubs him and friend zones him hard. And it's explored in multiple comics how, like, even after they even go, like, there's some time travel in one of them, and like super future Thanos from 10 million years like brings Thanos back to his future, and he's like, just drop it. It's been 10 million years and she hasn't given us any poon. Like, she doesn't care at all, dude. He's like breaking it down for him. Like, this isn't going to work out.
Oh, man. From what you've described, and I haven't seen that movie, it sounds like the movie actually did it better, because like him doing it for death is just ridiculous. If anything, that's like forcing death to eat a giant meal and then subsist on tiny little snacks for a while until the population comes back up. She was probably accustomed to like a nice steady stream of deaths.
Oh yeah. Deaths would be cut in half going forward.
And also it's a very funny way to be like cutting the population that clearly got out of control organically in half and then being like, problem solved forever. It's like, no, you're gonna arise back here in like 2,000 years or something, right? Probably even faster, because now we're not going through all that horseshit times.
It's a terrible solution, but it gets you to like, the crux of the issue. You just got to look past it. I'm sure there's plenty of plot holes in that.
We talked about the plane and the pilot disappearing. Could you land a plane?
Yeah,
if you had to.
I could lie to the passengers as I'm panicking, I think.
Dude, I not only would I lie to the passengers as I'm landing the plane well, but I'd put on my pilot's voice and you would feel like, hey, we're coming on down out of 25,000 feet here. This is passenger 37E. I'm seeing some winds coming out of the northwest quadrant, but those won't be any problem at all. We'll add a little flap there.
The pilot drops dead right on the spot.
Yeah.
They ask you if you'd like to give a go because someone's got to try.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll be like,
I've done it before. That would be me. I want
to land the plane.
The seawater you're seeing isn't as close as it looks. That's an illusion.
You're not answering the question.
Else. Yeah, I would give it a go.
That wasn't the question either.
I don't think I could do it well. Like, I think I could probably crash. No, I would. If you get close enough, can they take over? Is that something that they can do?
No, you're landing the plane.
They're on the radio with you, coach.
With his dying breath, he goes, "These are the important buttons."
knows.
And then I know it's
But
like,
his hand hits
like
a bunch
it's
of
like,
switches
oh,
and they
this
all
is
flick the wrong way.
Yeah, this is a lot of most of this is what they don't tell you is most of this is the radio. This is for XM. I would need to know the wheel button, which I imagine is very clearly labeled, and then I would use the joystick.
Landing
the
gear,
landing gear.
The landing gear.
Okay.
The wheel button.
I
as they
read
say in the
this
industry.
thing. I don't know if it's true, but they said
Industry
something
term.
like 97% of men think they could land a plane in case of an emergency, but fewer than 3% could. And I was like, man, I think I fall into the 97. I think I'm there too. Like I know a little more about it. I've done it in a Cessna, and of course I've landed a paramotor, which is pretty far from a 747, but 1,000 times. And I'm like, well, I get the basic idea of sort of trading airspeed for altitude. And okay. And if they're coaching me, could I do it?
Yes.
Probably not.
Yes.
But I think I
so
could.
easy. It's
I would
so
be
easy.
like
I don't
trying
know
to
why-
destroy
like,
the black box so they couldn't hear my last moments of crying.
Can we see a Zach, give us a picture of like an airliner's dashboard. The thing that Kyle says is so easy.
because like
It's a lot of buttons, dude.
so I've watched videos of people being talked down by air traffic control before, and they'll be like, "Do you know how to like trim the whatever the fuck?" And they're like, "No, I haven't done that yet." I'm like, all right, no problem. We'll just reduce speed with the flaps then, or like whatever. Like there, it doesn't have to be perfect. We've just got to make it to the ground and land this thing. Like you said, I've landed a Cessna
Right.
too.
The flaps, I know which one that is.
Well, he's gonna tell you, like you're gonna be sitting in that seat, right?
Wow.
And he's gonna be like, "All right, see the big thing that's got 3 posts and a silver handle on top? That's your."
Have you ever done that thing where someone tells you, like, all right, first draw a circle, then under that, draw a triangle. Okay. Adjacent to the triangle, draw a square. And then see if your picture matches the one I'm trying to get you to draw. It looks nothing like it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
But
that
he's gonna
could very
describe
well
these
happen.
knobs and like count the numbers of like, all right, start on the right side of the panel in the top right quadrant. Now you're gonna go 4 buttons to the left and 1 down. That's your lights. Okay, flick. Like like now I would say this. If they're like, quick, get in here, and I sit down and they're like, the guy's like, all right, reduce speed to 300 knots immediately and lower your altitude to 3,200 feet. I'm gonna be like, I exaggerated my piloting skills.
I'd make the most of it. I'd be like, I'm gonna send my stewardesses around and collect the shirts. I'm gonna be collecting
the meal.
I'm gonna start serving the in-flight meal and being like, I'm gonna need. We're making a large parachute. I'm gonna need all the women age 40 and below to turn in their shirts. We're gonna slide.
Except for you. You keep yours on. No,
you keep yours on, ma'am. I the one in 5A I passed on the way here. You keep it. You
Taylor,
keep
why
your
don't we
fucking tent.
go 18 to 40?
18 to 40.
Just saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've noticed a mishap in my airline policy. That was brought to my attention immediately. Apologize for that. But we're all gonna die anyway. So
I have no. I'm 100% sure I could do it. Like, as long as there's no like weird things going on where we're incredibly rushed. If we've got like 20-30 minutes to go over this, it's not going to be a problem at all.
You don't. It's urgent. The time is nigh. 10 minutes.
Even at 10 minutes, I bet there's only 4 things that I actually need to touch. I probably need to like slow the engines down. I need to lower the landing gear, and I probably need to apply some level of flaps or something as we're coming in. And of course, I need to get the plane pointed down the runway. But I've seen them talk them through that, and you're just literally watching the compass, and like it's all digital on a 747 though. It's going to be this video game readout system. It's going to be so easy.
You're like just frantically mashing buttons and like, what does it say? And it says software update in progress.
PowerPoint is loading.
It's got that little colon parenthesis smile, which is going to be the last thing that I see. Yeah, no, I think I would fail because I've never. If any of us can succeed at it, Woody can because of the Cessna experience. But I would still imagine, like, dude, the amount of buttons on the ceiling there. Enough. Cut it out. Someone simplify that. There's no way all those are important.
I bet they do things that aren't vital to landing the plane. I bet they do lots of things like that. I bet there's lots of ways to turn off oil pumps and there's all sorts of auxiliary and backup systems and stuff like that. But I bet landing the plane, once you've got it pointed in the right direction, is like 4 to 5 inputs. It can't be that hard. I've landed a Cessna too. Like, it was super easy. It felt like driving a car in the sky. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't, more like a boat in the sky than anything. Like, it felt easy.
Yeah, but
That
so much.
sounds like is it the Peter principle when you don't know how incompetent you are? Like, he's like, dude, I landed a plane. Couldn't have gone any easier. By yourself? Well, there was an instructor there kind of making sure I didn't do anything wrong the entire way and coaching me so I didn't make any mistakes.
Well, you're going to have that too. I don't think I can land a 747 without any help. Like, I 100% need air traffic control in my ear the whole time.
I know, but I feel like you did it right one time under ideal conditions.
I took off too.
I'm ready for. I took off too, and I think
Takeoff sounds easy compared to land.
Here. How about this? Do you think you could take off and land that plane, the Cessna, without help today?
No.
Me too.
Okay, well, the landing. Okay, no, the landing. See, I don't know the startup sequence, and I remember there being lots of turning everything on in the right order, and lots of, like, maybe there was a hydraulic thing, and there was stuff going on that I wasn't memorizing at all. But coming in, I remember reducing speed and like messing with the pedals and like maybe some flaps or something, but that was it. It was just sort of like go in.
The instructor was fixing the like air to fuel ratio in the carburetor throughout the whole flight. It wasn't something I ever had to worry about, but I would worry if he wasn't there doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried at all. I could totally land one all by myself right now. If you threw me in the air and that Cessna, I'd totally get her down. No problem.
I would use the time while they were.
If I just knew what the stall speed was, that would be the only little bit of information, and I think I could figure that out by like fucking around with the plane, like doing laps.
I mean, I'd get her down. Like, we haven't left one up there yet. They all come down. So we
come
have
down in one piece. I might be in the grass
ratio.
a little or off to the side. Oh, runway A, I hit runway B. I'm sorry, but I promise you, get her down.
Yeah,
smooth.
Dude, I feel like the actual outcome of me trying to land the 747 is like a week of flags at half mast. Like that's what's actually going to happen. Is it's just going to be a cataclysm. I wouldn't even hit the. I feel like I'd take out the TGI Fridays in the terminal. Like, I wouldn't even be close to where
I think it's been done multiple times, but I've never heard of it being failed. You know what I mean? Like someone taking over for a pilot. I've never heard that. Like, yeah, the pilot got sick and they let the stewardess take over and she killed everybody. She hit a building. It's always like
pilots taking over though. Like,
yeah.
Like, this is a qualified pilot. It's just not the plane that he's supposed to be on.
But it's not, though. Yeah. There's a lot. Some of the best YouTube videos are the air traffic control audio of like a kid whose parents have gone hypoxic and now they have to land the plane. And she's like, I don't know, mom's flopping around back there. And they're like, all right, open the windows. That was a really good recording. I've heard multiple of those where it's just some dude. He's like, I don't know how to do that. And they're like, all right, well, you don't need to. Let's just do this instead. I'm like, yeah, that's how I thought it was. Like I just don't think it's like it's that complicated. I think all those switches are stuff that we're not going to need to get this thing down and get everybody on the ground.
They just do that to make you think you can't fly a plane. They're protecting
that's part of it.
Jobs.
Dude, those guys are drinking on the job and napping all the time. Look at the percentage of German airline pilots who admit to napping. It's the vast majority. Like they're up there asleep. The computer gets them to and fro, and then they do that last little bit.
They better be switching off on naps. I really don't see a problem with it if they're each switching off. Like,
exactly. Almost like, hey, do you think it's a good idea for the plane? I assume these are really long flights, right? We're going across the Atlantic or something. Is it good for the pilot to take a little nap so that he's fresher for the landing? Yeah, I'm convinced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I bet the stewardess
would loosen him up too. He'd get us there faster. He could maybe make a shortcut.
Make a smoother landing. And the stewardess is going to pop in probably like every 30 minutes anyway and ask about coffee.
Handy?
So if they both fall asleep, she'll wake them up.
Every 30 minutes is a lot for handies.
Do you think those airline stewardesses are whores like nurses are?
Yes.
I would guess. Yeah, I know that wasn't like patient 0 for AIDS a male stewardess, a steward, you would say?
Yeah, Chimpo, the first airline orangutan.
Well, the first human with it. I thought I heard some story that like this guy was like flying around and like imagine a better guy to spread something. It's like he's fucking someone in the ass in Austin, and then he's doing it in Portland, and then he's doing it in Salt Lake City, and then he's doing it in LA.
Stewardesses aren't hot. Like the cliche is they are, right? But I think traveling like that is not a lifestyle that leads to being sexy. You're eating
Yeah.
restaurant food all the time. You're never hitting the gym. Your sleep schedule's a wreck. It's not something that
Mhm.
breeds beautiful people.
I see a lot
None
of
of my
fatties
life,
and a lot of gay men.
I don't think me or Kyle lived at all in the era of like hot stewardesses.
Yeah. Well, they stopped calling them stewardesses at some point. They became flight attendants, and I think that's where there was going to be Hooters was going to have their own airline. Are you aware of this? And they were going to have like the Hooters girls as your stewardesses in the air, bending over in their short shorts and stuff. Like that would have been my airline of choice. I would go on the slutty airline every single time instead of some like smarmy gay man in Atlanta telling me to buckle my safety belt. Like you think I'm gonna fall out of the plane? What's gonna happen? You gonna hit a bump and I'm gonna go out the window? What do I need my fucking
And
get out of here?
You'd get wings instead of peanuts.
Wait, you think that you don't need a seatbelt when you fly? Is that what you're
Absolutely
saying?
not. No, I don't. Well, you need one. If you're a fighter pilot.
I guess you've never had big turbulence.
I have, but and if there's like really big turbulence where I feel like I'm gonna fly out of my seat, I'll buckle up. But as we take off from Denver, I'm just gonna sit here in this recliner chair and zone out. Like I don't think you're gonna throw me from my seat as we get to altitude or anything.
On a
If we go
big
through
plane,
a storm, sure.
I've been moved around a good bit and made nervous. But on a smaller plane, and this is like 20 people, not a tiny plane, I've seen people hit their head on the ceiling.
Oh, same. I was in that plane with like, it may have had room for 12, but there were 8 of us and it was tight. And like I was the co-pilot and I had to reach under my seat with my left hand and pull, if that makes sense, to keep my ass in the chair, even with the seatbelt. And I'm holding the fucking flight plan for this guy because that's what kind of plane we're in. And without a seatbelt, I'd have been like bounced around the cabin. Like I would have just popped up out of my seat. I'd have been in the back with everybody else. Like Kitty's poor little cousin was he had to piss and throw up at the same time. So we passed him 2 bags and he's back there pissing in one bag and vomiting in the other. He's green. And the plan, I'm like, there's no way he's getting it in both holes cleanly. No way.
He can't. I don't care how bad I have to pee. I can hold it to throw up. Like I don't need to be coming out of all ends.
It felt like off-roading competitively. It felt like the driver of an off-road vehicle trying to get us there and win a race. It was so bumpy, and there was zero visibility. Like it was just incoming snow ice like this, like a screensaver. Just like there was no visibility. It was all instruments and him on the radio, and they wouldn't clear us to land. They're like, no, you can't come in here. You've got to go on up to blah blah blah. And he's like, all right.
Do you ever like sitting in the? I've been on little planes before, but I've fortunately never had like horrible turbulence on those. Been lucky, but the times I've been on big planes and you get those like cabin shaking, like the stuff like sounds like it's going to fall out of the overhead. Do you guys also like look around and think like this is the group of people I might die with?
Yeah. I get annoyed when the women scream and people start like, oh, because I'm thinking like, just ride it out, people. If we die, we die. Like, there's nothing you could do about it. Like, screaming isn't going to help anything other than upset.
We're totally helpless.
Like, yeah, you're totally helpless. So you just accept it. You go with the flow. This isn't even like, I don't know, a scary drive where like, I mean, technically I could get up there and get a hold of the wheel and take control if I needed to. It's like, no, I'm fucking the back of a 747. It's sit and relax. It's over.
Yeah.
What
am I supposed to do? March on the cabin with my box cutter that I always have with me when I'm flying?
My travel box cutter? No big deal.
I asked the guy who had a look about him that he had, like, he was just a traveling salesman or something, right? He's the ultimate in traveling all the time. I was like, how common is this? He's like, this isn't normal. And I was like, all right. So
last time it was this bad, we went down.
Like I just pictured traveling salesman as like he's got a fucking Dyson in his overhead container, and he's got like a loose fitting tie, a wrinkled shirt. Just
like he had a wrinkled shirt, a loose fitting tie, and like a suit that and his something about his like carry on just seemed perfect. You know, he had it all together.
Yeah, like he was the one guy with knives. He leans over and he's like, "You better pray hard because I'm praying we go down." I've been logging these away, firing them all off. Yeah, that would suck. I would pray that there was someone more qualified than me on board But I guess in the truest sense, I would be tied for least possible qualified. With
I
most
would
of the
lie
other
and tell them I've done
passengers.
it before. I would get in that cockpit. I'm making this happen.
I would tell. I'd be telling
there would
on
be
your
more
ass.
qualified pilots closer to the cabin that I would like climb over to get my shot at the yoke.
I would immediately. I'd be like a tattletale. I'd
Like,
be like,
I fly for Southwest.
Miss Stevenson.
I fly for Delta.
Kyle has never flown a plane ever. He's lying.
That's toxic. Tie him down.
My qualifications: I can land a paramotor all the time, a model airplane some of the time, and a Cessna once. That
You're better
bet
than
that's more than most.
99% of people.
Way more than most.
I'm telling you, we have this. It is not a problem. Again, I've heard multiple stories of just Joe Schmo landing a plane when the pilots went out or something, some diabetic coma or whatever. I've never heard of them failing at it. Like, they tried to let Joe Schmo land the plane and they all went down in a fireball. That doesn't happen. It's always miracle on the blah, blah, blah. No, it wasn't a miracle. I think it's just easy to fucking do. And we're giving these pilots way too much credit.
Can't be that easy. They made a movie about that guy Sully in like 2006 or
I
whatever.
think that was his decision making and stuff, right? Like,
and he was a pilot.
Wait, so there's two different movies. Maybe is that the Denzel Washington movie where he like turns the
Denzel Washington movie is when he was a raging alcoholic, yet still a very good pilot. Sully was a very good pilot. He actually taught like emergency procedures for things that happened to him. He just happened to be the guy that you really want at the helm.
Didn't Denzel Washington turn his plane like upside down to save the day or something?
I'm not
like
sure.
like he's getting on the plane liquored up and they're going to die and he's like they're like, that's impossible. And he's like, it's necessary. like fucking Matthew McConaughey. I'm pretty sure he turns the airliner upside down and does like a barrel roll or something.
How is that useful?
I haven't seen the whole movie. I've just seen clips of it because it's a stupid fucking Denzel Washington movie. I do watch the Equalizer movies though. Do you watch those where he's like John Wick, Jason Bourne, black guy, like older pops gentleman, retired CIA hitman, and he always runs into like Chechen gangsters who want to bully his Home Depot employee friends, and he's just
I remember him. Like, to me, it's this poor guy keeps running into like 8-year-olds, adorable kids who need help to defend themselves from like the Russian mob or something.
Yep.
It's like, you mess with the wrong child. This one's my friend.
He's like really soft spoken and a little like weird. Like he's always timing everything he does, and so he'll like kill 5 guys in a room, ninjutsu style, stabbing them in the ear with pencils and slamming their heads into tables and stuff, and then be like, click, click, 12 seconds, getting slow, and then like go about his day. They're fun. There's like 3 of them.
Have you seen Mr. Nobody?
Yeah, that's okay too. It's what's Better Call Saul guy. And he's essentially that same character. He's retired CIA, John Wick, hitman, badass. Who's a family man now, and his wife and kids don't know that he's that, but he keeps running into these scenarios where
I think the wife might know. She
definitely knows.
He comes back all beat up, and she's like, "This reminds me of old times," if I remember it right. She says stitching him and stuff.
I watched enough episodes of that show, like probably 3, to see like, okay, this guy's getting involved in enough altercations that he's at least half to blame at this point.
We're talking about Mr. No One.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that Australian show where the guy's going around beating people.
Oh, that's Mr. Inbetween. I mean, he's a literal hitman, so he does get into some fish.
Mr. Inbetween's a tough one because it's like they cast fucking, I don't know, the least tough actor to have ever played a role as Jack Reacher.
Yeah. Do you ever watch a movie from a different country with like a tough guy? And I'm like, this is not a tough guy in Missouri or Georgia or North Carolina. This guy gets shot in a Bass Pro parking lot for his trouble. Like, this is like, but in like fucking, jolly old England, he's like the toughest bloke on the block because nobody's got guns.
A little bit. Like physically speaking, Mr. Inbetween isn't superimposing, although they do sort of add that.
Isn't superimposing? That's how. Come on.
Could
you beat this guy up? Could you beat this actor up?
Well, he's an older guy and he's smaller, so yeah, I could probably beat him. I don't know. He seems like a good boxer. Like he might just knock me out like immediately. He may be like he seems like a good boxer, and I'm not a good boxer. So like maybe he just beats me up. I really wouldn't I'm way more confident that I can land that airplane than I can beat up Mr. Inbetween. Like, I really am.
I'll say
and
that.
also on top of that, the main bit of scariness that comes from him is, again, his willingness to escalate to ultra violence, to murder, and his propensity for shooting people with guns. He's always got a fucking shotgun, and he's just like shooting everybody in the face. And it's like, I don't care how tough you are. He's got a 12 gauge. He's just a mean guy.
I feel like I've heard that also done with the mob. You know, like
course,
you know that
yeah.
scene where they lock the door and the bikers are inside. I think it's a
leave.
Bronx Tale. Yeah, you do know. And then, dude, these people that would get winded walking up the driveway to their car
bats.
are all like beating up these bikers.
They have baseball bats. They have like 5 or 6.
They have.
I just don't look. I'm not Combat Man, but I can tell you, if I'm like bullying a bartender and then all of a sudden 6 Guidos come out of the back with baseball bats and start pounding my skull in, I'm probably not going to square up and like do well. I don't think I'm going to take anybody down to the ground and like secure a triangle choke. I think they're going to beat me in the head with a baseball bat like they did those guys. I agree with you. They're all fat slobs. They look soft.
They're fat slobs. They look soft. Some of them are young. Some of them are skinny. There was maybe 2 in there that looked like they were matched by every single member of the biker club. And I'm not saying that driving a motorcycle makes you tough or that I have some alliance to it. That's not true in the slightest. But these guys were tough. They looked pretty tough to me. And it looked like a total mismatch. But the plot armor made it a mismatch in the wrong direction.
Is that what happens in the movie? It's an Italian gang versus a biker gang?
So basically, this biker gang comes into the Italian mob neighborhood, and they come in and start disrespecting the bar. And the mob boss himself comes in, and he's like, why don't you just have your beers and leave? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's all we wanted. All right, good, great. And then they get their beers, and they spray the bartender down, continue to disrespect the place. And he's like, you got to leave. And then they're like, they won't leave. And he's like, goes over and locks the door. And now yous can't leave.
Now yous can't leave. Honestly, I don't think there's a single gang that I wouldn't prefer to lose a fight than the biker gang. Pick any gang that's ever existed. The biker gang has got to be the most annoying, just on a pure annoying basis. Those loud choppers, people are trying to eat their fucking lunch or brunch outside and they're just causing a ruckus.
I'm still stuck. I don't understand. There isn't someone you'd rather lose a fight to. So the biker gang is the person
I would rather the biker gang lose. Oh, whether it's against an Italian gang or like a white supremacist gang or a black gang or MS-13. No, pick any gang against these fucking homos riding their bike.
You're so wrong about this. I'm watching the scene. Mm-hmm. So like,
it's because they're rude in public.
First of all, the bikers all look like they're 45 or 50 and skinny white dudes. And the mobsters come in. The opening move, there's like maybe 6 bikers and 8 mobsters or something. The opening move, though, is one of the bikers getting sucker punched unconscious. The second move is a fat mobster comes up with a pistol and says, nobody move. And the bikers try to surrender. He then pistol whips one of the bikers in the face unconscious, while another third fat guy comes with a chair like over the head slam down, knocking another unconscious. And then a big fatso grabs one of the bikers and belly squeezes him against a jukebox. That's a little silly. I think that's for comedic relief.
A little silly. That's the part I was watching as you talked about it. They made it seem this guy's so fucking fat he couldn't put his elbows together, and he's like barely able to do this, and he like humps him against the bar with his belly fat.
400 pounds coming at you like that, I think you'd be in big trouble, buddy.
Oh my god! And you say the bikers are in their 40s. I disagree. I think they're in their 30s, but the mobsters are in their 50s. Full of gray hair, or
they have a gun.
They're not using guns. No one gets shot.
He is using a gun.
There's one Italian guy.
I see a pipe. I see a bat. I see a gun, and they're beating them to death with the sticks and clubs, and they're outnumbered. There's the pistol whipping again. He's continuing to hit him with the pistol.
This poor bar owner. He's the victim in all this. He gets hosed down with like 7 beers that he's not going to get paid for, and then he loses his toupee. And the Italians are like, "We'll show him what's what. Let's destroy the rest of the bar." And then they run in and break the.
These people are scary. Like mobsters in general, and like the Sopranos characters are scary because of their willingness to immediately escalate to ultra violence. The fact they use weapons. Never once do they square up with anyone and then talk about rules. We don't put a cup in and take our shoes off.
Don't
Like
buy it.
they
Don't
stab
buy
you
it.
in the throat.
We've had a similar conversation before, except the target of my ire was Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci being the toughest guy, the toughest mobster. And I do kind of get it a little bit because sometimes I think cops think they're super tough when in reality they're beating up people who aren't resisting or aren't seriously resisting, who just want to like not be in super trouble. Maybe that's what Joe Pesci's doing, right? People are giving him a little respect and taking their beating, but Joe Pesci can't beat up anybody. The dude's 5'0". He's old and he's weak. And it's like, and
so disagree.
on this show, it's like, you don't understand. He'll stab you with a pen as soon as he'll look at you. Fuck off.
He did.
Like
he stabbed that guy with a pen
he
while he wasn't looking. You know so much more about mixed martial arts than me. It's not even funny. But if I get to stab you with a pen in the throat when you're still trying to sip on your drink and then the fight begins, I'm gonna like you're in like I'm gonna die survival mode.
It's a problem because you're formidable, but let's replace you with someone 100 pounds lighter.
He can stab just as good. He can stab just as good.
Yeah,
you just got to reach up a bit.
You could see it
Liar.
coming. You couldn't. And by the way, when he stabs him in the pen,
Whoa,
there was already tension.
How
right?
do you see it coming?
The guy wouldn't just be like, you know what? I'm sure that situation is gone by now. We don't have a psychopath who's angry at me because I made a joke that didn't land or something. Like he's
he insulted Robert De Niro's character. Joe Pesci was off to the side. So even if he knew that he had beef with De Niro, he doesn't know about Pesci. Pesci in every scenario is going to ambush him in the throat with a fountain pen. And he doesn't just, he shanks him like they're in prison until the guy collapses. And then he starts stomping him in the face. And of course, he's surrounded with backup. It was never going to go any other way. And then the other thing that's scary about Pesci is he put that guy's head in a vice and squeezed his eyeball out of his head. Like, I'm not worried about fighting Joe Pesci because he won't fight you. He will stab or shoot you 100% of the time. He will not fight. I will never get to strike him. He won't allow it.
What did he do after he stabbed him with the pen? Did he bang his head on the bar or something like that?
I think he banged on the bar, and then the guy fell because he had been stabbed multiple times, and then he started stomping his face into that, like, you know, that metal thing that you can rest your feet on at a bar.
Little bar.
Little, you know what it's called, but he stomped his head into that. And if you ever turn to fight Joe Pesci fairly, I feel like you've got two big Italian lugs who are then going to step up and do the actual fighting.
That's what I was kind of getting at with the police analogy, you know, where like, I don't know, cops like muscle a guy into the back of the car and think that the same thing would have happened if he wasn't in a uniform. No, silly. That guy was some level of compliant.
Oh, sure. Like if you take away,
he grabs him by his collar with his left hand like a hockey player and starts stabbing his windpipe like as fast as he can. And as the man collapses to the ground, he continues stabbing him in the windpipe. Like,
but that guy lacks situational awareness.
I think I get no, okay, fair. Number one, absolutely. Like this wasn't the first, like it wasn't like people after this were like, whoa, Joe Pesci's out of control. It was like, no, he's kind of that's his stabbing pen.
Another day that ends in Y.
It's like they knew about that. But you're right in that imagine Joe Pesci works at a furniture store. Like it is still that erratic. Like he gets the shit kicked out of him way before this because he's not gang affiliated. Like it's the threat of what you do to him. Like it's not. Let's say you beat the tar out of Joe Pesci in that scene. That's not the end of that. Some bigger, badder guy is going to show up to your house and throw a firebomb.
Like, you beat him with fists, he'll come back with a knife. You beat him with a knife, he'll come back with a gun. And if you beat him with a gun, you better kill him because he'll come for you until he's dead. And it's like. Yeah, that's exactly the same. And so Joe businessman who just wants to go to work to see his family, they don't want that business. They don't want that in their life. This mobster who if you were to beat up Joe Pesci, he would be like Robert De Niro in that movie where he rapes the guy's wife and daughter or whatever. What's that hot
Cape
porno
Fear.
Movie? Yeah. So it'd be like in Cape Fear.
Would you call it a hot porno movie?
Yeah. That erotic thriller, Cape Fear.
Oh God, because of the ending climax.
You'd have that guy after you. You'd have that guy who's like driving by your neighborhood, like peeking at your daughter. Like he'd be like, "Hey," and then he'd disappear, and then you just see a car parked down the street because his goons watch you at night to make sure you're not talking to the authorities. Like he would just terrorize your whole existence.
That was a really good movie.
Yeah, it's hot.
Cape Fear. I haven't seen it in its hot.
I've never seen it.
You haven't seen Cape Fear?
No, I saw the Simpsons version though.
The premise of it
Wow,
is,
I've seen Cape Fear.
I think Nick Nolte plays an attorney with a family, and De Niro is a bad guy, and he was clearly a bad guy. Like, just I think he raped somebody and beat them and killed them or whatever. And Nick Nolte, the attorney, was his defense attorney, and he didn't do everything he could to get him off. Well, De Niro is also a really smart guy, and in prison he kind of learns about the law and how it went down. And when he gets out, decides to get his revenge, and the movie continues from there. And Nick Nolte, while he wasn't, I guess what you call an honest attorney, it was his moral code to like sort of lose on purpose. He thought he was doing the right thing, and that's the movie.
Yeah, yeah, I know all that. And then again,
okay.
the Simpsons version's pretty good. Sideshow
Pretty
Bob's,
funny.
Yeah, Sideshow Bob's under the car like De Niro is in the movie, like hanging on, but he's hitting every bump along the way with his head.
De Niro got fit for that movie. Like, and I saw him with his shirt off. I didn't know he could look like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard. They do a really good job in Hollywood of framing those little men as big, tough mafiosos. Like De Niro's just as small as Pesci is. Yeah, I think he's 5'8", 5'9", or something. Probably like 160 pounds. Like when he's actually fit.
I feel like he's way taller than Pesci. Am I crazy?
I think Pesci's just a midget. Let's see.
Yeah, Pesci's like 5 foot nothing, I feel like. And then I do know De Niro's short because there's that meme of him in The Irishman wearing those like 5-inch lift shoes.
Yeah.
Giant 5'4" and 5'10".
And that's a Hollywood 5'10". So that's probably 5'7". Those guys are all little. Even Tom Cruise, and they make him look, pretty formidable.
I feel like being 6 foot might work against you in Hollywood. Like, there's a lot of people you will make look small.
Yeah,
I think it's female co-stars you frame up better for it's better composition if the girl's not coming up to the guy's like middle of his chest or something. If they're sort of face to face and they sort of like embrace and kiss, like it's just a better composition.
I think
but in reality,
it's a little shorter than a lot of people would guess.
Yeah, like most of my girlfriends have been like this tall or something like that. So it's like it looks weird in photos.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to shoot a scene well if people were trying to focus on your dialogue and not like
we figured it out.
Really little lady. Yeah, you could be sitting. I don't know. No,
but yeah, Joe Pesci's scary. The mob's scary, and they won't fight us. They won't square up with us. They have no rules. They're criminals in their spare time. They're going to terrorize us and murder us in our sleeps.
They will. Right? That's their job. Like they wake up and it's like, what are we doing today, boss?
I would be terrified to have that Joe Pesci character angry at me. Even the Home Alone Joe Pesci character, I'd be scared of.
They'd ruin your life now. They'd be like, well, what you're going to do first, Tony, is you're going to go make sure this DoorDash delivery driver gets the wrong amount of soda. See, the thing is, Kyle deliberately ordered 4 because it's buy 2, get 2. You're gonna get
that would send me into a rage. What is buy 2, get 2? And
boss, he says this guy's name is Ling Ping. Don't be fooled. This is a trick he does to try and racially profile himself.
I do. It's reverse. It's exactly that. Yeah. I'm hoping that they'll be like, oh, one of us.
That's so fun. I picture you come into the door with a rice farmer hat and one of those Mickey Rooney glasses, being like, oh, hurrah!
Dude, I forgot that it had that shit on it. And I ordered from like Taco Bell a few months ago, and this black lady's at the door, and she's like, "Are you Mr. Ping?" Like, that's me.
It was a hospital mix-up.
How common is a hospital mix-up? It must be not very common.
I've heard like horror stories about it being common, but it's also like I feel like you could kind of figure it out. You keep an eye on the
cool one
babies.
that happens now is the fertility clinic where the doc impregnates 180 women over the years.
Yeah, it turns out you don't become a doctor at a fertility clinic without being a guy who sneaks your own cum into the vials.
Yeah, same with morticians.
But I mean, that's a victimless
love
crime.
Of the game.
Victimless crime.
That's what I always say, right? Let the man have a little fun. He's got a ghoulish profession down there, putting corkscrews in old men's buttholes and sewing grandma's eyelids back on, putting that spiky thing between the eyeball and the eyelid so they won't open up. Like that shit's awful. And draining people and filling them up with goo. If there's a nice pair down there, let me get a little honk in.
If it keeps them off the streets, keeps that ghoulishness down in the basement, keep them away from us.
Yeah. You want to
That's
honk me
creepy
a little,
way to
go
make
right
a
ahead.
living.
Once I'm gone, like I really feel like Frank. Throw me in the trash. Like,
does rigor mortis give you a boner?
No.
No, I think it's just like or actually rigor mortis doesn't even last that long, does it? It's like
correct.
Yeah,
it's a temporary thing.
Goes back.
But then they're going to break you in when you get to the mortician anyway. They're going to start exercising your joints and moving you around.
What a terrible job.
There's a mortician horror movie that's really good where they're like, as they're doing the autopsy, they're finding like scarier and scarier stuff.
I've seen that. That's a good movie. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, like under her skin, there's like runes carved. Like as they're they're like, someone is carved like all sorts of like weird runes on the back side of her skin.
It's like a Norse symbol. Yeah. Where it's like, oh, this is like a Loki or Odin symbol. I think that's what this movie was about. There were a bunch of like creepy Norse
Autopsy
symbols
of Jane Doe.
Yeah,
it's really good. It's got Brian Cox in it. He plays the dad, the mortician. Yeah, I really like that movie. It was creepy.
I don't know why I like Brian Cox so much. I mean, he's a good actor, but I feel like because he has the exact same, not face, but the exact same body style as Philip Seymour Hoffman, that like, and because Philip Seymour Hoffman is dead, it's like Brian Cox kind of came in a little bit. He'll never be Philip Seymour, but he's still good. Man, that sucks that he died.
Yeah.
He was the best
actor.
What did he die from? I think it was drugs.
Heroin?
Maybe a drug overdose.
I have heroin in my head.
I saw a really sad quote from his son, who I guess is also an actor, and he was like, most people don't know what it's like to like love your father, but also have him be your greatest idol in what you're trying to do. Like I watch my father's movies all the time, and I think he's the best actor that's ever lived. And a lot of people share that and just wish he was around to give me tips and pointers. And it's like, oh, that's horrible. Losing your dad.
Why was his father dead?
Philip Seymour, the overdose.
Oh, yeah. I misunderstood. I thought it was Philip Seymour Hoffman's whose father.
Oh no, it's Philip Seymour Hoffman's kid. Yeah, talking about him, which that sucks. Yeah, I never ever search movies by actor on like the smart TV function, but except for him, every once in a while I'll be like, I want to watch a fucking Philip Seymour Hoffman movie, and then like the Master with him and Joaquin Phoenix is good. They're all good.
So there's a movie called The Free State of Jones. I've only seen like little clips of it from like YouTube Shorts, but I think it's McConaughey, and I think maybe Philip Seymour Hoffman is in it too. But it's like based during the Civil War, and I think maybe it's Confederates fighting against, or it's Southerners fighting against the Confederacy, maybe. But I think it's McConaughey and Hoffman. I think it's a true story of some kind. Again, I've only seen clips of it, but I intend to watch it at some point. It looked good.
No, he's not in it.
Huh? Maybe
he died 2 years before that came out.
Oh, okay. I thought he was in it. Maybe it's something else I'm getting confused by, because there's definitely a movie where Philip Seymour Hoffman is like sneaking through a swamp with a bloody nose during the Civil War, trying to stay away from soldiers.
Is Boogie Nights a good movie?
I've never seen it. I don't like the subject matter. It's like that.
It's
Dirk
about
Diggler
some
guy
being preyed upon to like force, or some like young man being preyed upon and like pushed into the porn industry, right?
Dirk Diggler.
Is that it? Okay.
So and one of the most famous porn stars of all time, had a huge schlong, and I believe the story is his sort of downfall into the porn industry, drugs, and eventually like gay prostitution. With Marky Mark playing the porn star, and I think he shows his cock at one point. He's got like a giant fake cock on his cock, which must be the funniest fitting ever.
Someone painting fucking
it's a prosthetic gum. They attach to you like it's a He's got
well, I mean, they got to like paint stuff on there to blend it. Like it's exactly like the special features in Lord of the Rings where they put the Hobbit feet on.
Yeah, like the Weta Workshops in there working on Marky Mark's cock.
Don't they sell penis extensions or like devices you can wear when you bang?
For sure. And they also like
that would hurt my feelings. If like it would
hurt her feelings.
Hey,
my feelings.
Can we do the thing where you're hung tonight? I mean, like, okay.
As long as we can also pretend you haven't gained 60 pounds.
Imagination. I got no. That wouldn't bother me at all.
That's so funny.
I'm happy to get out one of my like Magnum crazy toys and ram a lady with those. So like I don't see too much of a difference, I suppose. We're just trying to get her off anyway. Like I'm not intimidated by a Hitachi magic wand. It's like I don't have those functions. I'm sorry.
I can't shake like that. I can't vibrate like that.
Exactly. So why would I feel bad? It's not
And
like
when I
anyone can
try,
shake
she
like
says
that.
stop. She's like, you're
Trying
really
to
good at the
vibrate.
noise of like putting it on a wooden table and like just but the vibrations just not
The best is the Theragun. Like I'm sure you're aware of the Theragun, like sports massager. Amazon sells knockups for $39.99 that are almost as good, and you can get a dildo attachment for that thing. Oh my god, it's just like the Orgasmo Ray from the Orgasmo movie. You point that thing at a pussy and she comes. It's incredible. It's shockingly
that sounds
powerful.
like too much to me.
It has like a huge like amount of power settings, so you can turn it all the way down, and it's just like.
I have a Theragun, and I'm familiar with the power settings, and they are all too rough for girl. It'd be like using a literal jackhammer as a muscle massager. Like it breaks bones, you know. Like,
it's almost too hard. It's almost too hard for muscles. Like if you ever put that on your thigh after a leg day, it's like, oh, I feel like I just punished myself enough doing this leg day.
It's a dildo on the end. It's not just that round ball. Like you've got a dildo on the end, and so the dildo is just sort of like there's not a big stroke. It's sort of just like oscillating like a fucking car
like
polisher.
it doesn't move. That's what I was thinking. Like it doesn't move. Maybe I have the knockoff one that I used like 3 times ever, and it was like I'll just deal with whatever's happening in my quads, like whatever. But you're right, like the forward and back movement is like 2 centimeters, and it just goes so fucking fast.
At the most,
it's more of a vibrator than a back and forth stroke. It just kind of like slaps your.
I find
your
the slow mode does more like deeper penetration, because if you move it so fast, it's like, I don't know, gliding over the top of a pothole. Like you don't really sink into it. But if you slow it down, you'll go up and down a little more.
Yeah. What is this?
Yeah, it's this. It's the Orgasmo Ray.
What the fuck is this?
That's Matt Stone and Trey Parker's first movie, I think.
I've never seen this one.
It's about a Mormon missionary who stumbles onto a porn set, and like they hire him inexplicably to be this new porno character called Orgasmo, and he has the Orgasmo Ray, and he like makes bitches come by shooting them with it.
Okay, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is it as good as BASEketball?
Nothing's as good as BASEketball.
Yeah.
You don't like BASEketball?
I wasn't gonna say that it was bad. I was gonna say that it's like not as good as like early seasons of South Park. Like they're far from hitting their peak there. They probably hit their stride like season 4 or season 5 of South Park. They really
BASEketball probably came out in 2003 or something like that. Like it's that dumb, silly goofball humor, and it's not trying to rise too much above like dick jokes and blowjob jokes and stuff like that. I think it's really funny. Like when I was a kid, I thought it was more funny, and like last time I watched it, I was like, all right, there's some good. I like they made their own lazy boy like ball and everything. Like, but it's a good movie. I like it a lot. There's that great scene where he throws the ball at the kid that's blind. He goes to give the kid a souvenir, and it just hits the kid in the face and knocks him out. And she's like, "He's blind, Doug." It's fucking great.
I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, this is just a less funny version of the Dumb and Dumber Dead Bird.
Dumb and Dumber Dead Bird. Oh yeah.
I have not seen Dumb and Dumber in decades. I bet it's not as funny as I recall, but it was so fucking funny when I was 12.
So there's jokes that you don't get as a kid that are like in the background and are like wordplay jokes that you get as an adult. So like I watched it a couple years ago, and I thought it was still really funny. I get annoyed in movies. I have this weird thing where when money is literally wasted or burned, like to get out of it, it really irks me. I know it's part of a plot that was written by a guy. I know that it's not real money being burned, but I'm just like, don't burn the money. Like there's a in The Shield, which is one of my favorite cop dramas with Chickless. Like there's a scene where they heist a bunch of money from the Armenian mob, and one of the guys is cracking under the pressure because they're cops, and this is a dirty cop kind of deal they've done. And now the mob is catching on to them. They're worried they're going to all be murdered, have their feet chopped off, which is what the Armenian mob does. They cut your feet off with an axe. And so he grabs like the $1 million and he's like heaving double handfuls of it into a furnace, like burning all the money, and they're like, I have to quit watching. That's when I do a rewatch, I'm like, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I can't stand it.
I felt that way as a kid watching Blank Check, where he like steals $1 million by typing a name on a check. And I remember like being more annoyed at his purchasing decisions than I was even watching the movie, where I'm like, I don't even want to know how much he's wasting on this butler. You could get your own sodas. Like, you really don't need a slide here. Like, you could do all sorts of things with this money. Like, you're not going to want to get rid of all your fun activities in the next week. Because that's like the whole crux of it at the end, where they're like, you spent $1 million in 1 week or whatever. And it's like, yeah, like who the fuck co-signed for this kid to buy a house?
Didn't need a co-signer. He had $1 million.
Oh, I guess, yeah, at the time that was a less than $1 million house.
Yeah, but he didn't give him all the money, and he had money for that limo and the butler, and there may have been some animals hanging around. He definitely had a slide at one point. Yeah, that was a silly movie. That came out around the same time as like Dunstan Checks In and
I
stuff
just
like that.
looked up Dunstan Checks In because it made me think of that movie and the way and what I thought watching that, where I'm like, there's no way this guy doesn't know there's a monkey in here. He's making a tremendous amount of noise.
Yeah, absolutely. You would know. Or movies like, do you ever see Baby's Day Out, where the whole movie is just a baby crawling through the city and bumbling bad guys who can't seem to lay hands on an infant?
The gorilla protects him. The Harambe protects the baby. Do you remember that?
Vaguely. It's one of those I haven't seen. I watched when I was 7.
Isn't it great, the kinds of movies you have to go to for me to be like, I've seen that. We have to talk about Blank
Terminator 2, no. Baby's Big Day Out, Taylor's all about it.
What did I think about Dunstan Checks In? Well, it's multifaceted. There's a lot to delve into. Were you like in school during the Scholastic Book Fair craze? Did you get into Goosebumps or Animorphs? No, I remember Goosebumps was like a big seller, or not seller, but like they had limited copies at the grade school library in elementary school. And so those went out quick, and it was always the same few kids. The books I liked were it's called, I think the brand was like Eyewitness, and they were these big books that would show like cut throughs of ships and airplanes. Yeah. And then other ones would show like weapons through the ages or guns through the ages or like ancient like metallurgy and things like that. I was always trying to secure those. Yeah. And then like the the dullards,
like coffee table books. Like
they were looking at
Warriors Waldo. Is like I don't know, like a crossbow and a cataphract and a fucking like stuff like that on the cover. I got really into Goosebumps and a little bit into Animorphs in school. I was just watching a YouTube video about the fall of Goosebumps, because R.L. Stine was the writer, if you remember correctly. And it took off and became this. It was the publisher is like is it Umbrella or something like that? It's the same publisher as Harry Potter. But anyway, whenever the Goosebumps books were so big, it was most of their worth as a company. Like most of their stock price was tied up in Goosebumps. And R.L. Stine was supposedly writing 2 books a month for years. He was putting out like 27 books a year or something crazy like that was his contract. And they accused him of using a ghostwriter, which nulled their contract and made him fall back to a prior contract that cut him out of all the like ancillary money, like from the TV show and the merchandise. And I didn't remember it, but it was like Taco Bell did it, and Pepsi did tie-ins, Doritos did tie-ins, where there'd be like little Goosebumps books in the bags of chips. They had like a theme park. They did movies, and there was a TV show that did like 4 or 5 seasons that I remember watching when I was a kid. And by the time they settled all their lawsuits, Harry Potter had happened, and it was like that Toy Story meme. It's like, I don't want to play with you anymore. Nobody wanted Goosebumps anymore.
Who won the lawsuits? Do you know?
They split. Like I think that Fox won one of their lawsuits against R.L. Stine because they were showing Fox had bought it, but they were showing it on Fox Kids, and he was saying that that's a different network, and so he needed to be double paid. And then R.L. Stine was arguing that he should be paid for those things, but they proved, I think, that he broke his contract by employing ghostwriters, even if they were just doing outlines for him, which is bullshit. I don't care. Even if it is like simple 8 to 12 horror books, like you can't write a book every 2 weeks without failing at some point, like for years on end. Like he just kept cranking them out. And I think only the first 16 books he wrote or something like that. But I read all those when I was in, not all of those. I read dozens of those when I was in elementary school. Whenever we did the Scholastic Book Fair, I was super into that. Like I loved, like, they had great covers. Like the covers of Goosebumps books were always really inventive and scary, especially to like an 8-year-old.
I can still picture the one of that like ghoulish, almost like a Grinch hand, except it was like a sinister leaf monster grabbing onto the door leading down to a basement.
It was a puppet that came back to life, like a ventriloquist dummy.
I never read a single Goosebumps.
The one that got really the popular TV episode is the girl who she doesn't want. She's getting old enough that she wants an actual scary Halloween costume. She doesn't want some cutesy shit, and so she goes to the Halloween store, and they're like, "Well, no, you can't have that mask. That one's not for sale." And she steals it, I think, and puts it on, and it won't come off. Like it's like a monster mask. It's alive itself, and it glues to her face, and she's slowly becoming the monster. As an 8-year-old, that was terrifying.
Did you ever read the Boxcar Children?
Of course. Yeah. I
those were horrible. Whoever wrote that was phoning it in completely. There was never anything at stake. It was like you had to solve a crime, or like a guy would have to pay a nominal fine.
Well, they were like homeless and lived in an actual boxcar and a train. And I remember from it that they kept their milk cool by putting the jug in the creek. And I remember thinking, like, there's no way that works. like, how cold is that water? We're gonna dig that jug out tonight, and I'll have some bread and milk. Like, we've got to find some sort of social services, guys.
Yeah, why is
our next mystery? Where'd mom go?
Yeah, the Boxcar Children and the mystery of the CPS agent who doesn't show up, and like they're like showing up like wearing like hobo shoes with like the toes open, like flaps, and no one is like at school being like, we really need to look in on the Smith kids. Something's not going right at home. No, they don't have a home. They live in a boxcar. What, they live in a fucking boxcar?
The Animorphs, I only read like 2 or 3 of those, but since then I've watched videos about just how dark that book series was. It's rough stuff. There's an intergalactic alien war, and these Earthling kids have been given the ability to transform into animals. But if they stay in the form of the animal too long, they get stuck in it. And so occasionally a character will just get stuck in the body of a hawk, and they're like, yeah, that's Dave now. He forever has to live with his mind merged with that of a hawk, and he is disgusted every time he eats a rat, but he can't control himself. Like, people go insane. Some of the characters get smushed as like animals, and they're all they get destroyed,
and a lot of the animals aren't useful.
Well, that's the other thing. I think they're fighting against aliens who have like a bigger catalog of animals to draw from because they're from alien worlds, and so they'll show up as like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with like fucking breathes fire and shits thunder or something, and the best we've got is a bear or a tiger or something sneaky like a fly or something.
Yeah, or something totally useless like a guinea pig. Like there was no utility in some of them. I remember, and I never read it. I just remember seeing the absurd covers
cover art.
It had.
Cover art, like great.
It's psychotic. The cover art of Animorphs, because
Zach,
the person
try to find
doesn't
some
even
of those Animorph covers because they're hilarious. It's people literally morphing. There's one where a black girl's turning into a starfish. No, those are really dark books, though.
See if you can find this kid turning into a roach. How is that useful? How is that helpful?
Well, they're definitely being sneaky. They're like dealing with like an intergalactic alien empire that's always trying to like do some evil, and so there's a lot of sneaking around, I think, and getting evidence and information. Look at it turning into the lizard.
You got lazy on this one. There's not even a lizard body.
Yeah, it's turning into the head. The black girl turning into starfish is my favorite, though. She wasn't black. Okay, I was wrong.
I don't think I've ever seen a more useless one than a starfish.
Yeah, like maybe she was like staking out an aquarium or something, trying to get some info.
Does starfish have brains?
I don't think so.
I feel like she could convert to a starfish and then does not have the ability to go back.
Yeah.
Like, a gerbil might have a shot at it, but not a starfish.
Fly. Oh, rough. Dolphin's not bad. Whatever that centaur at the bottom isn't bad. Gorilla's
Oh
not
yeah,
bad.
he's turning into a whole weird like alien critter.
Yeah, these are, man, kids would read anything, I guess.
This is why Harry Potter took off so well. It's so much.
It's so much better than this.
Harry
show.
Potter came out. I was like, oh my god, this is fucking great. I still like Harry Potter. I've got friends that are like more well read than me, and I'll mention it occasionally. Like, you ever read Harry Potter? And I think that's a little below me. I was like, fuck you, man. Come on.
What books are they talking about when you're like, I've actually got a recommendation. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's a
Like,
little
get outta here.
esoteric. It can be intimidating.
I love Harry Potter. Watching him go on his little journey and everything. That's a great story. There's some plot holes and there's some weirdness, but I like it a lot. I like that the Asian girl's name is Cho Chang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with that?
What's
Not at
special
all.
about Cho Chang? Just that it's an Asian sounding name.
I mean, it's the most Chinese. They might as well named her Ching Chong or something. You know, she's the only Chinese character, and her name's Cho Chang. There's lots of racism in there. She's definitely a little anti-Semitic with that depiction of the goblins. There's something going on there.
And
Pretty sure there's a Star of David on the floor of that place.
So the reason there's a Star of David on the floor is because they filmed that scene in an actual bank. I'm serious.
How do you think? How should we feel about that?
I mean, that is so funny being a banker and being like, I've got an idea for decor, and they're like, oh, a little on the nose. Let's, maybe a regular star, huh? Maybe a different star. Yeah.
Yeah, should it have been like a magical star, like an 8-pointed star or something like that, or a 6-pointed star, or even a pentagram?
No, pentagram denotes evil, and they wouldn't. I don't think they were known as like an evil goblin bank that like supported the Dementors or whatever.
They literally were. They turned Harry over to Bellatrix Lestrange and ratted them out. They were working with the dark forces there at the end, it seemed, or at least some of them were.
Kyle, did you see the thing where Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, called all the generals in for some sort of emergency meeting?
No, he's just drunk dialing. He CC'd everybody accidentally. He wrote "Get in here now," but that was to his fucking keg delivery. And it just went out to all
to his
the
booty
admirals.
call.
Yeah. So I haven't done a ton of research, but I have been noticing the buildup in the Caribbean and around Venezuela. There's a lot of assets down there. They've been practicing
Beach landings
in Puerto Rico.
I heard that.
They launched an ICBM from a nuclear submarine in the Caribbean yesterday, I think. I saw a video of that.
What did they launch it at? Just practice
Nothing.
launch into the water?
Practice launching, just showing that we can send a nuclear missile with 8 individual nukes in each missile that are independently targeting once they go to space. It's a MIRV. I think it's 8 in those Trident missiles. But launch one of those. And then there's also this craft down there that the SEALs use and special forces operators use to deploy from. It's sort of a smaller vessel that I think holds 170 personnel. They can launch fast craft from it.
Okay.
Well, compared to an aircraft carrier with 5,000 people on it,
I was literally picturing
nuclear
something that you inflate.
This is the American Navy. Okay.
No, we have. When I think of Navy SEALs arriving, I think of them with the dinghy, like jumping.
This deploys those.
Okay.
Yeah, this
what
is
I'm
what
talking
those come
about.
out of.
They
So
have
this
those.
deploys jet skis and fast attack boats, and probably those like cool like open top submarines too. Those are neat. But that's down there, inexplicably. It looks like we're really flexing hard at Venezuela, and I hope that we're not about to start a fucking war with Venezuela, because I said a couple weeks ago they've got like a 5-6 million man militia army down there.
Dude, I've lost confidence in our ability to beat anyone. We lost to Afghanistan. We lost to Vietnam. I don't know if you'd say we lost Iraq, but like it wasn't easy. It turns out that like if you go to another country and you want to beat them in their country, it's not easy to get a W.
We won the TDM match though.
The team deathmatch part of it.
Yeah, if it's team deathmatch, then we're undefeated. First of all, like domination. I'm serious. It's domination. Look, at some point when you're playing a dom game, you've accrued enough points and the game's over. But that's not how it works in real life. They live there, so eventually they just grind you out. You got to go home, get some, eventually. I get that. We certainly didn't change any hearts and minds. But what they want to do in Venezuela is regime change and then leave. They want to go down there and
Like Iraq.
kill their president. But see, they've got
And
somebody to put in.
Afghanistan.
They've already
Kyle,
got
name
puppet,
10 other times regime change has failed.
but they've already got that Maduro guy or whatever in prison. He just got sentenced for like decades or something. They can just pluck him out of prison and make him the president and then just leave. Like,
Oh yeah, that could. I can't see a flaw.
I'm
in
not
that
saying
plan.
it'll work. I'm telling you what the plan is.
So what are they going to do? Like foment a color revolution, or just intimidate them with arms?
It seems like they're preparing a invasion of Venezuela. There's thousands and thousands of personnel and assets down there. It looks like they're going to invade Venezuela.
Well, I hope not. That seems pretty retarded. I don't see how that helps Americans.
I worry that we're really not competent at the top in America anymore. Like we have non-doctors in charge of, human health services. We have Pete Hegseth, a National Guard member, right, in charge of this. He's the Secretary of War. We have Donald Trump as president. All the way through, we have a couple podcasters as like the head of the FBI and CIA and shit.
Kash Patel is a podcast?
Wasn't Kash Patel a podcaster? Yeah. Or Dan Bongino was, and I think Kash Patel, I'm not sure about him.
I don't know.
And
He's doing a bad job.
Nothing wrong with having a podcast.
Right. This qualifies you for damn near any job, I would argue. But
It means we're pretty close to the White House.
Disqualify you from any jobs, though.
I'm just like, man, if we're gonna wage a war, this isn't the team I'd pick.
I disagree.
We haven't won a war in forever. But
What does winning a war mean?
In fairness, like it seems like powerful people wanted those wars to stretch out for a long time because it made a lot of money.
I don't know what winning these wars mean, though. I don't know what.
The only way to win is not to play for something like Venezuela or Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran. Like, there's just no reason.
Didn't we just look? I don't think we just had a war with Iran, but that seemed to have gone our way.
Oh, I'm saying that like
conceivable, measurable way.
Well, there's a lot of powerful people angling for more involvement there.
A lot of people who say that we didn't achieve the goal with those missile strikes.
How would they know?
How do you know?
I don't know, but I'm saying. But when someone says that it didn't work, I'm not saying it did work. But how can you say it didn't work?
Well, you said, I'm not saying Iran is a war, but we achieved all our goals. And I'm like, how do you know? Because people say we don't.
I didn't say we achieved our. I didn't.
And
say
then
we
you
achieved our
shifted the
goals.
burden
it went
of proof
our way
onto
in every
me.
conceivable way because
Okay.
there was no war. They backed down. They took their slap on the mouth and did nothing in return except launch some missiles at Israel, I guess. And
I mean, there's a real chance they said, it's a good thing we buried this so deep. Nothing happened. Let's just keep making nukes.
I don't know that there's a good chance of that. I don't know what happened. I know the government says it worked. I know that people that don't like the government say it don't work. And the only people with any evidence are the people who are saying that it did work, because everybody else is just like a naysayer. Like there's no technical experts that went there and looked.
I don't think that's true. I think like one of the generals in the army said that like it seems to have not worked, and then they silenced him. Well, you kept saying you keep shifting the goalposts. Like you're like, the people who say it worked are the experts from the government, and the other guys are nothing. And I'm like, well, actually, a general said it. Well, I discredit him.
I'm not discrediting anyone. I'm saying that no one has any evidence other than the Iranians. Like they're the only ones who know what happened or what was even in there or what the results are. There's no way looking down if you can tell if that missile penetrated deeply enough to hit something, and then you'd have to know for sure that the things were there. Like there's
General
no way we
Kane
can know that.
is the guy's name. He's it's an early U.S. intel assessment said the strikes didn't work.
He used to be a major.
What I'm saying is there's no way to know, but if it worked or not, I'm not saying it worked or it didn't. I'm saying there's no way to know.
I thought you said every achievable goal or something. What is it that you said?
It went our way in every conceivable way. We did what we wanted to do.
Other than being involved at all.
Right. Well, one of the conceivable ways it could have gone our way is to like destroy their production facilities of nuclear weapons.
How do we know they didn't?
See, but that's shifting the blame back, the burden back onto me. You said it went our way in every conceivable way, and now you're like, prove that it didn't. But you're the one who made the claim.
Well, I can see them burning. I can see all those
on the top, on the outside, and I'm like, well, here's a U.S. intel expert whose name is General Kane, who said it didn't work, and then he was silenced.
Based on what information? Like No one. The president who watched the bombs fall, the pilots who dropped the bombs, they don't know if the stuff was down there, and they don't know if we hit it. There's no way to know.
There are ways to know.
How? How could we possibly know
I
unless you
watched
go
a
down
video by Ryan Macbeth, and he had like several ways. One was they can like test the radiology in the area to see if it was released like they expected. Another was, and this was his area of expertise, where he's like, people lie to their wives, but they tell the truth to their computer. We can look at their computer traffic, what they're Googling, what they're buying, what they're ordering to understand what the damage was. And that's intel that takes weeks and months. And then he had a third way of telling too. I think it was just, he's like, these people are broke. They're suffering from the sanctions, and they're easily bribed. So those are the three ways that they would know. How do I know? I don't know. I'm just saying that if you make a claim that it went our way in every conceivable way, but
dude, it was an L to bomb Iran at all.
Why do you say that? Why are you so like?
Because there's nuclear weapons. There's no reason for us to be involved.
They're building nuclear weapons. They support terrorists, and they want America to be destroyed. Like these are the people we don't want to have nuclear weapons.
Like they're going to nuke America.
You can't be so. I think that they could easily transfer fissile materials to a group like Hamas or a group like Al Qaeda or ISIS, who could then get into a shipping container and detonate a dirty bomb over fucking San Francisco and cripple our economy for decades to come. I think that is a very easy thing to do. I think that it happened every week on 24. Like,
you think they would want to do something that would ensure their nation's total destruction?
Would it?
Haven't they already?
With what?
I'm thinking of
what if we can't trace it back to them? What if we can't trace it back to them?
Iran didn't have anything to do with 9/11.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to claim that they did. I'm just like, they being people who hate us in general. I don't think they held back on 9/11. I think that was their best effort. I don't think different people, I understand, held back on October 7th. I think that was their best effort. Oh, wow. And if their best effort could include...
somebody held back on October 7th.
Israelis.
Someone threw that memo under the fridge.
There's a theory that Israel wanted to be attacked for the excuse. But I had a third one. But anyway, if the next one comes along and they have the ability to do some sort of nuclear related strike, I don't know that we can trust them to hold back. Maybe I'm just knee jerk anti-Trump and I need to think that through. But I'm like, there hasn't been any evidence that it worked, and there hasn't been any evidence it didn't work. They just claimed success and planted the flag 30 seconds after the bomb fell. And I'm like, we've never had an administration who's a bigger liar than this one.
I don't know,
record breaking.
We had a pretend president for 4 years that everyone ran cover.
Did you see he replaced this photo?
That's pretty immature.
There's a whole bank of photos of all the presidents at the White House, from beginning to end, I'm sure. But at the end of it, when it gets to Biden's photo has been replaced with a photograph of an auto pen signing Biden's name. Like a really well done and framed photo.
It was well composed. But it's pretty.
It's so petty.
Gauche. It's petty.
So petty.
Trump still to this day is claiming he had stage 9 cancer. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Why can't he ever say something remotely true? Right? Why does it have to be stage 9 cancer? Why does it have to be 600 million people dying a year to drugs?
Only
and I'm like,
3.
Do you ever say anything true?
Don't exaggerate.
What did he say? 300 million?
No, it's a joke. He's clearly exaggerating. So it's fair game for you to exaggerate. But he said 300 million died. His
300 million
numbers are always gobbledygook. He can't read. I've seen in the last week he was at that royal dinner and he was bragging about he's always bragging about how we're the hottest country. That's his new thing, and how he's solved every major conflict in the world except for the big one that matters, or the 2 big ones that matter, where people are being massacred daily.
He gets the countries wrong.
That's what I was going to say. He said he goes to read. First of all, he hasn't memorized his speech. He appears to be reading it for the first time ever. Right? He's just and he's at a dinner standing, and the King of England is looking up at him like, oh, why did we invite him again? And he's just I solved the war between Azerbaijan. Oh, hang on now. Azerbaijan and Albania. And it's no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Those aren't the countries.
That could have been a brand new conflict that we didn't even know about.
He called Armenia Albania, and it's written in front of him. If he'd be going from memory, I could understand that kind of a brain flub. They sound a little bit alike, and if you're not actually familiar with the geography there, makes sense that you'd flub that.
You should be familiar though.
She should be so familiar because he solved the wars there, right? But then
Right.
this week he's exposing Tylenol for causing autism, and he can't. And you would think that if he's going out to do a press conference about how acetaminophen causes autism in pregnant women, and it's this huge discovery, and he's going to brag about it, it's going to be a pillar of his medical breakthroughs that he's bringing. RFK has spearheaded this shit. That he would at least know the word acetaminophen. He is trying to read acetaminophen off of this piece of paper, and he goes aceto. Well, hang on a minute. He literally goes, hang on a minute here.
Does he really?
Yeah, like he has a full blown breakdown with the word acetaminophen. And if he had given, my problem isn't that he can't read that word or that he's not familiar with that word when it's clearly something that he's pretending that he is familiar with and knows about, because he's about to give medical advice about acetaminophen and he can't pronounce the word. My issue really isn't with any of that. It's that there was no effort put into this before he walked into that room. He didn't even bother to like glance at his notes that I'm sure a pro handed to him. That, hey, what's this word here? How do I say that? I don't want to look stupid out there. I'm pretending to be an expert. Let's make sure I know how to say the word. Say it for me slowly. And even if he wasn't a boomer, you can like Google how to pronounce acetaminophen, and the little voice will acetaminophen, and you can even go slower.
Like, isn't it largely phonetic too? Other than CET,
it's phonetic, but I could see myself struggling on that word when I was 11 years old. So but he didn't
put that effort into it. He doesn't pre-read his notes before he goes out there. He must take it as a point of pride that he goes off of the seat of his pants, or he's just incredibly incompetent.
I think he's lazy. I think he just doesn't put effort into things, doesn't try as hard as we wish he did. And I've always known he does. Like, he hasn't pre-read these speeches because he'll be like, yeah, we got Iran. That's a good point, that one. Yeah, we got him good on that. And then he'll like keep reading. He ad-libs and adds his own shit along the way. Like, he's reading this for the first time.
Yeah, his ad-libs at least used to be like funny, but now it's just the energy, that spark just not there at all. And then, I don't want to be ageist, but perhaps we take a little foray as a nation away from 80-year-olds after this.
Oh, look at Taylor. All of a sudden, he's had an inkling that maybe 80's too old. Right after Trump tweets this pro-Ukrainian tweet, do we see a connection here? Maybe. Oh, I think so.
I drew the line. It's a straight.
You want to read this tweet for us, Taylor? Because I know it's like venom in your mouth.
Let's see. Oh my goodness. See, and his posts, there is no pithiness. Do you remember the reason his posts were funny on Twitter back in the day is because they were pithy and insulting and like totally uncouth for someone in that position. Yeah. Now it's like just boomer Facebook screeds with like random words capitalized. All right, I'll read this.
Can you show it while Taylor reads it? Zach.
After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it caused in Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form, with time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO. The original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power, of course, capitalized per APA guidelines, less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. In fact, it is very much making them look like a paper tiger. When the people living in Moscow and all the great cities, towns, and districts all throughout Russia find out what's really going on in this war, the fact that it's almost impossible for them to get gasoline, got to capitalize gasoline, through the long lines that are being formed, and all the other things that are taking place in their war economy, where most of their money is being spent on fighting Ukraine, which has great spirit and only getting better. Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. In any event, I wish both countries well. We will continue to supply weapons to NATO and for NATO to do what they want with them. Good luck to all.
Let's go. So,
Nah.
this is
No
how
new
you win me
wars.
over.
No new wars. Awesome.
No
Sick.
new wars. This
No.
isn't a new war. You
He was
fucking
supposed to get
isolationist.
Venezuela's the
lily-livered-
new one, Taylor, not this one.
Dude, well, that's the newest. And I'm not an isolationist. It's just wars should benefit us.
You're
as
an
citizens.
isolationist, liver-livered Missouri
Lily,
Democrat.
the phrase.
All right, that's
Lily
what I'm
Billy.
hearing from you. I sense
If
a lot
we
of
use like the
weakness.
military and like against cartels, that would make sense because that fucks with us.
We're blowing up Venezuelan boats left and right.
If
Taylor,
Taylor
haven't you
was
heard?
brave like us, he'd send other people to war.
That's
Yes.
how it works. Look, they don't want us.
Thank you, Zach.
They
You can take
disallow
it down.
me. They take you. They put you in the Thunder Corps.
You can
They
tell
would do
Ukraine
nothing
is,
with me.
You'd be training
actually,
the
in Ukraine,
Paranauts.
dude, you're 52. You're a spring chicken in the Ukraine conflict now. You can tell Ukraine is winning
And
because of
look
the
at the young
tens of
guy.
thousands of women they have fighting. That's the hallmark of a victory in occurrence. There's lots of women on the
That's
battle.
interesting.
How dare you?
If it's drone warfare, are women bad at it? They're bad
No,
at video
they're-
games, so maybe
No, they're
so.
great at it.
Yeah, they're bad at driving. They're bad at video games.
Yeah.
We're better than them at sports. Sick. One for the boys. Yeah, hell yeah.
No, I love that tweet. I love this like complete, without any build-up, flip in policy and demeanor. That's definitely not based on anything in reality. It's what I've come to suspect from the president. It's beautiful. It's genuinely like one of the few things that I didn't like about him going into the election against Kamala was his like the way he treats Zelensky and Ukraine and that conflict and how buddy he is with Putin. I've always liked his sentiment about like, hey, how about we don't spit in this guy's face at every turn? How about every turn we mention Putin, we don't call him an evil, murderous dictator because we might have to deal with him in a year or two, like sitting around a table. And I don't want to deal with a guy that I've been spitting venom at unnecessarily. That makes tons of sense. Like they always show that picture of Obama mean mugging Putin, like he's going to intimidate him. Meanwhile, there's like audio of him talking to Medvedev about after the election, I could be a lot more lenient on this and that. I can be more flexible, but we need to wait till after the election. It's like
collusion. Oh,
that's nonsense. I would like some diplomacy between our world leaders. But on the other hand, like I love this policy change. He wasn't.
Oh,
That's a good picture, man. He looks so like I don't know. Trump's a pussy in comparison.
in comparison to
Trump would
Obama.
beat the shit out of
Everyone in
Obama.
this
What are you
picture.
talking about?
to Obama.
Trump. Oh, stop!
Not only would he beat Obama in
That's
hand-to-hand combat, he'd beat him in basketball.
I mean, let's. I
you
mean,
wouldn't
what,
beat him in golf.
I mean, he'd probably
Obama would be
is
sitting
Obama
there
a
all
golfer?
bruised and bloody, smoking
Just
a
talking shit. I don't
menthol
know.
cigarette, and Trump would be triumphant.
I don't know. They're all
like,
presidents. They can probably all golf. That's a rich person thing.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean,
I would guess we couldn't have a president who like was like embarrassing himself on the golf course.
I do know that Obama golfed because I remember Trump saying that Obama golfs all the time and he wouldn't have time to golf. That was part of his campaign pledge.
And that was a fib. He was.
Some
He's
people
got
say
time.
yes, some say no. I don't know.
They're making a
It
big
is.
deal about the escalator and the teleprompter at the United Nations. Did you see that, Taylor?
I did, and I saw differing reports where like some UN employees like joked about it beforehand, and then other people were like, "No, that's not the case." And I really didn't. Oh, so that was true.
Yeah, the Secret Service is investigating.
Well, that's pretty unprofessional. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Obama or
obviously
Trump?
about
Don't you play fucking jokes on our president? You are all vassal states of us, and you need to realize that fully and entirely.
If they actually fucked with him on the escalator, I don't like it. I don't like Trump, but he's still my president, and he shouldn't be mocked and made fun of overseas like that. The explanation I saw, maybe I just bought it as a fool, was that the escalator had some sort of safety feature. If someone's falling or whatever, that it stops. And there was a videographer in front of Trump standing backwards that caused it to stop. Is it true? That's what I read. I don't know.
Yeah. And then the teleprompter wouldn't work. His speech was like, I show up here to the UN. The elevators don't work. The teleprompters don't work. The UN doesn't work. Your countries are going to hell. Immigration is running rampant.
The mixed nuts in the waiting area in the green room, they were all peanuts. Someone had either picked out the cashews or they were never there in the first place. I'm telling you, people.
RFK's in there licking
I like
his
that.
fingers. A pocket full of peanuts.
But
Pecans.
he did seemingly get the last laugh where he's like, "Oh, the teleprompter's not working. Well, prepare to be waterboarded with an just a 40-minute speech. Oh, you prank me? I'm gonna go on an off-the-cuff 40-minute speech." Oh, that is such a funny way
What
to
is it
handle
with
that.
our teleprompters? That I swear I've seen Trump complain about his teleprompters 100 times. He is constantly complaining that there's something wrong with this teleprompter. I'm like, does he A, make it up and just blame his speech on the teleprompter, or B, are the teleprompters in Trump's world just consistently unreliable?
I'd blame him for it, but the fact that they stopped the elevator on him seemingly, or escalator rather, that makes it seem believable.
It wasn't
maybe they fucked with it.
It wasn't like going too slow or too fast or showing the wrong thing.
stopped.
It wasn't on. It didn't work.
It was on, and then they stepped on, and it went.
Yeah, they got up
immediately.
I'll make it up 2.5 feet or something, and then it stopped.
Yeah. But either way, I don't need these Europeans.
The United
making
Nations
fun of
is
us.
in New York, right?
Either way, it was the Europeans laughing.
Those dirty European New Yorkers.
It was probably some German guy who did it, so we can still blame him.
I don't
Some
think Hans and Franz
For no reason.
For no reason. Yeah, I don't know. That is, I did laugh at that when people were like, they canceled his. I saw some way too pro Trump people being like, and then he went off on a great speech, and it's like, well, I'm not going to fucking waste 45 minutes listening to his the only thing that would be funnier than him doing that is if he took the mic out of the stand and starts walking back and forth like a stand up while he's doing it. He's leaning on his stool.
I would like that.
That would be funny.
Who won
I
the
would like
Jimmy
that.
Kimmel thing? So Jimmy Kimmel's back on the air. He's only down for a couple of days.
Some places he is.
Right.
Yeah.
Sinclair, I guess the people that distribute the show, many of them are not showing it. Sinclair is this right wing kind of news or TV broadcasting organization. If you guys saw that clip where all the newscasters were saying the same thing as an example of propaganda, that was Sinclair. They're the people keeping Jimmy Kimmel not distributed because I guess they think he's too left wing. And but Jimmy Kimmel, at least in the very short term, it's huge ratings, and Trump Streisand affected Kimmel. I don't know how long it is. Who's winning this thing?
We'll see, because Trump is going to continue to try to pressure Disney. I'm sure to go his way, and part of the problem is that Jimmy Kimmel's not that funny, and when you actually watch the show, it's like, man, you really hate these people, don't you? It seems to be just all you guys know how to write about is hating Trump. So I don't think that the ratings are going. I don't think he's going to be exposed. New fans are going to be exposed to Jimmy Kimmel and jump on and watch every night. He did have 6.3 million viewers or something for that show.
6 million.
I watched his opening monologue.
He's 6 times more than normal.
He's tearful and frog in his throat. And he doesn't quite apologize, but he does sort of explain. I never wanted to make fun of a good young. Oh yeah, he's teary-eyed and frog in his throat. I didn't mean to make fun of anybody.
That's where he cried though. He cried because he was inspired by Charlie Kirk's widow saying that she forgave the murderer. That's where he broke down.
That's that funeral. Oh, we haven't talked about the Charlie Kirk funeral. Did y'all watch the Charlie Kirk funeral? Because it was one of the most well-produced funerals I've ever seen in my life. So they do this
WWE event.
There's 60-something thousand seats, and then there's an overflow arena nearby or something like that. I kept seeing different numbers, but on the low end, 100,000 people showed up for this thing. It was
an SEC game. It was crazy.
They had pyrotechnics.
They had. That's what I was going to say.
They were selling Charlie Kirk merch, at the fucking thing.
Yeah,
it was wild.
What's up, Josh? How are you? Oh, don't know if he's in here.
Am I not loaded up?
Oh, great.
Not loaded. Yeah, my first response.
Let me try to fix my
was
Wi-Fi real quick.
Seeing all of the fanfare and fireworks and everything, and my thing was like, this is pretty gauche. And then I thought, like, Charlie Kirk being who he was, like, he may have actually wanted it to be very politicized and like made into a thing. If I died like that, like, don't have like photo ops and party, like, don't do stuff like that. But if I were like a political commentator and I got shot, I probably would be like, yeah, fucking make a to-do of this, like, make it a big deal.
My favorite part of it was seeing left-wing people for the first time be exposed to what like Christian worship is about, and acting like that, and just being like, oh my, what is this? Because like everybody's just got their hands in the air and they're praising Jesus. And I just feel like to the average left winger who's never seen that had to be scary.
That is not the average left winger.
That seemed to be the reaction online. Like, I kept reading people like, what is this cult? And it's like, that's church. That's church. That's what happens at church. All the churches, especially these, when you've got a mega church environment.
What's up, Jack?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we were just talking about the Charlie Kirk memorial event.
The big to do.
I'm just having problems here. I can see you. I just can't hear any of you guys.
All right, Zach, just pull him back out and see if you can get that worked out behind. And if his internet isn't good enough, but unfortunately, we won't be able to have him on.
Yeah, just don't bring him back if it's like that.
Yeah, we just have to have better internet. Yeah, it's quite the. I saw the same thing Kyle's seeing, where a lot of people were like, "Hey, like, what the hell is this?" And it's like, "What, church?" Like a bunch of these like evangelical types, like worshiping really hard.
I don't remember the pyrotechnics.
Well, this was also a funeral, you forget.
Oh, yeah, right.
Dude, I want pyrotechnics at my funeral for sure. Like that would be great.
I thought selling merch was kind of gauche. Maybe I'm.
Well, the money went to his wife, the widow, who's bereaved, and I mean, who knows if she's going to be provided for?
30 million.
Got to be more than that,
right?
Yeah, he was like the biggest moderate right wing voice in America. Like, he had to be worth more than that, right?
Was he a moderate?
Like, yeah, right? He was really like he was.
Are the
like,
neo-Nazis the far right? Because I'll agree with you there. Like, I just feel like I think that Christian evangelical is right, not moderate. I think that I thought of him as a right wing person, definitely not a moderate. He definitely had a great shtick of wanting to talk it out and like have free debate. Love that, but we're only happy about that because the alternative is like a fascist burn your church down in the middle of the night right wing.
Yeah. Well, the alternative is a crazy fucking lunatic on the left shoots you in the fucking neck for being the debate guy.
Well, that's a little gauche of you. I don't know if that's the alternative. I mean, it is what happened. It is what happened. Yeah, the guy who's like, here, let's do a debate, got murdered. Well, supposedly, you know, I just saw that clip today of him speaking out about Israel.
Oh my goodness, that is. I'm all for, you know, exploring alternative things, but like, have you seen some of these fucking clips of people being like, "Hey, I found something everybody else missed. This guy's adjusting his sleeve to the side of Charlie Kirk, and he shot him from under here with some sort of gun, and it was not even a sniper in the first place." And it's like, are you retarded? You think like this was like orchestrated, and then they picked the guy to shoot him, like being in frame for the live stream? Like that's psychotic. Like that's the big plan some of these people are putting for, or like it ricocheted. Oh, I think it was the leftist on the roof that killed him. I'm saying that, like, and I'm not saying Kyle believes this. I'm saying that I've seen a lot of conspiracy theorists saying like someone with a handgun shot him. Someone in his security from the side shot him. Oh, actually the bullet ricocheted off of his body armor and went up into his neck. And that's absurd. Yeah. You can see his nipples. And unless he has like faux nipples on body armor, like that would
that would be cool. Yeah, that doesn't happen anyway. He would have soft body armor. It doesn't ricochet bullets. He would have to have a hard plate, and then at that downward angle, it wouldn't spall up. It would spall down, and it wouldn't be a ricochet. It would be a spray of shrapnel. And most of those plates, like AR-500, are covered with an anti-spalling coating that prevents that. It catches it all anyway. I've been shot while wearing one on my chest before. Can't show people that. It's lame.
Do you guys?
Yes,
we did it. I'm in a hotel
Top-notch hotel, I see.
in Eugene. Look at that. Yeah. Look
If
at
you
this.
put quarters in that bed, what happens?
Well, we're in Eugene, Oregon. So someone who smells like patchouli comes up from under the bed and gives you a foot job.
Sick.
It's a pretty good hotel. No, this hotel is great. It's called the Graduate. Like, have you ever stayed at one of these chains? It's a Hilton hotel,
I've never
but it
heard of
has like a real old school collegiate feel.
Nice.
Okay.
The phone looks old school. Looks like you look at
Yeah.
a weapon.
Yeah. It's funny. There are probably some people who don't know how to use it.
Does it have the spin dial?
Yeah. Rotary, baby.
I'm super qualified to operate that thing.
Have you guys been talking conspiracy theory without me?
We were talking a little bit, not in fairness, I was not being good faith. I was making fun of the people who think that like Charlie Kirk was shot from like with by a security guard, like with a gun under his arm from the side, or that where they're like, actually, I saw one person being like, and it wasn't just one person. It was like had like a bunch of activity, people being like, so true. And it was like he actually was shot from the back, and that hole here is an exit wound. And it's like, and then it just dissipated like a video game. Someone shot a high-powered rifle, and it didn't immediately go collateral for people.
It's weird that it didn't come out the back of his neck, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I haven't seen what Taylor's talking about. I have seen people say that there's like weird hand motion, someone just like doing one of these, and it was a signal that now you shoot. It wasn't them being the shooter; it was them communicating with the shooter. But it doesn't.
Also, sometimes people scratch their shoulder.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like right now, you could just take 5 minutes from this podcast and be like, he's signaling something. He's got his hand on his chin.
Right.
So, look, here's the problem with conspiracy theory.
Okay.
For me, is that it's not that some of it isn't true. But when it's, you know what it's like? It's just like around COVID when everyone was getting canceled. Look, some things people shouldn't say. But if you say it can't be called Mr. Potato Head anymore, now you're absurd, right? So you're not fighting the good fight. You're fighting all the stupid ones, which takes away from the good ones. I feel the same way about the conspiracy theories. Do you know what I mean? Are there very rich people who probably are hiding some shit from us? Yeah. Is everything everyone says fake? No. Come on.
Yeah, and you'll run into people like saying real ones, and it'll be like, there was a lot of seedy actors and conspirators in this JFK thing, crazy. And then like that same person will ruin it by being like, wait till you learn about the Great Dome that we live under. And it's like, see, now you've just taken a real one and you've lessened the impact because you're talking about how there's an ice wall and that beyond the ice wall, there are even more civilizations and continents, which I once looked into because I wanted to know like if there was a Middle Earth style lore for these other continents, like what kind of people live there, what kind of that, and they don't even have that. They don't even, whoever came up with it didn't even backfill the universe, which is lazy.
Yeah.
Lazy. Tolkien would have done better.
Tolkien would have 100% done better.
By the way, it was the same thing in Hollywood, where it's like, yes, of course, executives and people of power and anybody shouldn't be molesting people. Also, ideally. Are you saying that, are you going to die on the hill that straight people can't play the role of gay people? Is that the hill? Are those the two things you're equating to each other? Do you know what I mean? It's like, let's pick the one that matters.
Yeah.
Because, are there any groups that shouldn't be able to play any other groups? Because there was that one movie where Gary Oldman played a midget. And
That's fine. That's fine.
Jay Moore just told me that one. I had never seen it. Look, man,
he needed money.
Yeah. Look, it's when I say that not Mickey Rourke, what's his name? The dude who played the Chinese guy.
Rooney.
Should we do a Mickey Rooney Asian dude? Probably.
Yes.
Not.
Oh
no. Probably not. But
I'm putting my glasses back in the drawer.
It's not like they're rare or anything. You can find one.
That's true. I'm a dozen.
But I think in general, like we all just need to kind of be grown-ups and realize some things are being done for entertainment and fun, and some people are racist. And I think we're all smart enough to figure out which jokes fit into which bucket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that.
I think that entertainment in general, we should be smart enough to figure out which
Going wild.
Mine is.
I'm getting
Yep.
clicking.
Yes. It sounds like the Soviets are trying to piggyback off your signal. They're
It
sending
does.
some
Someone's
sort of-
doing Morse.
Yeah.
Guys, do you want to just do this from my house next Thursday?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
I'll
Let's
see you
do it.
next Thursday.
All right.
I would love
Sorry
that.
about
Hey,
that.
thank you for
Okay,
trying.
sorry about that, Josh.
You got it, guys. No worries.
It's like sizzling.
I thought he
Yes.
handled that really well, though. He seemed
He's consummate professional.
Yeah.
Comedian. He knows what's
so
up.
much.
What'd you say?
He hates you so much. You could tell.
Me? No way. I was so,
Yeah, oh yeah, he
I didn't
hates you.
say any of the things I was thinking. The
He
whole
called you a
time.
cracker that one time.
He called you a cracker that one time. That's very funny. I want to start doing that.
Calling people
Yeah.
crackers.
Yeah, being like, and then this dude, this fucking cracker.
Just crack a motherfucker.
Dude,
Yeah,
and
don't
then
get
get
hard.
wildly offended if the wrong person says it.
Yeah, I'll demand
He
that
called
black
him a
people-
cracker. You can't use that word.
You can't use that word.
That's our word.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, well, that's not a good argument because technically the N word is also, our word.
It's true. True.
I never thought of it through that lens.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they?
There's a
Who are
huge
they to
amount of
police us?
cultural appropriation going on in every rap song.
I tell you what, I won't wear cornrows. Y'all stop saying that word though.
Some guy was looking out at a bunch of lackadaisic slaves in 1830 and he was just, I got it. And they said, run as fast as you can. And he ran down to the courthouse.
Cornrows sound hilarious. I should just let my front hair grow taller and taller and then do cornrows for Halloween.
I 100% I'm on board.
I
This is a
support
genius
that with all I
idea.
have.
Let's
I would
all
love
do
to
it.
see you in cornrows.
I'll get my green screen and put up like a. Never mind. I'm not going to say basketball court.
No, that'd be funny if we're like, no, Woody, it's the hair's fine. It's the lips you painted on. It's really it's making me and Kyle uncomfortable.
I don't know what I'm doing for Halloween yet. I have about a month to figure it out.
I also have not given it any thought.
I mean,
And-
Kawhi Leonard, clearly get those cornrows in, get your jersey on, darken up a bit.
My girlfriend is
then-
already putting up Halloween stuff, which is like early, isn't it? Early September.
Putting up Halloween stuff. Do you guys live together?
No, but she's putting it all up.
Where? At your house?
At my house, because we're always at my house. And so
Okay.
like she like I was getting out of the shower the other evening before dinner. I'm like, where the fuck is she? And I like go out front and she's like putting one of those like tying one of those witches that looked like it crashed into a tree around
Mhm.
one of the trees in my front yard. And I'm like, wow, September 22nd, huh? Like we're and she's like, well, it's I always think of this as the Halloween season. And I'm like, it's not. It's
No, I agree with-
objectively
I
not.
like it.
I'm on
Not
her
October.
team. I love
Yeah.
it.
Well, I'm out. I'm not.
Well,
I
okay.
actually think it's an endearing quality to like be excited about holidays.
Yeah. Because I'm a little
I've
bit
got
too
none
much
of that
of
in
a
my life.
grouch. I'm too much of your girlfriend doesn't throw shit up.
Christmas, she puts the tree up far too early. Probably putting the Christmas tree up. It wasn't even Thanksgiving last year, and that tree was up. She had the tree like all the parts to it sitting in the living room. Like, let's put it. I'm like, it's not even Thanksgiving. Like it's this is a long way away. But we get the Christmas stuff up. Not the Halloween as much because that's one of those made up holidays. It's not based on real historical facts like Christmas.
Too true. It's a candy based holiday.
Yeah, remember when Jesus explained the tree and the elves and all, and when he was the Sermon on the Mount, he
I do.
broke
the
all
Book
that
of
down.
Rudolph. It's
That
The Book
was-
of Rudolph. Yes.
He really got into the weeds on that one.
it's
It
got the
all
best
rhymed.
songs in the Bible.
It all rhymed though, so like it's an easy read. That's one of the funny things, like how Christianity just gobbled up all of those cultures in Europe and England, and it was like, hey, yeah, you want to be Christians with us? And they're like, well, we'll be Christians as long as we still get to have our Yule log, and as long as we still get to do this thing where we have elves come and where we're gonna light a tree up too, and like, oh yeah, that's definitely part of our thing too. Yeah, you're Christians. You're just trying to get people signed up for your fucking Amway, and you're saying you're a yes man.
Who invented the presence aspect?
Well, I know the
Was that
wise
like
men
early
showed up with
1900?
some, the wise men historically supposedly showed up with frankincense and myrrh and gold, and it's like, I bet I hope the gold guy went first, so that frankincense and myrrh had to sit back.
Yeah, terrible.
Gold?
Yeah, for
You
a
brought
newborn.
money for a fucking present. Can you believe it? Like, I put thought into my myrrh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like, there's no, like, at the time they would have preferred if one of them had purchased them like a hotel room or like a donkey or something, because they were like in a manger in some shithole barn, and you just like, you give like, you basically, he gifted 3 things for Joseph to carry, because like, what, like, that shit's, other than the gold, that shit's not even going to be good by the time Jesus.
It would be like giving a homeless couple who just given birth in a barn, like like an expensive iPhone and like those like iView Pro like VR goggles or something. So it's like, what, I really need a blanket. You have any blankets? Like, I don't need a $3,000 VR headset.
No blankets to be had. Have a little myrrh, have a little frankincense, so it doesn't. So instead of it smelling like cow manure in here, it smells like cow manure and frankincense.
We celebrated holidays when I was a kid, but like, as I became an adult, it did not transfer into me, and I've always been just perfectly fine treating every single holiday like a Tuesday. Like, I really don't care.
Christmas and Thanksgiving are fun.
Thanksgiving is the best holiday for me. That's my favorite one. Like, all I really want is to see my family and hang out and have a nice day. Like, you can't buy me any gifts. There's nothing you get me where I'm like, oh my God, really? I could have never got this on my own.
Mm-hmm.
But I get to have people. And Thanksgiving in particular, I have no responsibilities. I might carve the turkey. That's it. I got like 60 seconds of work to do all day long. and I get all the benefits. It is the dopest holiday.
Yeah, I cook Thanksgiving, so I don't mind it, but it's all me. And I also often think, like, because it's delicious. Whenever I fry a turkey and do the dressing and the mashed potatoes, I'm like, this is the best meal I have all year, maybe. And I always say, like, we're gonna do this every month, and I never do. Like, I'm
like one horrific traffic accident away from sliding into Kyle's DMs.
I put on a pretty good Thanksgiving. I deep fry that turkey almost every year, and it's so fucking good. I've only messed it up once. I wish I had the photo handy, but it's me at the head of the table, surrounded by my family, and I'm holding up the turkey like a bass I've caught, and it's black as night. It's black as night. Did you say
it was good on the inside, or
it was good on the inside? Like, once but the outside was literally charcoal black. The oil had gotten so hot for like too long when nobody was watching it, and it was just, I'm just laughing so hard that I've ruined Thanksgiving. It was almost like that bit from Christmas Vacation where they cut into the turkey and it just goes. Like, it's all hollow and burnt out on the inside, but yeah, it was decent on the inside. It was fine. Like, something about frying it, I'm sure, like, made that happen.
Frying it's the only way to go with the turkey.
It's
once you've fried it, you can't go back to that.
The skin becomes all crispy and Cajun seasoned, like, and then the inside is just juicy and buttery, and again, just full of Cajun spices. It's really good.
I don't think I've ever had it. I guess you bake a turkey. That's like the traditional thing to do.
Oh, yeah, people bake them.
Yeah, that must be what she does.
Yeah, I think my dad started frying them like when I was a kid. I think it became a trendy thing maybe back then, and he bought a fryer, and when we were exposed to that, we couldn't go back. And like, whenever I have a girlfriend, I think a new girlfriend for the holidays, I'm like, have you ever had a fried turkey? And I love when they have it, because it's a show and a dinner. You know, just frying the thing is a little bit of
really fast.
If I remember correctly, it's like 3.5 minutes per pound.
Oh, and what is it? 15 pounds?
Yeah, usually something like that. It's 40 minutes to 50 minutes, something like that.
I don't know why I thought it took 90 seconds. Like, you just dip it in there and pull it out.
Oh, this is horrible.
I thought that. I don't know.
you picture like a cartoon version of frying something.
Yeah. How long do French fries take? Can't they be really quick? Yeah,
those are real quick.
French fries take about 10 minutes tops.
Even that's longer than I thought.
I
Okay,
double
don't know
fry
what
them,
I'm
so I
doing.
do like 3 minutes and then take them out and raise the temperature and do 4 more minutes. So like 6-7 minutes usually, depends how thick they are.
I never make French fries. I did like a couple months ago. I was high at night and I had like nothing to eat except for like a bag of russet potatoes. And so I just like quartered, I guess, eighth a couple of them into like potato wedges and then like tossed them in avocado oil and added like garlic powder and onion powder and a little bit of maybe like cayenne or something else and some salt. And then I like baked them until they were crispy. And I don't actually know if they were good or if I was so hungry that I ate like 3 potatoes worth of these things over the course of about 25 minutes. I didn't even have ketchup, which was a huge issue because I was looking forward to the ketchup aspect and I wasn't there. Decent snack though. And it wasn't as horrible for you as regular fries probably, right?
Yeah, if you bake them and drizzle them with oil, it's definitely healthier.
Yeah.
Less fat. And
man, fries rule.
I love potatoes.
Right.
I do potatoes with almost every meal. Like I love making mashed potatoes.
Dumb question, but the French invented French fries, right? I mean, it sounds like they did.
I think they probably did. But they're also big on like everything. Like, it couldn't just be a coffee press. Like it has to be a French press. Like they've got to put their name on it.
They
French
didn't.
fries.
Belgium invented the French fry.
Sons
and
of
the
bitches.
French encountered them in World War One. Okay.
That's recent. People had to be frying up potatoes before that.
I mean, the only one that's true, that's the thing it sounds like, is I'm almost positive that the Earl of Sandwich invented the sandwich.
I don't know. I just thought I heard Taylor doubt Google AI. I can't stand for
that. Yeah, the Earl of Sandwich. That's like lore. There's no way.
No, I'm telling you, I'm 95%.
You think a guy whose name was Sandwich just so happened to invent the sandwich?
What are the odds?
It's just like Lou Gehrig getting Lou Gehrig's disease. Like 1 in a trillion, really.
I always bring this one up because I love it so much. My father had a client. He was a gynecologist, and his name was Dr. Bush. I just fucking love that.
So, did you always want to be a gynecologist? Yeah. just like laughing. Yeah, that's very funny.
How do you get into that as a guy? Like, I understand, like,
you gotta be a fucking weirdo, dude.
You gotta be a fucking weirdo, because I understand when you like end up as a podiatrist or a dentist. To me, that ignorant, speaking from almost complete ignorance here, that sounds to me like, okay, so you had what it took to be a doctor, but not like one of the hard ones. Like you wouldn't have cut it as a cardiologist or a neurosurgeon. Okay. You're probably not capable of difficult microsurgeries. Maybe your diagnostic medicine is off or something. That's why they got you working on corns and bunions and flat arches over here. Like I kind of get that from those guys. Well, gynecologist, it's like, I feel like you got to be pretty qualified for this, and you have to spend years just learning about the worst maladies that pussies can have and dealing with them. And it's like, it's not even like if you love donuts, going to a donut shop. It's like if you love donuts and you went to a place where they just brought in gross donuts all day that needed someone to fix them. Like I got this rotten fucking cream filled. What do you think about this? Oh, disgusting. What you should have done. Like, I don't know how you end up in gynecology.
Not gynecology exactly, where you just check on women healthy and diseased and whatever. But OBGYN would be one of my favorite kinds of doctor to be. I don't want to work on elderly people. I don't want to work on people who don't survive. Imagine a doctor who deals with people on good days, on happy days. I get it's a stressful event. Like I get it. And I don't find women 9 months pregnant to be sexy or anything, but you're talking about people who might be excited about having a baby. Like, these are people at the end of the day, it is smiles and tears and joy. And like, you facilitated this thing. If you're going to be a doctor, like, sports medicine might be dope because you get a pretty cool client base in that one. Delivering babies might be dope, but like cancer, oh man, like, you're working really hard to keep spirits up. You lose a lot of patients, even if you're good. Most doctors, I think, deal with a lot of elderly. there are basically no elderly women having birth. You know, these are just healthy people on good days. It'd be one of my top choices.
I want to be plastics. I would pick plastic surgery. I want to do tits and asses. Like I feel like that is the good. That's what gynecologist. I'm trying to add an extra syllable. Should have done, because then you deal with chicks that are just getting hotter, and like, you know, now you got all their contact information. That ass is going to heal up in a few months. You know, maybe you hit her back up. Hey, I want to come and check, make sure there's no swelling. You know, you go hang out with her.
No. I'll come to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I feel like that's a
plastics is one of the hardest kind of doctor to be.
If we're fixing faces or something like that. But I feel like tit jobs and ass jobs, like changing oil. Once you've done a few, you got it down.
Oh well, yeah. I wouldn't say I forget. I think neurology was considered the hardest doctor, and plastics was second. But like, you know, a lot of times people aim for, you know, to be this elite surgeon, and then along the way everyone gets weeded out. And plastics,
that's like sales being the highest paid career, though. I feel like there's a lot.
I'm not going by money. I'm going by like
I'm not either.
Didn't hit their way.
I'm just comparing. I'm just saying that there's different levels, different kinds of plastics. Like the people who are going to put someone's face back together after a collision, or the people who are giving the Kardashians their facelifts. Like those are artists. Those are Leonardo da Vinci's with scalpels. But I think the guy in Tijuana putting implants and making big booty Latinas, gigantic booty Latinas. There's a couple great subreddits if you guys want to see some of their work. Bolted on booties and bolted on tits, I think. Most of them, frankly, are too big for me. Like there's this one chick, she's walking down the center aisle of an aircraft, like an airplane, and her ass is hitting the seats on both sides. Like that's way too big. I don't have enough dick.
That's rude, if anything.
Yeah, it's obnoxious even. But some of these enhanced booties are just real nice. Like borderline cartoon character, and I'm okay with that.
I'm curious. Go to top all time. Here, I'll give you a link. Save you a second.
You.
And tell me which ones you think are good, because we may have different bullseyes in this regard.
Okay.
I'm on the tits forum. Let's see.
I know
this one.
I'm not looking for big boobs.
Okay, so this is just sex. I kind of like the one where she's riding the guy. That's real big. The one where she's got ass cleavage in her like suicide sweater. That's pretty sick. The big
is that big bimbo booty?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
That's the one I saw. I'm like, I bet it's big bimbo booty.
Go to Need a Nurse. Need a Nurse here is like the fourth or fifth one down, and oh my god, she's getting it out, and it's taking her a while. Oh my god,
I thought it looked better in the clothes. This is
oh my god, she got it out. Okay,
see, there's a problem here because there's no muscular quads to like make the butt look like it fits. It's just kind of like a lollipop looking. It doesn't look natural.
Big, the ratio is wrong. I agree 100%, and I also will agree that most of these even are too big, but I like the concept. Okay, I'm scrolled down to Japan's undisciplined big booty bimbo queen. It says she just humiliated that poor non-enhanced girl, and it's literally this Asian chick with a colossal ass that jiggles like jelly, getting doggy styled by a guy. And there's a sad little like flat-chested Japanese girl, like basically crying watching.
Am I the only one that thinks the sad girl in the back is way hotter?
Yes, you are. I like that gigantic.
They look
bimbo.
Exactly the same to me. their faces are no. Other than
I meant from the neck down. I'm not looking at their faces.
I can't see their faces. Yeah.
That's who's. I don't get it. What's the vibe supposed to be here? Is this supposed to be active bullying of the girl?
Yeah.
That was my guess. There's a breast envy subreddit. At least there was at one point. And I just had my own taste on this. I'm not. None of these women are what I think of as perfect.
They're really big. I'm into it.
None of these asses look natural at all. They're all going to have
quad.
I know, but I mean, ideally, you'd kind of want. You don't want it to look lollipop-esque, where like there's these tiny little quads and legs, and then just a weird, precipice of an ass where it's like that's like jarring. It's so weird looking.
I think you guys will disagree with me. New link. It's from the same subreddit, and it's called Asian Transformation. I think they ruined her.
Okay. All right. We're starting out with a fit Asian girl. Yeah, they ruined her. Well, hang on. Let me see more. Yeah, they ruined her. Yeah. She went from
Damn shame. Damn shame.
She became a different thing. She went from like a fitness chick, like with like arm definition and visible abs and like really fit and good looking to like a bimbo queen. And I think that's clearly what she wanted to go for. Now she's got like a big, gigantic Latina booty that like jiggles and she's extra wide. She looks weirdly out of proportion in her swimsuit though, because like the triangle of the crotch of her bathing suit is so tiny compared to the huge halo of ass that comes out from around it. It looks bizarre. Not even like a pinup, more like a cartoon.
I'm here thinking, I hope Reddit doesn't think I like this. And I start getting recommended this because I scrolled it. It's
hell yeah.
Thumbs down over here.
I'm a big fan. You can go too far though. I agree. You got to find some middle ground. The problem is they go into like full fetishization mode and like make it just colossal. So that there's no way that you can shit normally now. Like they've got to have one of those fat people like sponges on a stick or something to get in there. Like there's no way that you can do like normal people stuff, like go on, I don't know, a fucking zip line or a roller coaster ride or jump into a bumper car. Like I don't want to date a girl who is handicapped where she can't like fit into things.
She'd be like sitting weirdly high.
I saw this big booty Latina ziplining the other day, and she got into like this reclined position trying to get into the thing. She had the biggest camel toe. I was like, that's the whole foot. That's the whole foot in there. It was just a giant, meaty camel toe. Big fan of that.
Yeah. It was like a praying mantis mouth. Like those like pincers. It was aggressively attacking the Lululemon pants. But you know what you need to fuck any of these girls, bolted on or not?
$800
is a hard dick. No, it's a hard dick, Kyle. And this episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks for sponsoring the show. Again, that is Blue Chew, BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping and receive your first month free. You guys have heard it a million times by now, but go with the Tadalafil. Kyle steered us the right way. Works great. You will enjoy it.
I recommend it to everyone. You get like two and a half days of enhanced cock precision from each pill. Your refractory period is shorter. You get hard fast. You stay hard the whole time. It's not an issue. It's really good stuff, and it makes you look more vascular when you get out of the shower. So that's pretty nice too.
True. Wins all around. Also, when you're getting your dick hard as hell, you're going to want it to come hard as hell. Lock and load. Everyone's talking about it. You probably can't even go to the water cooler at your place of business without someone bringing it up. You're probably sick and tired of hearing about it, but there's a reason. It's because it works. It's not like those other, I won't even dignify them by saying their ridiculous names. Not like any of those other cum products where they say, hey, take this tiny little baby aspirin sized thing and it's gonna do nothing. No. Load up 6 fucking pills. You gotta want it. You gotta stay hydrated and you gotta want it. You gotta take your 6 pills a day. Halfway through this bottle, you're gonna be noticing a difference. If we were trying to fool you, we would have made sure the bottle had less than what it took to make it actually work. But We didn't because we're confident. The reviews are great because it does work. It's to a silly way. So check out Lock and Load. Use code JIZ, use code PKA, save some money there, and be sure to use those codes as well for any protein powders you're getting, any supplements. Derek's got a product for everything over there, all efficaciously dosed. Code PKA or code JIZ. Get some money off every single thing over there. But start with Lock and Load. Come on, do us a favor. Also, the merch, code PKA10, save 10% or fucking don't. A lot of you don't. So buy a hoodie, buy a shirt, buy a hat, buy a mug, buy stickers, and enjoy. Put the stickers wherever you want. We're not here to judge. Stick it up. So have fun with that. Use code PKA10, save 10%, or use code nothing to pay full price.
Kyle, did you see Conor McGregor's demand for fighting at the White House event?
He wants $100 million and maybe 50 gold immigration cards.
100 golden visas, yeah.
Okay,
Which
yeah.
I guess have a $10 million value.
Supposedly.
Or wait, are they $1 million each? Maybe
Or
it's
$5
$100
million.
million.
I don't. It's
I
either
don't
$1 million or $5 million. It's one or the other.
Yeah,
a bunch of bullshit. It's just him talking shit. I noticed he dropped out of the presidential race as well. He's just trying to transition to his next social media bullshittery to sell, I don't know, beer and liquor or whatever he's promoting.
Want to be on the card?
Nah.
Or is it just totally a retired fighter pretending he's not a retired fighter?
At this point, I can't believe him. It's boy who cried wolf. I don't believe you want to fight. If you wanted to fight, you'd have fought by now. You wouldn't have taken the last 3 or 4 years off. You wouldn't have used your toe as an excuse for fighting Chandler. You wouldn't have fought Chandler if you were serious about fighting anymore. You wouldn't be always just talking about, oh, I'm gonna do bare knuckle and oh yeah, I'm gonna do combat. Like he just lies at every chance he gets about what he's going to do, what he intends to do. He'll have these like imaginary scenarios where he wins. He's like, yeah, I'll try to fight 3 times this year. It's like, no, you won't. You won't fight any times this year. Like 3 times this year. You've never fought 3 times in a year in your career, I don't think.
I think he was fighting Corey Miller early in his career, and he pulled out because his thumb was hurt. This is his opponent. And the guy's a grappler, thumb's huge to him. And Conor's like, you don't need a thumb to fight. A different guy now.
Yeah, I mean, he's we always say he's far too wealthy to be in the fight game, and he clearly makes a bag just pretending like he's a fighter. Like I bet he's doing lots of social media promo and lots of appearance fees as well, like still raking in enough money to maybe not stay ahead of his spending, but to take a big chunk out of it, so he's not just running in the red every year.
It's hard.
I don't think he's gonna fight.
Estimate on his spending when he's a person who gets so much for free. When I see a yacht, I'm like, did that cost him anything? Is he making money on that yacht? Or maybe Conor McGregor on that yacht makes Steve Ballmer want to rent it or something. I'm not sure.
I think he owns that yacht. I'm pretty sure he like bought that yacht, and but he made so much money just on the Mayweather fight.
I can't tell because he wanted us to believe he owned that car, and then we had an expert on who's like, I've driven that car. That's a media car. I know that exact car.
That was earlier in his career too, when he was wearing like the expensive coats and driving the cars and stuff. And I think they all do that. But he's in that yacht. Nobody loans out a yacht to like that. Like he owns that yacht. And I don't know about his car spending these days, because a bunch of that could be free or promo or something, or he's just driving it for the day.
I
just
heard
borrowing
LeBron
it for an hour.
So first of all, LeBron's if you Google it, it says he's worth like 1.2 billion or something like that. He's like way less. I'm not worth 1.2 billion. I'm on the free program. You see this hat? It's free. And they're like, what about that Rolex? He's like, this is a LeBron James Rolex. You think I pay for LeBron James? Free Rolex, free hat, free shirt, free pants. I don't pay for anything. And it's him saying he's just not as wealthy as the internet says he is. What's true? I can't tell. But
seems like that would make him wealthier.
Right.
Stockpiling.
But I see Conor and I'm like, I don't know. He might
These
be on
aren't
a
even
free
expensive.
program also.
I mean, this is a $3 million boat he's on here. I mean, you know what I mean? Like
you recognize the boat?
Well, it's got the price listed. Conor McGregor surprises in Marbella with spectacular Devotion yacht valued at 3 million euros. And then here he is in a Lamborghini yacht that they value at like a couple million.
ties into something you said before. Like I see a $3 million yacht and a $100 million yacht, and they look close to me. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's definitely like leaps up. Like I see some of them that have like the helicopter pad, and they'll have like
Yeah.
a speedboat on the back that
have you
looks
seen
like
them
it.
in person?
When I was at the, I've seen big boats in person, but not what I would call a luxury
There was a
multi-million-dollar yacht.
lineup of them in two places, the French Riviera and the Italian Riviera. They were both like dope super boats. And I was just blown away. Like, this is billionaire shit. And I'm looking at the crew like prepare the boat for the owner's return and stuff. And I started watching videos about the life of a crewmate, a crew member of those things. It's pretty dope. It's amazing, and it's super expensive. It's cost no object type thing.
Muted, Kyle.
This looks like futuristic. I think it's a Lamborghini yacht. I just sent a little link.
Let's see.
This looks like
the kind of yacht I was talking about. The ones I'm talking about are much bigger. Like,
oh yeah, I know.
50 people could live on it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Lamborghini made boats.
Might be a different Lamborghini on it. I have no idea.
They make tractors.
I'm scrolling through the bolted on booties. I'm agreeing with you. I'm having a hard time finding one that's not just.
They all look absurd.
Well, they don't. Actually, this one's pretty nice.
At least some of the titty ones look nice.
Thank you, Zach.
Actually, all the titty ones look nice.
Yeah,
they've got that science down. That's settled. That's settled science.
I think they got the booty science down. These girls just go too far, and like the doctor doesn't go. Look, trust me, just 250 cc's. You don't need 800 cc's per cheek. 250. Like no. I want to hear gasps when I walk into a family room. I want people to hate me.
Who is the market for a Lamborghini tractor?
That's what they started out making. It's originally a tractor company.
But I mean, at this point, who I know that I watched that show Clarkson's Farm with Jeremy Clarkson, and I guess as a joke kind of, and I mean, he's rich as can be doing Top Gear for so long. He bought for his farm a Lamborghini tractor, and like the actual farmer he had to teach him how to do it was like ripping on it constantly. Like, this is retarded. Like, why did you buy something with this many additional features?
Was it old? Do they still make tractors?
It was like a brand new looking, like,
okay.
Like it looked like a fancy tractor. Like you would see this tractor and be like, there's something special about this. This is not a traditional tractor.
The short one who always likes American stuff got a John Deere tractor.
Oh, see, that makes sense. John Deere knows how to make tractors. Yeah, Hammond. I like.
They're quite good at that, I hear. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Although the farmers are mad at them now, something to do with not being able to maintain them like they want to.
Can't service them.
Oh,
you got to take it to the John Deere dealer to do any number of things.
Yeah.
It would be infuriating if you need it done right that day for harvest or whatever you're doing, and it's like, oh no, you actually need to drive. It's like you're a farmer. Like, there's not a John Deere dealership in a convenience.
Parts are back ordered for 3 or 4 months as well because of the tariffs.
Damn.
Oh, that's newer than when I learned about it. But yeah, also farmers are routinely very handy. Mm-hmm. They can weld, they can fix a tractor, most tractor fixing. And now that they've been locked out of it, they're mad. I get it.
There's a lot of stuff farmers have to know how to do.
There's Connor's big yacht. That one seems more into the his tweet is, he goes, there's my other one, a triple deck. A lovely super
That's
yacht.
The kind of thing I was
into the super yacht game.
I'm sorry. That's the kind of boat I was talking about seeing in person. The pool in the back, that's not a pool, it's just that's a neat idea. I feel like that would.
Yeah, it's got to have a net. Otherwise, it's just an annoying thing in the way. Like, what else?
I don't know. I feel like it would stop you from getting too far from the boat. Like, it's a little security raft. I like it.
I'm so scared of sharks. I would love there to be a net at the bottom of that to make sure the sharks can't get me.
Yeah,
I really am afraid of them.
Dude, the net wouldn't save you from a shark.
It would deter the shark. Like, this is the movies where the shark is going to aggressively cut through the net to get to me. It's going to be deterred.
I don't know.
They use shark nets.
Really nice.
It does look really nice. That one looks more expensive than $3 or $4 million. Well, no, they use shark nets to around beaches so that the sharks can't swim to the beach. They have like a big perimeter with buoys and shark nets.
I have seen that. I don't
Do
know.
they
It's
do
just
that?
such a little net. I feel like it would just not even notice until
I
it
don't
was
trust it. I feel
No.
like sharks get in there and get trapped now and then. I just know it. I can't prove it. I just know it happens.
Another
You're
way-
locked in here with me.
Another way we terrorize the animals with our invention. Oh, did you hear there's like I'd never heard about this. Apparently there's this like $2-3 billion solar farm in California that they're shutting down because I guess it wasn't panning out. They weren't getting enough energy out of it, but it's so reflective. Well, I mean, if it doesn't work in the desert, it's like, get your shit together. How do you
is it the kind that shines into the middle?
Yeah, it's the kind that like there's a huge amount of heat coming off of it, and apparently in the years it was active, like 60,000+ birds have been like evaporated. Like apparently, like people are saying, like the heat that it puts off in the areas the birds unwittingly were flying through, like there weren't even feathers left. It was just like a sci-fi like ray gun effect where it just
was it definitely California?
I think it was somewhere in a California desert because
because
California
I did this,
solar farm plant ignites birds midair.
Yeah. So I remember people were making fun of it, being like, bro, who the fuck, like, how bad were those panels, or like how much did the company that made them rip you off? Like, if anywhere can make a solar plant work, it has to be a fucking desert.
So yeah, there's more than one kind of solar plant. Some of them they just have mirrors everywhere that heat the middle. And the reason I asked about where it was because I went to one with a really similar story on one of my motorcycle trips in Nevada, and it was also shut down. Apparently that style of solar farm is just a loser.
You can see the birds exploding in midair. So if anybody wants to find it online, we probably can't show it, but it's called the $2 billion solar death ray. And at about 2 minutes in flat, they go to some footage of a bird exploding in midair because he flew through the radiation zone.
What a horrible ROI. $2 billion to vaporize birds.
Dude, they're just not thinking outside the box. You set up a Chick-fil-A at the bottom. Bob's your uncle.
Dude,
that's crazy. It just becomes smoke. It immediately transitions from matter to energy.
You're telling me we don't even have to pluck the feathers? No, just roasted chickens fall out of the sky.
You know, the first guy to see that happen was like, it probably won't be that much, though. That's a one-off. How big is the death beam?
Did you see that? I didn't see shit.
Oh, it's pretty big. Man, have you noticed there's a big pile of beaks?
Where? Next to the claws.
Yeah, that's what a way to go.
Archimedes supposedly had a death ray that he built on the walls of that city that was being invaded, and he was burning the boats with the reflected sunlight. I think the Mythbusters tested it out and called bullshit on it. But the funny thing is, like, I can't remember the armies or even the city, but the army that was invading, their leader was like, "And get that Archimedes guy. I got to talk to him. These inventions he's got that are defending the city have been a fucking problem. He's got a claw arm that grabs our boats and smushes them. He's got a death ray, supposedly." And the soldiers found Archimedes and went into his study, and they're like, "You come with us." And he's like, "I'm finishing up here. Kiss my ass." And they just stabbed him and killed him.
Oh, that's not the guy you want to. I mean, he was basically the beast, like the BC Junkyard Wars guy, where they're like, what can you do with this? And he's like, stand fucking back. Like, I'm about to go off. I'm about to come up with some really weird Rube Goldberg machine that kills Persians or something.
Yeah, Romans during the siege of Syracuse in 212 or 214 to 212. It goes the other way. Yeah, supposedly he did
die in 212. So that, maybe I guess he pissed off the wrong guys.
Yeah, the Romans stabbed him. Yeah, he talked shit to a legionary or something, and they shanked him.
That's a bad year to piss Rome off. They knew what they were doing. Yeah. Damn, being an inventor back then, just being able to wing it. Like, I need, what do you need? It's like, I need more slaves than you have, and I need I need all the mirrors in Athens because I've got an idea. It's either going to be sick or you'll be getting your mirrors back.
I've always been fascinated with laser weapons. I watched that Modern Marvels video like 30 fucking years ago that promised all sorts of sonic weapons, and there was that video of them shooting the guy with like sealant foam and getting them all sticky. There was all those weapons, and the laser weapons, and the microwave weapon that like burns you and makes you like disperse. I never see that stuff in our modern world though. For some reason, they don't even use the water cannons anymore because it's bad. It looks bad. The water cannon is the most effective crowd dispersal mechanism known to man. Okay, I don't remember what country it was. Maybe it was the Philippines or something. They use them, and when people are taught, they just, and it's like a cannon hit the guy. It lifts grown men off their feet and sends them dozens of feet sprawling like across the asphalt. It's amazing at getting a group of people to get the fuck out of an area.
The thing with the water cannons is a little bit violent. And the people you're dispersing might not deserve that level of violence. What if you just sprayed water on them, but it was really stinky? Like really stinky, gross stinky. Like the freaking fart thing you drop in the hallway at school stinky. You put that on the crowd, they'll disperse. Maybe
not if they're Indian.
Facts.
Yeah.
There's
a story about that.
What other?
Yeah. The South Carolina teacher. Did you see this? So this guy is in a world of trouble. So he sprayed. Here's the link. He sprayed fart spray. I guess at the school as a prank. I think he's a teacher. He's a grown ass man. His mugshot's in there somewhere, and the article said there was a $50,000 or $60,000 investigation to solve who sprayed the fart spray. And they've locked this guy up over it. Like, I did this when I was in high school and got a 2-day suspension and slap on the wrist. This is wild.
How stinky was it?
I mean, they're saying that it has destroyed the school, apparently. Here he is appearing in court. Like, Jesus Christ.
I need to know how much fart spray there was.
$55,000. Was that damage or the cost of the investigation?
I read the investigation. Let's look at this poor guy. Looks like a good moon-faced, bearded man, trustworthy looking. I'd follow him into battle.
He looks like a bandit who would do this.
Good-looking guy.
Good-looking guy.
Handsome as the day is long. No, I took stink bombs to school, the ones that smell like rotten eggs. They come in these little glass ampules. And I was like, fucking Mission Impossible style. I cut a little hole in my pocket so I could drop them through my pocket, down my pants leg, onto the floor, and then
like the Great Escape.
Yes, and then some random person behind me in the hall would accidentally step on it. That way, I'm clear of the crime. And I would also do this thing where I would take a desk and carefully lift one of the legs up and put the ampule under the leg so that when you sat on it, it would crush it. I think someone ratted me out, and then they had it narrowed down to 2 people, me or this other guy. And I was spinning a good tale. I was being very confident. He's like, "We're going to search your locker. We're going to search your car. We're going to search your bags." And I'm like, "Let's go. Let's search them. Let's do whatever you want to do to clear this up so I can go back to class. I missed lunch for this. I didn't do anything." And he's like, "All right, let's go." And I'm like, "Yeah, they're in my car. Let's go get them." Because like in my center console, there's all the evidence in the world. It's like all the empty cardboard like packaging for the ampules extra. Because
what if you had held out a little longer? Like maybe they wouldn't have checked your car in the center console.
He was going to check the car. It was a single cab F-150 Lightning, so there's like not a lot of like behind the seat crammed in the trunk. There's none of that. Everything's right here. There's a glove box and a center console, and I mean they're in there, and it's not 1 or 2. I bought like 30 of them when I was at the fireworks store because I thought it was funny, and they were 50 cents a piece or whatever, and it was all in there, all the evidence in the world. And then though he was like, "All right, now let's look at your locker." And I was like, I was actually lying. I don't even have a locker. I thought it was just a better story to say, "Search my locker, search my car." I thought having lots of places I was willing to let you search.
They didn't give you a locker?
It was an option, but I didn't have one. I didn't use it.
I also like for a good while, especially senior year, when I kind of realized like all the teachers are even phoning it in, like second half of the year. Like I just didn't use a locker at all. I just kept the 4 important books in my backpack the whole time.
I left the books in the classrooms. I put them in the desk, and if they went missing, they went missing. And when I got to class, my book was in my desk, and if somebody wanted to steal it, they could. You know.
Oh, we didn't have desks that opened after like middle school. It was just
It's like a whole. There's a
the-
tray in the
yeah.
bottom of the desk underneath the seat. You know, I'd stick it down in there.
You
No, we
needed a
didn't.
locker in my school. You couldn't make do. Like you had gym every day and you needed clothes for gym. That alone. Plus you'd have like the school was big enough that you couldn't visit your locker between every class. So you just figure out like, all right, I need these 3 books until I'm close enough to the locker that I can swap them out and carry 3 different ones. And I don't think kids have books like we used to. Every class had a thick, heavy book to carry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I guess they wouldn't now. It's probably like digital or something.
Yeah.
The American system.
I don't know.
I bet they still got books. What I have seen that they've been doing is locking the phones up in those little pouches that only unlock like at the end of the day or whatever. The kinds you get at like comedy shows and some concerts.
You can tear those open if you try.
Yeah, you can steal jeans at the Gap, but you know
That's
most
also true.
people- You
I
just
ripped my
that
phone
right
bag.
off.
I ripped my phone bag open at a John Mulaney show like 5 years ago at a giant because
Scum.
I had to I just was taking it with me to go pee in the middle of it, and I was like, I bet I can tear this up. And I tore it open, and then I was like, oh well, I don't even want to use my phone. Like I want to get back out and see the rest of the comedy show. And so then I had to like pretend it was still closed and give it to the the 60-year-old lady who was opening them at the end.
So have you followed this controversy about the Riyadh Comedy Festival and Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia?
I hadn't heard about it until you mentioned it before the show.
So I guess the Saudis are doing what they always do in things like boxing and soccer and auto racing and just dumping tons of money into bringing the world's best comedy festival to Saudi Arabia. And I'm looking at the attendees here, and it's some of the richest comedians in the world. It's not the like up and comers. It's Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, Bobby Lee, Louis C.K., Mark Normand. I'm skipping the ones that I don't know off the top of my Tom Segura, Chris Tucker, Bill Burr, Aziz Ansari, Hannibal Buress, Whitney Cummings, Pete Davidson, whose father was killed in 9/11, are all taking the Saudi money and going to perform for them. The only person I've seen take a principled stand is literally Shane Gillis. He turned down the money, and he was like, I turned it down. I was like, I got to take a principled stand here. And he's like, then they doubled the bag. And I was like, fuck, I already said no.
Nah, he could have just say yes. I mean, Louis going. You could have a fun time with Louis.
I mean, I'm not saying that I would turn down
If you're into
to
that.
go do comedy in Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia, but
I would let Louis C.K. jack off in front of me. After all those laughs he gave me on Opie and Anthony, I'd be like, give him hell, Lou.
So when he checks off in front of girls, does he spray him?
No,
he would ask them. I remember.
I know
like-
he asked him, but how
he just wants them to observe. He's going to handle himself over there. You stand over there, and he's going to sit over here, and he's going to handle himself, and you watch.
He's a showman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's walking back and forth while he's jacking off, like he's doing a comedy show. Yeah, I remember Sarah Silverman being like, "Yeah, he asked me that once." I said, "Sure." It was fine, he jacked off, and we kind of laughed about it later.
I always
She thought it was funny.
Yeah,
I think she's so hot. Like I know she's an older gal now, but I've always thought Sarah Silverman was really hot. She was in an episode or two of Star Trek Voyager when she was like in her physical prime. She's got some big old titties. She's very skinny, and she's quirky and funny. I've always been really attracted to Sarah Silverman. She did a nude movie where she did full frontal. I think she got a big old merkin on though. She's in a shower.
boo! It should be real. Should
Yeah, I
be
wanna
a
see-
real bush.
I want to see Sliz. Yeah, I want to see that thing.
She's
I
54.
appreciate
I
it.
didn't know. I thought she was younger than that. For some
I'm
reason.
glad the show takes a unified principle stand on this.
100%. Don't. That's stolen valor.
What? Merkin?
You're right.
Yeah.
They're acting like they're showing something, and they're not. They're just wearing a merkin.
If anything, they're not showing something. Don't care for it.
That's why I
Listen.
love Rosario Dawson.
Well, what kind of?
Oh yeah,
Like,
she
Yeah, hang on, let me show you my favorite link of Rosario Dawson, who's just a great actress.
What's the big deal about the?
Don't
this-
do that.
What's the big deal about the Saudi Comedy Fest? Like, why are people giving them shit for going?
They're all of these.
Our government supports them.
Yeah, but this is not all that different. They murdered that journalist. They chopped him up alive. The Prince did, and now the Prince is paying these comedians who often
Allegedly.
speak. and he's inviting. No, like I think there's audio recordings of the man screaming, "Please, not my arm!" And then
AI is out of control.
Oh, no,
What kind of stuff was that Khashoggi guy riding? Was he like
the truth?
10 gay things about these dresses these guys wear instead of suits?
Are you still copy pasting, Kyle?
I'm looking for a good link because I
in it.
I'm looking for a good link.
It
The
does
actual
take a couple
copy
minutes.
pasting takes 1.5 seconds, but finding the good link so that it's HD and there's not a bunch of like ads popping up, it takes a second.
This is the woman from Thor, right?
No, that's
It's
Natalie
not. She's
Portman.
not the Valkyrie chick.
That's Natalie Portman, who is a skinny, flat-chested white girl.
No, that she didn't play Valkyrie. She played Thor. Or
Oh,
whatever.
well, that's definitely not Valkyrie either. That's a completely different chick as well, who's also brown. So similar shade.
She does look just like this chick.
This girl was in Daredevil. She was the woman who takes Daredevil in. She was in. She's been in a bunch of movies. That Kevin Smith comedy. Clerks. She's in Clerks 2 and Clerks 3, I think. She's the one that gets mayonnaise in her cooch. She's a good actress. I like her a lot. And I really appreciate that she doesn't put a merkin on. She's got that hoo-ha right out for the world to see.
Good for her.
Big fan. Big fan.
Looks like she's leaning forward. Like
she's walking
doesn't her head look huge?
She's walking in that clip.
She's
So
got
I
like
think
Peter Dinklage head.
I can't believe you're looking at her head. Her pussy's
Well,
out.
look at how jarring. I already looked at the rest of the photo. But look at the
that
head.
mess in the background. Yeah.
What mess in the background?
Exactly.
I like how two of these are just total nudity, and one is like kind of licking at a cherry. Like, come on, there's got to be. Don't have two of these be out, home runs, and then one
she got
just
naked in the Alexander the Great movie too. But I think she did have a merkin on in that one. I do remember them showing bush.
I've seen too many bodybuilding pictures because the one where she's licking the cherry like this, she's not flexing her bicep at all. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah,
you can't
understand what's so hot about her. That kind of strong bicep. Yeah, I didn't even notice her bicep was in frame because I scrolled right past that the good stuff. Yeah,
Picture 3 is the one. That's why we're here.
Looking at cherries all day.
Oh, I found the video. There we go. Took a second.
Yeah, you did.
I don't even remember what movie this is, but
who cares?
It's funny. This woman, she's walking in slow motion, and the camera's panning upwards from her feet, and then it gets to the good stuff, and they take the slow motion and slow it down from there to where it's like, I don't know. This is the speed at which you'd watch water drop hitting.
Ooh, here's one that's enhanced slow mo. Nice. All right, so
that was as slow as it needs to be. It's pretty fucking slow.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Natalie Portman did a stripper movie where you can see a little bit of her butthole.
All right.
Yeah, little starfish action, little
Natalie
asshole.
Portman.
That's another subreddit you can check out. It's called Asshole Behind Thong.
Wow, these do get specific.
Very
Natalie Portman. I had a big time. Natalie Portman and Keira Knightley in like the early 2000s when I was like 10 to 12. I was when Keira Knightley was wearing that like just like nothing but a strap around her tits and she's running around swashbuckling with fucking Johnny Depp. I remember like watching that first Pirates of the Caribbean in theaters and like having a thought of like, I'm not registering anything to do with the plot or any dialogue anytime she's on screen, because I was probably 12 and I was like in the throes of like I want that so much. What I'm seeing is so desirable. I don't even know how to register it. Oh, good times.
I remember like 9th grade me thinking like, do girls even know the value of what they offer? Like, I'd do anything.
Yeah. It was like you were so horny at like 12. It was almost maddening. It was like, I don't even know how to handle this. I guess I just got to
Yeah.
jack off.
I mean, let's bump that up to 14. But sure, I hear you.
Well, I hadn't changed by 14. It was just a lot more was coming out. It just meant laundry day was tougher on my mom, really.
Yeah,
So
this
I was
movie's called
just-
Closer with Natalie Portman. She's a stripper, I guess. I have no idea. I've never seen the movie, but I've seen I've seen all of these clips here though. She's just stripping, and at one point she bends over. You see a little starfish.
7 minutes. Well, let's fucking.
Well, you won't buffer on through that. I didn't want to cut any of the good parts out for you.
No, I'll take your word for it. I bet it's nice. Yeah. Kyle, how did your board game night go the other night? All victories, flawless victory.
I dominated to the extent that some people decided to go home early. Win-win. All right. Win-win.
Just code names or anything else?
Just code names. Code names was a resounding victory. It did not go well for anyone that was not me. It was just utter domination. I didn't rub it in. I was just like, oh again? Oh, weird. Triple. Oh, another triple. That's a good one. Whoops. Oh. I wasn't a douchebag about it, but
yeah.
Where did you play? Who did you play with?
At my house with some people.
How many total players?
6.
That's a good group. Were you trying to make it fair at least, where you're like, all right, I'll be the clue giver to these two people who haven't won one yet?
No, we made teams of 3. We made teams of 3, and we stuck to those teams. And
That's
then
rough.
the blue team went home, and the A team stayed here, and it was just a win-win.
Nice. We always just rotate the clue givers around, because otherwise you just find like a couple ringers and they just clue give over and over, which sounds like.
Yeah, I like to take board games so seriously that no one but me has fun. That's how I enjoy myself. Like
Yeah.
I've had some
love that.
intense Monopoly games. I'm like, oh, you quitting? Is it a forfeit? I just want to know, is it a forfeit? Yeah, it's a long game. Oh, you thought Monopoly was a 25-minute game? Yeah, it's midnight. Do you forfeit or are we continuing?
Yeah.
And I take their little race car and fucking throw it into the into the box, divvy up their cash between everybody. It's like, see, now we'll continue.
This looks like Mr. Top Hat didn't do too well. And you're like, and you also, by extension, forfeit the game of Risk that we were going to start right after this at 1:40 in the morning. That game, I bet I finished 2 games of Risk ever, because it gets so tedious. Like with
we played online and
just
it was
be like,
quick.
Someone, you have a giant force in Poland and I have a giant force in Russia, and we'll just keep trading back and forth here.
We played online with Chiz one time, and it was, I don't remember like the apparatus. I don't remember where we were playing or how, but it was online and it was quick. Like, I'm pretty sure he won every time too. He's confusingly good at things like that. He's like, oh yeah, I got really into Risk for 2 years and studied under a yogi.
Yeah, I hope that for his sake that's not true. Getting really into Risk for 2 years is dark.
It's the game of world domination.
I guess, kinda.
I'm like you. I wish there was a new Civ game that didn't look like garbage and was tactical and deep and difficult to master and fun to like play. But like as I look at the new Civ games, that they're so cartoony. They look like iPad games, and it's just not not the aesthetic that I want to play. And
It's a good way to put it. Like, they look like mobile games, and there's just something too light about that.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it doesn't really feel like I'm mining uranium and I'm about to wage war on the Mongols or whatever. Like, it feels like, all of the leaders are tongue-in-cheek silly, and like you didn't even pick the most renowned warrior or, warlord or leader from every civilization. It's like they got to a point where they're like, oh, well, I don't know if we want to use Ivan the Terrible again, even though it was pretty hardcore. We're going to use this like little known princess from the 1700s. It's like, well, come on, pick the good ones. It's got to be Gandhi in India. It's got to be.
Yeah, I'm not into those
Washington
games anymore.
In America. It's got to be Washington.
Yeah, I wish I was into them. I'd like to play a game like that, but it seems like, I don't know, those RTS and even the turn-based strategy games that are sort of a hybrid are kind of a dying thing. I've heard that Dune is something like that. Like Dune has some sort of RTS or something. I've seen some clips of, but I haven't messed with that at all. And I'm not really into the Dune universe. I don't love those books in that universe very much. I would like to play, just World War III. I wish there was a World War III game where, I don't know, we could fight it out as the Allies or the Axis, and you could create scenarios where you could fight smaller conflicts. That would be like do some sort of Balkan invasion by the Russians and then have NATO respond. That would be a fun game to play, but there's nothing like that.
I mean, I literally went through Steam the other day after we spoke about this, trying to find one, and there was nothing that would scratch that itch at all. Even like the war, like the modern war, not modern, but like modern history, like Company of Heroes. Is that's the RTS, right? We played, yeah. Even stuff like that. Like it's so simplistic compared to like all the classic RTSs that stay popular, whether it's AoE or StarCraft. Like it doesn't scratch the same itch. Like the economy balance in Company of Heroes was like, well, you click this guy once and you build this building on a pre-established little signet, and then you kind of just tell your tanks where to go. Like it just wasn't, it was only, the only time I had fun playing that game was when you and I set up weird scenarios against like the two of us versus like 6 hardest level AIs, and we picked that map where they have to come to us across that bridge, and it was just brutalization, and that was great. We got to play, and you get to set your own history. I got to be the Soviets, and you got to be the Wehrmacht, or I got to be the Wehrmacht, and you got to be the Soviets. I think actually most of our decisions were like, yeah, I don't really care about. I'm going to pick the team with the biggest tank. And it turns out
big explosions.
It turns out that's the Nazis. Or I want to play the team that can make the most tanks, just like a swarm of lower quality ones. That's the fucking Soviets.
I think the British, maybe it might have been the Soviets. They had like a mattress tank or something, but it was like a mobile rocket vehicle where it would like took forever to get in position, and then the on the back of the truck it would slowly like raise up with this huge bank of rockets, and then you just bombard a whole area and get multi kills. The multi-kills are so satisfying in that game, just watching the enemy, because there's like jibs, like people's legs and arms fly off, and there's blood and gore. And, when you pin a unit down that shouldn't have ran across the street, or you surround a tank or something, it's real satisfying. That was a fun game.
The battles were cool. And it was also nice when you just like disabled the tank in a choke point. Like it didn't totally destroy it, just disabled it. And so then they have an even tighter choke point to try and work through.
Yeah, they get log jammed up.
Yeah,
but there's nothing as in depth as what I actually want to play. Because what I want to play is like it's sort of Risk. It's like a game of global domination. But I would like to work with modern forces, and have it be probably turn-based with like the hybridized like real-time stuff too. I like that about Civ, how we take our turns, but then when we're in combat, it's like RTS. So we're clicking as fast as we can to get it. APM actually matters. I like that mix, but I don't know. I don't think anybody's making games like that. They're making games with season passes that they can grind money out of you for decades. Yeah, I mean, even Warhammer is releasing more content constantly for Warhammer 3. How's Night Rain going, Woody?
Mixed. They introduced this new mode that's like, I think it's called Deep of Night, and it's harder. And there's an elo system where if you win, you get towards harder ones. They dropped it, and we instantly went on a 15 game winning streak. Like hard mode, my team was ready for it. And then we got to level 3 where we got like some wins and losses. And now we're at this point where we keep like graduating out of level 3 and then getting demoted to it by the level 4 losses. And we're just sort of stuck right there. I'm enjoying it. I like it. I like that there's some stakes to it. In the what we call the base game, which was before the hard modes came out, we were like doing challenge runs, playing our worst characters. Certain heroes are like well equipped to use this weapon, so we'd start the game and we'd all switch weapons. Like, all right, you need to use the mage's staff, and you need to use the claws, even though you're totally not prepared for like melee combat. And we just win with the challenge run. It was going really well, but now we bumped off. We're finding our ceiling, and I'm having fun. We played before the show, so I'm still really into it. But I guess I'm a level 3, level 4 player, and it goes to 5, and I'm not. I need to be a 5.
Okay. Well, it sounds like the grind is there to be had.
Yeah.
Are there ever instances where you're like, I think teammate number 2, if he just stepped his game a little bit, or is there Is there ever like, this guy's holding us back, or is it when you fail? Is it sort of like, we just didn't have it there?
There's one teammate in particular who's him, and I worry he thinks that about the other ones sometimes.
I see. Okay.
We got one guy, like he's also really good at shooters. He's the best player in every game he plays.
The guy I played Tarkov with.
Yeah. And sometimes I'm like, I'm glad he likes play. I'm glad he must enjoy my company. You know, 'cause he's really good. It's not like I don't play well sometimes too. Maybe I play better than him 1 in every 10 games or something. Like he's clearly better, but not so much that his worst day is better than my best day. We're all getting better though. Like there was a time when we were kind of stuck in 3. We thought we'd be in 3 for a long time. And now if we do get demoted to 3, we know we're coming right back to 4. And we went.
That sounds good. I wish that my game did that. I wish that Helldivers was harder. I can play Helldivers on the hardest difficulty and not bring my best stuff, and I still win. And if I play with a group, it's not even close. Like if there's 4 people, the difficulty scales. Like they add 4 times as many enemies or 4 times as often enemies, but 4 people working together is just too much for the enemy to take. Like if we know what we're doing, we'll run that shit. And I want it to be harder. I want it to be more difficult. And I think that they've been too crowd pleasy with that game because it is just, it's PvE. But
Right.
But I want there to be a level 11 that I can't beat. I want to fail frequently and be like, man, they got us cornered there, and then we missed that special, and then he breathed fire on you, and next time we can't let that happen to us. We can't get backed into a corner. I'd like there to be like a session like that where it's like we got to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to do this. But that just isn't there for that game, I don't think.
I wrote this down in news that will be very disappointing to you, Kyle, and it's a shock to everyone. Unfortunately, in an unforeseen way, no one could have predicted, NASA has had to delay the lunar mission for another few years.
Are they still on schedule for no sooner than 2025?
Well, I think now we're
in a fucking race with China, by the way.
Well,
China's going to go to the moon before us.
This is spacenews.com. They know. It says NASA safety panel warns Starship lunar lander could be delayed by years. Fiddlesticks. Oh, and it was so close, right?
If the Chinese walk on the moon, it is going to be a bit of a black eye, and it's going to be a bit of a
Huge
realization. I don't know if you've seen like China's recent air show, but they showed off a ton of like futuristic looking stuff that supposedly works. But it's one of those things again where none of it's ever been proven in battle, and you wonder like, is that just, you ever see like someone takes like a Honda Civic and makes it look like a Supra or something, or makes it look like a Lambo because it's got a body kit on it, and this $6,000 car looks like a $150,000 car suddenly. I wonder if that's what some of their gear is like. But if they land on the moon and a guy gets out and he walks around and he comes back to the Earth, that is an incredibly complicated stage of multiple sciences being coordinated in an orchestra of competence. And it would be a bad look if they can make it happen. Just a spacesuit. Designing a spacesuit is this is incredibly difficult thing. There's this weird aggregate on the moon, like the moon dust is like abrasive, like powdered glass or something. It gets everywhere. It's static. I don't know what the word is for when static affects something, but static electricity makes it bond to everything on them. It gets in their zippers and in their creases, and it scratches all the lenses, that everything that can like rub against another thing.
Yeah.
This
well, the moon
incredibly
is everyone knows.
Yeah. We don't have a spacesuit right now for the moon.
We surely do. We had one in 1969.
That it's not compatible with modern technology. That's no more. We do not have.
It's humiliating to not be able to go back right now. This should be a weekend excursion at this point. It's been fucking 50 years.
Getting there is no problem. It's the landing, taking off, and like walking around.
That's such a part of going.
I'm aware.
that's such a huge part of it. Like that, and the fact that they're like, "Hey, did you know that we basically did this with rubber band and a cassette tape in 1969, and now we can't."
It makes you realize the balls of guys like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin that they went up there with that 1960s horse shit and did all that. To me, the scariest part.
Balls.
Yeah, there's still people who are ballsy. Dude, the moon landing is one conspiracy that I refuse to go down that rabbit hole. I refuse.
Yeah,
If it is fake, I will never
you can see
buy
it with a
it.
telescope.
It is an incredible thing, and it's 100% real.
I can name a dozen paramotor friends who would go to the moon.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd
Yeah.
go.
Lack
I'd
of
go if you
ballsiness
let
is
me.
not the thing.
But see, it's almost that that thing you were talking about earlier, where you have to be knowledgeable enough in a subject to know that you're not good at it, and that those things never catch each other. I think that we're so ignorant about the dangers of that space travel. They're like, strap me in, baby. What's the worst could happen? And they're like, oh, you don't even want to know the worst thing.
Like, I don't know. I just don't think balls are that uncommon. Katy Perry would do it.
No, she would not.
No, she went
Katy
to she didn't even go to real space. She went to bullshit space. I saw the graph.
Dude, she went as far as she could.
As far as they let her. Yeah.
Katy Perry has the balls to go to the moon. She would go.
Dude, I was watching.
Know what she's doing. Here's the problems that I see as an amateur YouTube astronaut.
Okay.
When they send that lander down and it has to like softly touch down on the lunar surface and not damage itself, so because it's going to have to leave again. It can't be crooked. It can't be sitting in a pothole. That place is nothing but craters. It doesn't have any erosion. So every crater that's ever been there is still there since the thing solidified. It has to sit down right. If it falls over and you break down, there is no backup. You are now going to stay here until you suffocate.
How heavy is it?
Zach, pull up the landing module from the 60s. Look at this hunk of shit. And you're telling me we can't make something better? This thing looks ridiculous. We could make something 20 times better than
that. If that thing tipped over,
I watched a movie.
Before astronauts in it could tip it back.
Oh, you watched a movie about it?
Yes, it's
my mistake.
That thing is incredibly complicated.
I watched Interstellar. I watched
Yeah.
Interstellar the other night, and like part of the propaganda thing was like him being like, "My daughter, you're going to tell her she can't go to college because of this and that." And she's like, "Well, she's pushing back, and we're trying to tell her that the moon landing was Cold War propaganda." And like just hearing that in a movie, I'm like, "This fucking commie."
That's $2.4 billion right there.
That thing looks like a Halloween decoration. We could make something 100 times better than that.
If that thing was tipped over, I could tip it back.
Yeah.
How much? Let's see how much it weighs, and then obviously
not that much gravity on the moon. I'm counting on that.
What does the limb weigh?
Dude, I wouldn't feel safe here if it were shelter on a paintball course. Like this thing.
Zach says it's almost 11,000 pounds.
It's more than that,
but less on the moon.
Yeah, I'm getting the ratio right now.
I believe in you, Woody. You can flip it.
1/6, and the limb weighs 33,000 pounds. So it would weigh 5,050 pounds or something like that.
Not a problem.
Easy work.
Yeah.
It weighs what a car weighs, even on the moon.
Light day for me.
Yeah. I mean, you see the ladder for like scale on the left side, so you can imagine a man.
It's so much bigger than I thought it was. I figured I was like, that flag looks tiny. It must be way in the distance. And then you show me the ladder, and I'm like, fuck.
So they landed that on the moon.
I thought my head came up like 2/3 of
it.
What's with the tinfoil? Next time we do this, we can't have tinfoil on there.
That's reflecting radiation and heat away from the people on the inside, I think.
Then why is it only on the bottom part? Either make the whole thing gold or don't have gold on it.
They mix gold.
It's a little gold trim. All right.
It's a little trim. It's a little Trumpy.
Anyway,
dude, imagine how garish our lunar planter would be if Trump was in charge.
Dude,
it'd be made of gold, so it'd make this huge crater. It's so fucking heavy.
I think his sense of style is really bad.
It's really bad. Yes.
I could see it being
what
fun.
Someone with no taste thinks good taste is like.
In short dose, I could see myself having fun at a hotel with that level of garishness, where it's like, oh, this is like novel.
A casino.
But a casino. The idea of living in that environment, though, sounds like it's too much. It's too loud. Everywhere is loud. Even like on my fixtures and stuff, like I prefer chrome to gold.
And it's just not a good look to me. Everyone else needs to cut back while he turns the place into gold and installs a ballroom.
They need a middle ground between Obama's just looking like a principal's office and Trump's looking like a casino. Like it should be more fanfare, more
Casinos aren't that
fanciness
gaudy.
from the Obama, but
The
also
Trumps were. I went to the Trump Taj Mahal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but those things went bankrupt, and those are like early '90s. Like
we're going
garish
bankrupt too.
gold.
This tracks.
Yeah. No, that's not true. We can print more money from the money printing factory, but that we're somehow like indebted to. Can we, like, what if we ever just got real tired of the debt to the feds? Could we just be like, nah, you guys are all going to jail. we're just gonna lock you up.
Just make a crypto that's worth 37 trillion and exchange it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, rug pull those guys. Show them what it feels like. That would be good. Fuck those guys.
Trump said that. I don't know.
I have heard about that, like where governments who are failing, it's like, oh, the Zimbabwe government is minting a $5 septillion bill that they will hand over to the Swiss in order to facilitate the bolstering of their economy. And it's just funny that is a thing that they can do.
That economies don't actually work. like I'm sure there's got to be an economy out
Argentina. I'm sorry, I got excited because
they
we talked
need
about
a little bailout. All right,
the United States is bailing out Argentina, and I'm like, Taylor will not like this.
What have they done for me? And I was going to say lately, but no, ever. What has Argentina ever done for me?
That chainsaw guy's pretty cool. You like him?
Oh, right. He was
that?
Do you remember Elon Musk held the chainsaw and said he was cutting?
Oh,
we were modeling ourselves after Argentina, and now we're bailing out Argentina.
I thought you guys were making like a movie reference, and I'm like, of course you know I don't fucking know Argentina's chainsaw guy, but yeah, that's pretty gay.
Is it 200 million or something?
I don't know.
Billion?
I thought it was 200 million, but that's the number I have in my head. But I just glanced at it.
No, that can't be right. 200 million wouldn't be enough to bail out a country as big as Argentina.
I don't fucking know. I'm hoping it's not 200 billion.
Actually, it's 20 billion, which is still lower than I thought.
Time in the bucket.
Argentina can solve their own fucking problems.
Clearly not.
Well, I mean, I don't want to.
All you gotta do is butter up Trump, and he'll give you 20 billion.
What are the ramifications for their government failing, though?
I don't know. Who cares?
I don't know. Maybe we get something important from Argentina and suddenly not having it.
The same as Ukraine's government failing. Doesn't impact Americans really at all.
Oh, don't do this. You communist bastard. You know, just let those Ukrainian freedom fighters do their thing. All right. They gave you what you wanted. We're not giving them a dime anymore. We're not.
Dude, I just said they have tens of thousands of women fighting, which is a sign of a side that is currently dominating in a war.
We have tens of thousands of women fighting in our armed forces. I think
millions.
Is it out of volunteering or out of desperation? Because there's a difference.
Does anyone work because they enjoy it other than like maybe 1% of people? Like, yeah, I'd do this even if they didn't pay me. No, everybody's working to get their nut. Everybody's working to get their nut. Nobody's showing up at 8 a.m. at the fucking money factory because they do it for the love of the game.
I'm just sick of it, man. You've been a Zelensky boy for 3 years now.
All I'm saying is I'm fighting for truth, justice, and the American way, and that involves supporting Ukraine in their freedom fight against the children kidnapping orcs from the fucking east. This is literally like when they were lighting the beacons, and Aragorn runs in. The beacons are lit. Fucking Taylor's over there like, nah, we're staying right here. Actually, let's build a big wall here around this little hill we all live on, and no orcs will ever bother us. They'll only Rohan stands.
It's a powerful argument, Taylor.
It's a retarded argument.
Those orcs don't have anything against.
You just don't appreciate Lord of the
Rings. Those are Mordor
don't even
orcs.
Joke.
Those are Mordor orcs.
I almost said you don't appreciate Game of Thrones because that's funnier.
Our fight is with the White Tower. Our fight is with the White Tower and Saruman, the supposedly white, not with Mordor. And they're like, I don't know. I think they're very close.
Your comparison would work if Mordor spent years trying and failing to take small pieces of Osgiliath, but they didn't because Mordor was a big threat to the whole free peoples of Middle-earth. Russia can't even fucking conquer Ukraine. No, I'm saying that
Russia has conquered a larger portion of Ukraine than Osgiliath takes up. Osgiliath is a little port town that looks like 500 people live in it.
Wrong. Osgiliath is not a port town, moron.
What is that? They're on like a river or something there. Is that not a port town?
Oh, being on a river is a port town now?
Is it not? Am I wrong?
No, you have to be on some. Well, you have to be on something called port, which is usually on the sea.
Let's see what Google says. If you're on a river.
Yeah, isn't St. Louis a port town? I think it is.
Nah, not a real port town. You have to be on the ocean to have a port. Yeah,
Yes,
little less.
you're
little
on a
less
port
coast.
town if you're on a river and have a harbor where ships can dock and load and unload. I seem to remember the fucking
Did
orcs.
Taylor call you a
had a
moron for thinking it was a port town?
He did, even
He
though
was.
he lives in
Not a
one
real
that he
port.
can't identify.
I really feel like there's
not
a
a
your
port
rubber on
town.
glue situation going on here.
Well, that is, and guess what? I'm rubber.
Keep digging your way
Rubber.
No, I'm the
way out
rubber.
of this
I'm
hole.
the fucking rubber. I'm the rubber.
See,
Bounces off me and sticks to you.
That's not how I saw it.
I don't know that one. We didn't do that one in school.
You didn't do that one? No, dude, Russia, like if Mordor was as inept as Russia in war, fucking Faramir would have never had to apologize to Denethor because he would have defended handily. They would have pushed back little meters at a
I tell
time.
this to Jackie every day.
And Jackie still doesn't get it. Number one, Osgiliath is on a port town. Number two, Mordor
Google says it
is not a threat.
I'll even ask if Osgiliath is a port town.
Wait, what did you ask the first time?
Is a town on a river with a harbor a port town? And it said, yeah.
Where's my Lord of the Rings map?
Just with your helmet.
It's a strategic location on the Anduin, made in Gondor's chief trade center. It's literally a hub for water transportation connecting the coastal cities of Pelagar and the inland territories.
Oh my gosh.
It is
Taylor,
a-
would you learn something about Lord of the Rings?
Here's this decline.
just so
Osgiliath's
much
status as a port
misinformation.
city.
If I were the
declined
Biden administration, I'd be
itself.
requisitioning YouTube to have this section removed.
Read
Yeah,
your
dude.
Silmarillion sometime. Jesus.
Look at a map. It's on a
Gotta be
river.
handheld
It's
through
on
a bit
a
of
river.
Tolkien lore.
If Russia was as powerful as Mordor, I would be all in. I'd be like, we need to put a stop to this because they're creating trolls. They're creating a new kind of orc called an Uruk-hai, and they're smarter and stronger and faster.
That they didn't do that. That was the White Hand. That
Yeah,
had nothing
no,
to do with Mordor.
I'm saying-
They didn't
well,
breed
at the-
orcs with goblin men.
So
where
at
is
the
this town?
in the Return of the King, most of the Isengard Uruk-hai are in Mordor at
northwest
that
of
point
Mordor,
because
I
they
believe.
fled after the Ents destroyed Isengard.
See those rivers converging there?
So
Where
see,
the delta is?
This
Right.
is a terrible map. We do better than this.
do you see
It's like
where?
red on white.
All right, so see where it says Minas Tirith, where Osgiliath, right there. It's on the river.
Hmm. Yeah, the port town of Osgiliath there on the river.
Oh, to the right of Minas Tirith. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the river town of Osgiliath.
Dude, that's vibing Port Town. I don't.
Yeah, you guys suck.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
I do.
and I just don't know why we can't support Ukraine in their war. You know, we're not even giving them money anymore, Taylor. We're selling. If anything, it's a boon to our economy because NATO is, or the European Union or whatever, is buying those arms from Donald Trump's United States.
As a taxpayer, I deserve a jewel, or one
What kind of
or,
jewel?
Whatever we're getting from Ukraine. I deserve a chunk of it.
There used to
All
be
of us
this-
are taxpayers. We all deserve a reward.
Well, when we
Consummate
turn
to
a-
our contribution.
and when we turn a profit, you'll get one. We've been running in
Actually,
a
what
deficit
are
for decades.
what are we getting? What kind of stones or minerals or do you? I genuinely don't know.
They've mentioned rare earth minerals, but when you look at what Ukraine actually produces, it's a lot of what you might think of as common metals like nickel and iron, but I suppose those are strategic resources. But I got to imagine that there's some sort of rare earth elements there as well.
Yeah,
Some
there's
sort-
no
some
way
of-
they're giving
some
us
of the stuff
iron.
used for nuclear science or something.
We're getting fucking hosed if we're getting iron or nickel.
Well, it's a dollar amount, so it doesn't matter if it's wheat or water or air. Like there's a dollar amount value assigned to what we get. We get some.
Yeah, but there's a
enormous
pride
percentage.
aspect to it too.
Is there? You know,
It should be rubies, should be sapphires, should be something precious. that we
Okay,
can get.
Jafar. I want the crown jewels of Kiev.
Yeah. Dude, I saw Trump doing like the pro-Ukraine thing, and my first thought was like, oh, Kyle's gonna be so stoked on this. Damn it.
I saw him
almost
bailing
as good as a
out
Georgia
Argentina. I'm like, Taylor's going to hate this.
I didn't like that either.
Doing
Yeah,
anything for not
because-
America is like, stop.
Because the storyline was that new libertarian that they've got that cut like the government into 1/8 of what it was before had turned the place around. And I still believe I saw some report that he had in many ways turned the place around and it was doing better. So I wish that they had done a better job of explaining what this $200 billion is for,
20
why
billion.
they need it, how it, 20 billion, my bad, 10 times what I said. Why they need it, how it benefits us. I would like it if our government had, like, he does these frivolous news conferences all the time. We had one the other day for Tylenol causes autism. There's no reason we couldn't stop and be like, hey, you're going to read in the papers tomorrow that we're sending $20 billion to our good friends down in South America, the great nation of Argentine. They need a little bailout from us, and you might be concerned about this because this is your money, my money, and our money. Well, let me explain. I would love to get that, and like even if it's a bad sales pitch, I'd appreciate that he let us know. But they just mailed that money out of our pockets.
No insult to the proud Argentinian people, but and I'm no historian, but isn't Argentina one of those countries that's like half a century into just a horrible economy, like just constantly struggling?
Well, they're doing a new thing. Like I said, that new guy that took over, that libertarian
guy with the Lego hair. Pull him up.
The guy with the Lego hair and the chainsaw.
Looks like he's a fucking Lego. He's got that like we could switch the hair out on different Legos.
He plugs and plays. Yeah.
I worry they just hired a showman like we did, and that like all the good news isn't trustworthy.
No matter who we elect, they all agreed that spending has to go up. They all
not there.
That.
No, not in Argentina.
Oh, I was meaning in the U.S. Because we have to fucking pull Argentina out. Which, what does Argentina do for us? I've heard they have good beef. Great for them. But other than that, seriously, what do they?
Really?
What do they
I
do?
think Brazil is the beef people, but maybe Argentina too.
I think they have a flag that I kind of like. Yeah, the fucking Lego guy.
Handsome guy. Look at those sideburns. Like what is that?
The sideburns are the thing. Those are kind of fun, but the rest of it, not
looks
great.
Like the guy from the Righteous.
You know what? He's gotta just go whole hog with it and have like a Chester Arthur or whatever that guy's name was. The big old sideburns that almost come down to the chin area. That would be.
I'm stuck. I'm comparing myself to him. My hair has much less gray, but my beard has much more. What is his age?
Javier Milei. He is 54.
Oh, okay. I'm 52. Close.
Yeah, look at this. He looks like what's his name from Righteous Gemstones. Look at this picture.
Yeah, pull that up as well, Zach. Oh, he does.
Oh, I'll tell you another lookalike I realized the other day. This is kind of a deep cut. Woody, did you ever see the Tom Hanks 1980s comedy The Burbs? It's a very funny movie. It's one of my childhood favorites. My parents loved it, and we'd watched it multiple times throughout my childhood. Dr. Klopek in that movie looks just like Bibi Netanyahu, and it's not even. Let me find you a couple pictures here.
Victor Klopek.
Yes.
If he looks like Netanyahu, he probably looks like a Middle Easterner, right? Surely not like a Polish or Ukrainian guy.
Why do you always do this? Why does this always happen? All right, so here's Dr. Klopek, and then I'll try to find Netanyahu.
Huh.
He really does, and I noticed this guy. I recognize this guy's face from other things.
Me too.
I feel like I've seen him as a side character in a lot of stuff, but I can't recall him starring in anything.
And then there's Netanyahu. It's pretty close.
I mean, they're both kind of.
Oh, that's chubby Yahoo. You need wartime Yahoo. He's slimmed down a little bit. He's
slimming. Good for him.
He's been beating prisoners. He's been beating a lot of prisoners.
You have to find an exercise that you enjoy.
I do.
Otherwise, you won't stick to it.
I do like Netanyahu's could not care less attitude about everything. He's like, I'm going to do what I think's best for Israel, and everyone on earth is, even the U.S. is like, please don't. We have to defend you for weird reasons. And he's like,
I'm going to do it right now.
That's interesting. Fuck you.
Dude, I don't know how many we used to joke about how many countries the United States was bombing, at any one time. I saw some quote in a movie one time, and I'm sure it was accurate. And they were like, at any one time, we're bombing 13 countries across the planet. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's insane. That we're really? How many is Israel bombing right now? There's only 9.5 million Israelis in that little bitty skinny country. and it seems like they are waging a global war against everyone.
Qatar, Lebanon,
Syria,
Syria,
Iran.
We left out Palestine, Iran.
It's not a country.
Well, how do you name it then?
Palestine. We name it Israel 2.
Okay.
We name it Beachfront Property 2027.
What the ancient Romans did, Palestina.
That sounds feminine.
Yeah, it is a little gay. They don't get bullied enough for that. But yeah, and the only reason we're not still hitting Afghanistan and Iraq is because they were already handled. So like it was kind of like
He wants to go back into Afghanistan, right? Get the airport, send it back to the people that originally made it, which is Russia.
The Soviets built it back in the day.
Yeah, the Soviets built it,
but Trump terrible airport that needs replaced anyway.
I mean, better than any other of the airports that they have in Afghanistan, I would imagine. The Wright brothers would be like, "Whoa, a little bumpy out here. Is that a bomb?"
The Afghanis are still at that stage of flight where it's like a guy pulling a lever and it's like a big spiral.
Everyone claps when the plane makes it into the air.
Or when it's like a guy in that plane where it's got 15 sets of wings because the guy was like, he only did the lift calculation per wing and he's like, this flight shit's easy. And just adds enough wings to create lift.
Remember when they were hanging onto our planes when we were like running out of there and they were falling off the wings of the plane?
That's on them.
Shit.
They had seen enough planes to know what's up.
The plane itself is up.
Yeah,
that was fucked up. That was wild to see. It looked like
those guys need to stick to their jungle gyms. They're mean on the monkey bars.
They've been training wings for 5 years.
Have you ever seen Taliban guys playing Foursquare? Woo! You know what's up?
Do you think we'll go back into it? We won't go back.
No, we won't go back.
I think it's a major effort
to
mobilize, get that done.
Yeah, we're radically hated there.
I think it's way more likely that we invade Venezuela than Afghanistan. I would give it a 20% chance that we are actually going to go to war with Venezuela. They just
somehow. I'm sorry you were talking, but like he vibes gorilla to me, right? Like he beats his chest and he runs up to you, but he doesn't attack.
I thought you were saying gorilla as if he was like, secret and tactical, and I'm like, I don't get that vibe. I get very loud and bombastic. Like that's what he does.
He's killed a lot of people though. You know, he's bombed a lot of Iranians. He killed that Iranian general with the ninja missile back in the day. He killed that. There's that one that Shane Gillis tells the story about the guy that they sent the dogs and the robot in to kill. Shane Gillis, Trump's making fun of him. He's like he cried like a little girl. He died like a coward, like a dog. And Shane Gillis is like, they sent in attack dogs and a robot. I'd be fucking scared too, bro.
Yeah, who wouldn't be scared?
That's the way he empathizes with the bad guys. He's like, that's real. That's real. That's scary shit. Like the Americans, they're cold. They're like,
and also like you watch that speech from Trump, and it is an all-time funny Trump speech. Like I don't know if there is a funnier speech of him. Like the Trump speech is funnier than the Shane Gillis reenactment of it because it's so crazy that he's like learning in real time, doing his like just walked in, gave it a once over on the outline, and then he's like discovering things as he's reading.
Saw it. He's sort of like telling you what he'd been in the Situation Room. I'm sure you've seen it. And they get to watch those SEAL raids and stuff almost live, like it's a video game. And so he got to watch all that shit go down. And then he's right out in front of the cameras, seemingly within an hour or less. And he's just like, I just seen some shit, y'all. Like, we got this guy, and stumbles over his name, an evil man, a monster. And he's like breaking it down. The dogs, beautiful dogs. That's one of his greatest speeches for sure.
It's hilarious. And we will never get that guy again because he's fucking 80 and he's phoning it in.
Rejuvenated. Like I feel like if he gets another war going, like if he goes in there and he mud stomps Venezuela,
rejuvenated. He's gonna be more tired than ever.
Dude, what if he showed up wearing a general's outfit like once the war starts?
Well, I wouldn't. You're thinking of Nancy Mace?
What?
No, Christy,
What if he
no,
showed up?
I think
What
it's
if he
what I'm
showed
going
up
for.
like in a full fucking like uniform, like an admiral or some shit? Like he had the Captain Crunch hat on and everything. He sort of dusts it off, sits it on the podium.
Dude,
Like
That can be
Says
kind of
talking
funny.
to
Yeah.
all the generals. I know I brought it up before, but
Mhm.
is there anything there? Because I'm a little shy at thinking that it's something significant because I've seen a couple crying wolf events like, oh my God, the Pentagon just ordered 97 pizzas. When that happens, it means
Yeah.
this.
Well, they did bomb Iran like a week after that.
Maybe
that was
that's
that
it.
time
I
period.
don't know. So maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. In my head, I remembered it being like a false alarm. And there was like 2 or 3 instances where they like monitored the pizza delivery to the Pentagon
Mhm.
and thought something big was happening. And then to me, it didn't turn into anything, but maybe it did. Maybe it was the Iran thing. So here he's calling together all the generals. It's different, but same sort of vibe where for all I know, he's going to yell at them about DEI. And that's the whole story. Or he could be talking to them about invading Venezuela. I don't know.
Hopefully not the latter.
Why not?
That-
Let's do it.
Because it's just enough,
I-
man.
What are you, a Venezuelan defender now? You remember? Are you a member of Tren de Aragua? Let me see your knuckles. Let me see them.
No.
See that, folks? See that, folks?
Funniest possible way.
Won't even show his knuckles. Won't even show his knuckles on
You're right.
camera.
Wouldn't.
You don't see me
What
hiding
kind
my
of
hand.
evidence is there?
If you would have gave me some lead time, I would have written.
Dude, next week you should just have
That'd
it
be
for
so
like no
funny.
reason.
And I'd be like, and they're deporting me, and I'm a Maryland man. Like, I'm just a Missouri man. Just an
Yeah,
innocent fella.
I don't care. Let's do it. Like why not? Seems like they're clearly.
Because why would
they
we
don't wanna-
bother? We spend so much money in other
Because
countries.
Trump's
It's bullshit,
political
dude.
ally was imprisoned for trying to steal the election.
I don't
down
give
there.
a fuck about Venezuela.
Trump does though. Trump's got to get his buddy out of prison and prop him up as a puppet.
What has
master
Venezuela
of
ever
Venezuela.
done for me?
Well, I mean, the oil would be nice if we aren't they like in part of that that group of oil producing nations.
They are. They have the largest oil reserves of any nation on Earth.
Everybody says that there's different ways to measure the largest
Look it
reserves on
up.
Earth. Like,
Dude,
look at the
I'm not
United
saying
States.
that if I look it
reserves.
up, you'll be wrong. I'm just saying I've heard Saudi Arabia is the biggest, America's the biggest, Venezuela
Antarctica?
is the biggest. Okay, I
Come
wouldn't.
Oh, you don't count that continent? That would
Well,
just
it's
slip
not a-
right
that's not a
off your
country.
flat Earth.
It's not a country.
It's not a country at all. So it's up for grabs for the entire international community.
And
It's
anything
even
that's
more
up for grabs
troublesome.
means America.
Except for the moon, apparently.
Except for the fucking moon, because they can't get their shit together.
You know, the thing about the moon that actually might be vital in the
Losers
future.
at
So
NASA.
if they ever figure out fusion energy, the best fuel for fusion energy is supposedly this thing called helium-3. It's an isotope of helium, obviously, and it's all over the moon. It's like what the moon's made
Wait,
of.
is that true? Because that was in that Space Cowboy TV show we both liked.
It's true because they're basing real life science. They're writing it into the show. It basically.
Okay, I didn't
In
even
their
know
universe, they
helium-3
had-
was real. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
they could have called it just unobtainium like they did in Avatar.
No, it's the real world reason why the moon might be a conflict zone for China and the United States or any economy who has figured out both fusion energy and space travel well enough to go to the moon and get the stuff. It's also what they're getting in the movie
Oh.
Moon with Sam Rockwell. That's what he's sending back. He's sending back helium-3.
Is that
I
the one
didn't-
where he's like he doesn't realize
Got
he's a
it.
replicant of some sort?
Don't.
Nah.
That's not that one, Woody.
Is that the one where he was
Don't-
dead the whole time?
Don't spurl it.
Don't watch the movie. It's really long and dull. And
Me and Taylor
the
love it.
ending.
It's
Oh,
one of Taylor's
Moon
favorite
rules.
movies.
Moon is one of my favorite movies. I love it.
Oh yeah. If I can summarize a 2-hour movie in 20 seconds, it's too long.
I really wait. What is his name? That's not Ed Norton.
Sam
Sam
Rockwell.
Rockwell. Sam Rockwell. I always confuse those two. Yeah, Moon rocks. That was one of those movies that the first time I ever watched it, I'm like, this is in my canon now. Like this is one of those movies I'm going to come
It's
back
good.
to from time to time.
And
He's a great actor.
I think Kevin Spacey might be the voice of his robot pal, who's like being very deceptive and underhanded at times.
Mhm.
Which good role for him. Good role for him.
It is.
Mm.
It'd be great if the robot was like fondling his balls while he was coming out of hypersleep. He's like, oh, he's like groggy, like Seinfeld coming out of the gas. He's not sure if it really happened or not.
Yeah, it's like I remember watching American Beauty for the first time and being like, oh, what the fuck is this? This guy, this is a whole movie about like a 46-year-old like hitting on a like was she? I guess she was supposed to be a teenager next door, 18. Because she had to, maybe she was supposed to be underage, but then they had a nude scene with her, and so clearly the actress was of age.
I'm seeing how old she's supposed
because
to be.
she gets out of the pool topless and naked, and he's like fantasizing.
And they wouldn't do that to a young girl. They definitely would do that to a young girl.
They could, they couldn't have a girl under 18 naked, right?
Very rarely, but not in an entirely sexualized scene like what you're describing. But it has happened. Like Brooke Shields is fairly naked in Blue Lagoon.
Blue Lagoon. She was like 12.
But it's like a swimming scene. It's not like a love making
bottomless swimming scene.
Well, you know, it's filmed low and it's underwater photography. You don't get a up close and personal.
Well, I've never seen that, but I thought I just
it's kids swimming in the ocean.
They wouldn't allow nudity. For
Woody is sexualizing a brother and sister who were swimming in the ocean together nude.
Is Blue Lagoon a good movie, or is it just known for this?
Only if you want to coom.
Only if you're a coomer.
I actually thought it was a good movie, but I was young, so I don't like stand by that.
I haven't seen it.
It's about you haven't seen it?
Not
so what
bits.
This family goes sailing, like the parents go overboard or something, and these two kids who are like maybe 10 or 12 find themselves alone on an island, and they make do. They find a way to like build a little hut, and the boy's pretty good at fishing. But they go through their whole like their brother and sister, I think. And she bleeds, like she mocks him, he learns to masturbate, and they fuck. And Kyle accuses me of sexualizing this. I'm like, I don't, there's nothing more sexual than intercourse.
They're siblings.
I'm pretty sure about am I wrong about that part?
They grew up together on this is saying they're not. A story follows a young boy and girl who are shipwrecked on a tropical island as children and grow up together, eventually falling in love. This says they're not brother and sister.
Oh, they're not. Okay, so I was wrong.
Two young children. I'm not.
They're cousins.
Okay. Well, that's.
I was close.
Yeah. A lot of cousins marry though. Like oddly enough, a lot of famous people married their cousins.
Not all from Georgia.
I mean, just the world in general. I know y'all have gotten away from our conservative ways down here in the Peach State. We still do things right.
Woody's making fun of the entire Middle East right now. Really despicable.
Yeah. And all of India.
And all of India.
Where's the world's highest incest rate? Is it India?
Or are we guessing?
I take India, highest rate. And keep in mind, by saying that, because they're like 1.2 billion people or whatever, that's an enormous amount.
I don't think it's going to be India. I think it's going to be like some tribal place, like Brazil or something in the woods.
I don't think Brazil.
I don't think they have data for that, but
yeah, like you could say like, the Congo or like something like that, but like countries like that don't even have data, and so I would guess somewhere in the Middle East. But like, where's the most backwards place in the Middle East? Afghanistan, maybe?
Chad's
in Africa.
No. I think I just remember watching this thing about someone whose daughter was kidnapped away to Chad and thinking of that as
that's a terrible country to be. It's landlocked.
Where's fish from?
Libya,
Lebanon,
maybe?
Lebanon.
Lebanon.
I wanted it to be Pakistan because that's the country with the highest.
That's
incest rate.
And then, like, what's funny is like India and Pakistan having a feud. It's like I can't tell the fucking difference.
They can't either. Those lines were drawn, and like the next day, they're like, "This is the new lines," and people were like, didn't know if they were an Indian or Pakistani. They had to just like move. It does not separate the Hindus and the Muslims anywhere near appropriately.
On Twitter, pick like two countries that are near each other and just put like fighting or verse in the search, and you'll like see an entire section of Twitter that's Indians or whatever being like, these fucking animals in Pakistan, they will kill you. They are beasts and no more.
Show that map, Zach. It has a
Kenya and Djibouti, or what is it?
Look how centralized incest is on our planet.
There's a band of it where it must be more culturally acceptable, right? Like the Northern Africa into the Middle East.
Ooh.
Aliens, if they came here, might see a pattern.
And keep in mind, the sub-Saharan part of Africa, we don't have data because they're putting up billboards on not to murder bald people to get gold out of their heads.
Oh yeah, there's no data.
Yeah, they don't have data. They got bigger fish to fry.
You're right. No, I interpreted that light color as like a low number, like the other.
They'd be like,
colors.
"Do you count rape?"
Yes,
of course we count rape. Then 100%.
And this is frowned upon in your country, is it?
I almost said Sri Lanka, who's doing pretty well on the list.
Yikes.
Oh man, wait, who?
Sri Lanka's just south of India.
Maybe they've just all got hot sisters. You know, maybe
every other country. I mean, South America, North America, Europe. They're all looking. They're all pale.
They're all liars. So maybe we just lie better. Is that what's going on?
No, I think you can just genetic test.
There
right?
should be like a little hot spot in Alabama. I think that'd be funny.
I wonder if it actually is higher in Alabama. My understanding is that in antebellum times, marrying cousins was very common, but I think it was common like nationwide. I think a lot of our presidents were married to their cousins. I think it's just a thing you did. It was like a hot woman that you weren't directly related to, that you knew was a decent person, and like maybe the family fortune wasn't going to be diversified out to this other group of people. It might have seemed like a good idea for any number of reasons. But as far as like, I think the isolated regions in the South, like in the Appalachian Mountains and places like that, those mountainous communities, I think it's actually high there. Like West Virginia is known for its incest, I believe, because of its really rural, isolated communities.
Yeah.
Like it'll be like in the valley between two mountains, with one road that comes in and one road that comes out, and no major local industry other than maybe a conjoining coal mine or something like that. It's the only source of income for the entire town. And it's like, there's not a lot of options, I think, and there's a lot of ignorance as well because of its isolated nature, I'm sure. I know when I went to West Virginia, I've only been there once. It was bar none the ugliest people I've ever seen in my life. Like, I joked about New Jersey. I joked about Boston women. Boston women are of a particularly fugly sort. But good God, we were in this medium-sized country town in West Virginia, and we started looking for an attractive person. Like it was a punch bug. Like we're looking for a yellow Volkswagen Beetle, but we're really just looking for a fuckable woman. And we all lost.
Dude, it looks like our rates are getting bumped up in America because of South Asians, Pakistani, Indian, Bangladeshi. It says this is substantiated by patterns in immigrant communities where 20 to 55% of marriages are consanguineous, far exceeding the general U.S. rate.
I wonder what kind of
India and Pakistan. Like Pakistan's 62% and India's 7.5. If this data is right, those numbers are not the same.
Oh, is India more Hindu or Muslim?
Hindu by far.
That's your answer.
Yeah.
That's the big crux of their disagreement. Is Pakistan are the Muslim Indians and Indians are the Hindu Indians.
Yeah, that's your answer right there. And
then Bangladesh are the river hating Indians, and also largely Muslim, right?
I don't know much about the demographics of the brown part of Asia. They didn't teach any of that in school. I just got to lean on my History Channel and my YouTube documentaries. I know more about Warhammer lore than I do Bangladesh.
Let's see what Grok Fast says about Bangladesh religion's percentage. They should call it Grok Slow.
You don't use ChatGPT?
No, because I just have this 91% Islam. So there you go on Bangladesh.
Yeah, that'll do it to you. I bet there, some Christian communities. I know was there incest in the Mormon faith? I know there was that polygamy and lots of like maybe wife sharing or maybe swapping, even like not in the way where like you swap for the night, but like their Pokemon cards. Like like, I got 2 Charizards and you got 2 Squirtles. Let's make a little something happen here.
I think I think they were all in on polygamy, but I think they were incest averse. The Mormons.
That's good. That almost makes it seem
they weren't
acceptable.
they weren't all down with that. They're
See,
exploding. There's more Mormons every year.
We got into this talk
And
the
the
other
Mormons
day
and
about
the
whether the
Amish, they're
Mormons are
exploding.
Christians or not. And my point was this: the Mormons believe that Christ rose from the dead, and then instead of ascending to heaven, as I was taught at the Church of God, which was the denomination that I went to,
Mhm.
that he came to America, North America, specifically the Midwest, I believe, and
Missouri.
hung out with some Indians, Native American Indians, Aboriginal types that were actually the descendants of Israelites, and they impressed their faith upon them. I believe that that's at the core of their religion. It's not like one of those like black people being the devil thing that they're like, oh yeah, we don't talk about it anymore. I think it's like the central thing to their religion is that Christ came over here and had a second testament.
Third testament, right? So
yeah, because he rose and did the third, 3.0.
Yeah, the Old Testament, the New Testament. Yeah, I mean, like Mormonism, and I don't have the requisite knowledge on it, but it's always felt to me like you know how Gladiator 2 had nothing to do with Gladiator 1?
Yeah.
And like it's a different director, the actors are different, and it's
Same
like,
director.
like this is like picture a different sequel then, because I didn't know that. Like it's like this is weird.
3's coming.
Like why add to this? And also like it is funny to be like, yeah, and then the New Testament kind of got wrapped up a decade or two after Christ's death. And then God took a pause for 1830 years, and then he gave it to this guy.
Yeah. So
like,
the story.
Okay, well then is there something essential that he gave this guy? It's like, no, just kind of addendums.
Yeah. For those that don't know, it was a huckster by the name of Joseph Smith who claimed that he had found the golden tablets, that he had been told where to dig them up and find them by the angel of the Lord, Moroni, right?
Mm-hmm.
The angel of the Lord Moroni had told him where to go and dig and find the golden tablets that were the next books of the Bible. He went, dug those tablets up. He told his buddy, holy shit, I found these golden tablets. He's like, can I see them? He's like, no. But I will read them out of this magical hat that I stick my head in, and you will write down what I've written.
Fair.
And so they did that. And night after night, he's sticking his head in this hat. He's reading these magical golden tablets. He's telling his buddy what to write down. And his buddy's wife is like, the fuck are you doing with that con man? And he's like, we've got a new book of the Bible work cooking over here. And she's like, all right, tell you what, is this tonight's writings? Tell him you lost them. Tell him you lost all the work from last night. And then he should be able to go right back to his golden tablet, and he should have the exact same stuff that you can write down tonight. And he's like, nailed it. So they do that. And he says, you've lost the word of God. He's mad. And actually, he's going to punish us. And that book of the Bible will be forever lost to man because God is spiteful and petty like that.
Quick on his feet, dude. Can you imagine looking at nothing through a hat and riffing an entire book
hours
of the
at
Bible?
A time.
Hours at a time. I mean, the man had the gift of gab at the very
clearly
least.
Did. He convinced that other fellow, and then they went on and convinced all those other people.
What's he saying here? That I get to... No, I don't get... I have to squeeze your wife's tits?
They murdered a ton of... They murdered those people who were immigrating west through their territory. They basically carved out their own version of the Confederacy in the Midwest, and were like, this is a Mormon nation, separate unto the United States of America. You stay out. And they were massacring white settlers and blaming it on Native Americans. They were straight up riding into like wagon trains of white people immigrating west, trying to get to California or whatever, do the Oregon Trail bullshit. And they would put on masks and dress up as Indians. This is the Mormon church, right? The head of the Mormon church leading. They would massacre these people and scalp them and desecrate their bodies and then blame it on Indians who were maybe complicit, maybe not. But in any case, they were the ones who got massacred in return eventually. So I just don't count them as Christians.
I mean, they were total bullies, and they did exactly what you said, where they You were talking about they like set up a little segmented area and they like fucked with people and tried to trick them into thinking it was other people responsible. And that's why they are in Utah, because they tried that shit in Missouri and a bunch of Missouri people were like, you guys are fucking lunatics. You know, Jesus died thousands of years ago. There's no way he popped up to talk to this goober in the last, 16 months. Like, no, stop it. Get out of here. And then they were causing problems, burning farms, good Missouri-owned farms.
And then I always say about the Catholics, too. I know technically the Catholics are Christian, but when I look at the Catholic religion, it's like, I thought this was a monotheistic religion that we had here with one God. I get that there's the embodiment of Christ and the spirit of the Lord. I can understand that that is just one God working in different ways through the perception of man. If I really want to lean into this thing, I get that.
Sure.
But they got all these saints. They got all these medallions. They got all this iconography. They've got all these weird rituals. They've got these urns of incense. They're flicking holy water on people. I'm fine with the what do you call it when you take the body of Christ in the
communion?
Communion makes sense to me. That goes right back to Christ himself. Like he performs the first communion. Like I get that too. That is Christian to me. Christ followings are Christian to me. You could even leave the Old Testament out to some extent if I want to really boil down what a Christian is to me. But when I see like all those little voodoo dolls of saints and stuff, and they're burning candles to this person and that person. The Virgin Mary, what the fuck does the Virgin Mary have to do with anything? Like she wasn't holy. She was a carpenter's wife who was a breeding vessel to make Jesus. Why is she anything? Why would her tears cure fuck all?
That is a big point of contention between like Catholicism and say, I'm probably talking out of turn. Protestantism, at least, but I was going to say like Lutheranism, which, like, if you know about Lutheranism, it's like Catholic light, like where there's still like much more pomp and circumstance and ceremonial and serious than like say an Episcopalian or something. But I know a big point of contention there is that a lot of Catholics, not all of them, and a lot of Orthodox, but again, not all, think that Mary was sinless. And that she was, the only person, not God, that was without sin. And to me, like, I don't have the requisite knowledge or epistemology to speak on it in an educated way. But it's like, well, I kind of think, Christ was the only one without sin. Like, that's why his sacrifice was so important, is that he was tempted as all men are, but he never sinned. And if you add another sinless person,
you know what a fun part of the Bible is to me, and I think it's my favorite part. Maybe it's when the devil is tempting Christ, and the devil says something to Christ. And he's like, he's showing Christ the future of man, and like the wars of man in the far future, and he's saying, I think he offered Christ power to be like the ruler of the planet or something, and avoid the future wars of man. And Christ denies him. And that's another one of those things where it's like
3 times, if I recall.
Christ said, no, thank you. Not you don't have that power. Like to me, that's another one of those. It's like, if you look at it objectively, it's like, so is Jesus co-signing that the devil does have the ability to make him the king of the world right now with the snap of his fingers? Because it seems that way. It's the same thing I always talk about when they'll have like Moses had like a wizard's duel with the Pharaoh's magicians. And the Bible doesn't say, and the Pharaoh's magicians had nothing but pomp and children's tricks, hidden sleight of hand and like snake blood in a canister. They're like, and the Pharaoh's gods weren't quite as strong as ours. And the pantheon of gods, ours is the strongest. And it's like, what? Just sounds like some Super Friends shit. Like you just told me Superman like beat up Captain America, but you're still co-signing that Captain America has a super serum.
I think, and again, I could be wrong, but my understanding is that those Egyptian gods, like the Christian view, is that they were worshiping demons, and demons do have power on Earth. Like they're not make-believe. Like they worshipped demons, and Moses was worshiping God, and so his magic obviously defeats the demon magic. But
if they
it was
consider
it wasn't a belief among Christians that like, oh yeah, Ra and Isis and Set, these are real gods. It was like, no, these people have been fooled, and they are worshiping ghastly demons with like animal heads and sacrificing people and whatnot. It's very interesting. Religion is so fascinating. You're clearly interested too.
Yeah, but I also like the Roman pantheons of gods and stuff too.
That's fun too.
I wish that the Bible didn't fall apart upon like deeper review. I wish that when you look, you were like, oh my God, this is all adding up. This is all making sense. I can't think of a way this isn't real. But it's always like there's inconsistencies like that.
The New Testament is great. Much more uplifting, much happier. The Old Testament is
like what happened where it's almost like what fantasy series is it? Oh, in Lord of the Rings, the magic is leaving the world. At the time of the battle for the ring, the elves are leaving. Like magic is leaving the world. It's almost like people stopped believing, and so the magic is leaving. I've seen that in other fantasy universes where
there's a
maybe in
Christmas special
Merlin
about that. But once they all believe hard enough, the sleigh flies.
Yes, and 40K is like that.
Salient point.
If you don't know about
I'm trying to contribute to the religious conversation. All right.
When you're right, you're right. That's basically what I'm saying.
So like I wish that there was a bit in the Bible about that. It's like, and it was the age of magic's end, because the God's New Testament with man, and Moses was given dominion over the earth and all that remained, and magic was ended, and the Nephilim were drowned, and I wish they said something like that.
They kind of did, right? I
Yeah,
don't
but in
remember
the
the
New
verse and section, but it was like,
yeah, but then
like
Christ is walking
Jesus
around water
was
into
the,
wine and fucking raising
yeah,
Lazarus from the dead.
I mean,
and,
obviously Jesus was doing miracles. He's the Son of God. But I'm saying, like, in the New Testament, I think, might be wrong,
he
there's
called
a
down
section
bears
about like
to eat
that
those
was
children.
Elijah, and that's the Old Testament. But I think there was a section saying
Bears
like,
would eat
and there
children.
will be no more
Bears eat children. This shit's
prophets.
out. What's the problem, Kyle?
Like the prophet time is over. And
They
that
made fun of
was
his bald head.
I thought that was a little much. I think those kids making fun of his bald head, they must have been mean. It must have been it wasn't a one-off.
You might
comment.
be victim blaming.
They must have just kept.
But my question
him.
would be this: if that is all so, then presumably I could start praying to Baal.
No, that's a demon.
Okay, I could pray to
I
him
feel
too,
like you're
though,
telling
right?
me
Like
how
the
to pray.
pharaohs, clearly the pharaohs had prayed to Ra, who I suppose is a demon in the scenario, and he had empowered them and given them the ability to turn staves into snakes. And like just because Moses' snake ate their snake doesn't make their magic any less powerful to me. That dude turned a stave into a fucking cobra. Like that's some scary ass magic. Can I pray to Ra and get that?
I don't think so.
Only in a wizard's duel. What kind of snake can you create? I promise you, even my weak magical snake will defeat
I could do it. I turn it from like 4 inches to like 7.
You say any magical words?
You've seen it.
It would be funnier if you said from 2 to 3.
I felt
it. But yeah, I think like when I hear the like, oh yeah, well clearly the Egyptians were worshiping demons. Like there has never been a religion with gods that seems more like demons than. Have you looked at like Hindu gods? My goodness, it's like they didn't even try to make them nice. It's like, yeah, this is one of our main gods. It's a rhino-headed guy holding the hearts of foes. He's got 16 legs and he's got spider legs and big teeth. And it's like, why would this is ghastly? You guys need to pick a better guy.
I really like the Egyptian god design. I like that they're all like these crosses between animals and men. It's like a dude with a crocodile head, a dude with an eagle head. Like it's kind of that on repeat. That's a good one.
Hanuman, the monkey god, on the second row. For some reason, we have like a 90-foot statue to Hanuman in Texas now. A bunch of Indians made it. Enough. Get rid of that. No statues to monkey gods in America.
I think Pravarti was the name of the Indian chick in Harry Potter. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she's
and
so
Havarti is a kind of semi-soft cheese. And so
Pravarti holds up. I'm fine. We need statues of her.
That's a creamy cheese. That's delicious. Rich, full-bodied. I like a
Ganesa,
little,
you can keep that one.
a little
Parvati,
Chipotle Gouda.
set it up.
Shiva at the top. I don't know the pantheon of Indian gods, but I don't like any of these so far.
I like the third row, left and right.
I'm seeing a lot of like multi-titted women with extra arms. I'm into all that. But some of these critters that they've got, this big pink elephant, like that can't even be real. There's no way they've got a god that's an actual pink elephant.
I think that
like
one might be
Looney
a
Tunes joke.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
No.
that's what Drowsy evolves into. Is
We
Ganesh.
don't offend our large and active Hindu audience.
I am so very pissed. They will do the necessary
Dude.
and apologize.
All the Hindis I know would be cool with these jokes.
I don't think they
not
take it as seriously
militant
as some of
about
the
it.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones in India
Sh-
take it very
what are
seriously.
Sikhs? What do Sikhs believe? Is that the same?
No, Sikhs are different than Hindu.
I know they've got that
the-
blade that they carry around
the
everywhere
warrior
so they can do
class.
battle with evil.
That's just an excuse to carry a cool sword, which credit to them. Like good
Have
on
you seen
them.
the little medallions they wear instead so they can get through normal modern life?
No.
They wear the tiniest. It's shaped like that Arabic sword with like the Jafar sword, but it's like little, and they wear it on a necklace, and it's like not even a letter opener. But it's technically they're like the Amish guy with the phone at the end of his driveway. So get out of here with that.
Yeah. Like either, live it all the way or, stop it.
I think the idea, and I'm talking out my ass, but I think the idea is that they're always armed to like fight against evil or something like that, to do good. Like it's something that has like a positive vibe to it, if I remember correctly.
Sikhism, an Indian religion and philosophy that originated in the Punjab region of the Indian subcontinent. Around the end of the 15th century. That's, in the world of religion, that's like new. So I guess they're like a splinter
co-signed
off.
the Mormons a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't. I said that was silly.
Yeah, you're a Mormon defender. I sniff it out every time.
No.
I bet there's not an ounce of strong drink at your house. I bet you've been converted.
I buy
Taylor
decaf
told me
coffee
he likes the Mormons for their marksmanship.
or their. Well, that guy wasn't Mormon. He clearly hated Mormonism and rebelled. Which,
yeah, I'm glad I felt like my church was pretty standard. That they would speak in tongues occasionally, and that was weird. But
it's crazy you went to a tongues church.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound standard to me.
Yeah, that was the
it's
only
witty,
thing.
I can tell you it's not. It's a niche thing. It's two steps above snake handling.
Okay, hang on a minute now.
You went to the
that
church
was the
of Halloween. What
only
are the-
thing that
what
there
are
was
the
that stood out to me. The preacher he was never really fire and brimstone. He would write really good sermons. There was always a parable that related to like our real lives, maybe like relationship trouble between husbands and wives, or maybe children respecting their elders. And there'd be a Bible tale, and he would riff on that, and it was good. And he'd get fired up and red faced, and there was a lot of singing and dancing. There was a choir. The organ was playing, and then we did a handbell choir that I was in, that my mom ran, where
you can play the bell.
I can play the bell.
You were in the handbell choir.
I was in the
I never
handbell choir.
graduated from the triangle myself.
I was one of the founding members of the handbell choir, ringing truth, and everybody had like color coded. I had the red one, and somebody would have the yellow ones, and the sheet music was written color coded. Because we don't know notes. We're fucking kids, so you just ring when you see red, and they sort of guide you along with a pointer, and it honestly sounded pretty good.
I don't like the singing, like pop songs, like a guy in flannel, like rocking out on a guitar. I don't like that.
No,
it
we
feels
didn't
like
do that.
it's not even. It's like it feels like it should be taken more seriously if you're there for it. Right?
No, it was like choir music. When I went to Super Wow, which is that big Christian thing in Jekyll Island, Georgia, they do like a mega church environment, and there was like a, call it 25-year-old guy girl Christian couple who had like met at Super Wow and were now married and had 18 kids already, and they were like a performance group together where they would act out these skits where one of them's being tempted by drugs, or one of them's being tempted to dress slutty, or like whatever, and then they would be like, you see guys, I didn't wear the tube top and I didn't get raped. Remember that, girls. Now, Lord, I lift your name on high. and dude, I don't know if you've ever sang a song with 50,000 people singing with you, but you
No.
can really feel an energy. Nothing necessarily religious,
Sure.
although the religious nature of the songs like definitely builds to it. But when there's 50,000 of you singing, Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. And it's just the whole place is booming and they're up there playing. It was fun. It was the worst vacation of my life. I don't know how I got wrote. It's one of those things where like I didn't have enough agency as a kid to ever be like, absolutely not. That's not for me. That's not my thing. I don't want any part of that. I was always open. So whenever there was an option to do a thing, I was yes, absolutely. Horse camp, why not? I'll be the only boy. Super wow, haven't been to church in years. Let's go. And like I
ride home with the gym teacher. He's not too sketchy. Yeah.
I just remember being stuck in Jekyll Island for an entire week. Just I got roped into it because they told me about water gun fights and a water park visit. And to me, that sounded great. Then nobody mentioned that every day was 4 hours of church and singing and skits and praise.
I got tricked into a camp like that too.
It was huge.
Sucked. The amount of time you had to like sit there and listen to, it was like the morning time. You'd get like an amount of time that wasn't even enough to set up a proper game with other kids in like the big free area or go to the rec center. And then you'd have like 2 hours of church, and then you'd have lunch, and then you'd get like another 2 hours of like kind of fun with your friends, like playing like flag football or frisbee or like throwing water balloon, whatever you wanted to do. And then it was church again. Every day it was church twice. I was livid.
Mine was so much better than your experience. I did this thing, St. Peter's Youth, Spy, we called it. And the sort of away camp we went to, you guys are like saying you went to church. Ours was more like a morality-based motivational speech geared towards people in my age group. And the stories had an entertainment value. You're talking about the song. Our dude sang like that song Lean On Me was popular at the time. And he liked the message of it, and he sang it on his guitar. And I remember him being good enough that we were all like, this is close enough to the song that we all dig, that we like this. And it endeared him to us. And like I said, the morality-based motivational speeches would be followed with some sort of like contemplation time. And I thought they did a pretty good job. I was hoping to hook up with some girls while I was there, but I didn't. I didn't have enough game. But I think other people got kissed. It was
not my group.
The guy that led it like week to week, he was kind of cool. He was like an ex-army guy. And it mixed in with his like sort of life guidance type stuff would be like how to jump off a 12-foot wall, like a parkour roll. And it was pretty dope. I don't know. I liked it.
That does sound cool. I'm surprised a place called St. Peter's didn't lean on the religion aspect heavier.
Oh, it was in there. Like I say morality-based stuff, but I remember one time, one of his stories, he was telling us why we needed to accept God. And he's like, imagine you're golfing and you only get into heaven if you hit an 18. Well, you're already up to 74 and you've got 2 more holes to go. Is it about time to accept God? Is it about time to like atone for your sins or whatever it is he was saying? And it's like, I don't know, somehow the metaphor worked with me. I get what he was saying. Yeah.
I get it.
So, it is a church thing there, but it wasn't all like, I don't know, hymns, and like it didn't beat you over the head with like Bible stories and teaching. It was more stuff that I related to a little better at 14.
Yeah. Our pastor was just like, so, well, true. Some Bible stories are really entertaining.
The war stuff
in
is
and of
always
themselves.
very entertaining to me. Anything with the battles and the wars, and
Samson
that's all
was
really
solid.
interesting. Yes, David and Goliath is really good. All that stuff.
A part of me always was like, Goliath would have fucking trounced him. I was like, he's supposed to be like 9 feet tall in the Bronze Age. That's like 14 feet tall today. Like that's enormous.
5 smooth stones.
Yeah, and he whipped it. And I guess like you could knock Brock Lesnar something nasty if you knew what you were doing with a sling and you had a rock.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
I guess so.
Yeah, there's not a human on Earth.
I don't know
that
what I'm doing, but yeah.
There's no one you can't hit with a rock right here that doesn't get fucked up. Maybe me. Like,
Okay.
that's about it.
Only you.
I saw Amazon made a David and Goliath movie here. Here's a clip from it. I saw it on my YouTube Shorts the other day, and it was actually entertaining. No, that's a cool story. I just some of the wackier stories in the Bible would almost make a fun anthology series. Like if they took the the 3 wackiest stories from the Bible and did like the same way they do anthology horror series, where you have like a wraparound guy at the beginning. He's like, "Have you heard some of the creepiest stories of the Old Testament? Well, tonight we'll hear the tale of Elijah and the bear." Like I would like to see like an actual telling. Let's just play it straight of the children mocking Elijah's bald head and then him calling down the magical bear to eat the children. Like, I don't know how that makes the final cut when we're editing the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, like if that were in editing, people would be like, "Yeah, this is making Elijah look like the bad guy." Like,
turning dark here at the end.
Actually, I don't think that was Elisha, not Elijah. I think, right?
Well, didn't he become one from the other when he was saved?
No, Elisha was Elijah's student, I believe.
Who was the guy beaten on the road to Damascus, and then the Good Samaritan hooked him up?
I don't remember. The guy beaten on the road to Damascus.
You know, the guy he's on the road to Damascus.
I know the story. I don't recall the name.
And he gets all roughed up and probably diddled a little because that was the thing back in the day. And then the Good Samaritan comes along, and despite having some sort of international beef between the Samaritans and wherever that fellow was from, I thought that was Elijah.
That was excellent PR for the Samaritans for probably hundreds of years, having a story about the Good Samaritan.
Yeah, like when the Federation interfered in the Battle of Kittimer.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, really won the Klingons over to their side, ended the war, and was the founding of a friendship, or at least that would go on for generations. So some would say the next generation.
Some would.
Is the new Star Trek over with Captain Pike? Is it coming back?
Yeah, it's coming back.
Okay, you're sure?
I mean, all the episodes are out, I believe, for this season, but there will be more seasons.
Oh, okay. The thing I read acted
canceled.
like it was over. And
that would surprise me. I haven't read anything like that. Said
maybe I misinterpreted and they were saying the year was over.
Yeah, I know Lower Decks got canceled. I think people have been hoping that a Netflix or someone like that would pick it up and produce it. I really, really like that animated Star Trek shit. That was so fun for me it's just so many callbacks and so many deep cuts. And like, I don't know, I like those quirky characters. The guy that voices Boimler or whatever is
Huey from The Boys.
The Boys, which is coming soon. We'll get the final season of The Boys soon. I bet there's going to be so many Trump references. There's going to be so many jabs taken at the administration. I'm here for it. I don't care.
It's not safe anymore.
Yeah, Gen V has already started coming out. One of the main characters in that
episodes are out?
Yeah, I think there's an episode or 2 at least.
Nice.
One of the main characters died. He was like, I think he was like the multiracial young.
Yeah. Right.
And I think that they're not replacing him. I think they're just going to like, I don't know what they're doing. They may just say, "Oh, fucking Phantasmo exploded last night and nobody saw it but me, but he's gone now." Like they're doing something. They're just writing him out of the show.
Oh, the actor died.
The actor died. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
then
I can't wait to see Gen V. I think Jackie doesn't like it as much as me, but she'll tough it out.
It's the wokest show that I like. It is it is so wildly like feminist and like Black Power and you know, everything else, but I like superhero shit enough, and I like dark superhero shit enough that I dig it, and it's pretty sexy at times. There's a lot of hot girls in there. I just wish that her power wasn't controlling her own blood. It's so gross.
It is yucky. It's yucky.
This sounds totally unwatchable to me.
Dude, her first period killed her parents. Like her.
I remember you guys telling me about this.
Her period blood turned into like a blood cobra and like murdered her parents.
I remember thinking like, I think they're doing to me what Woody thinks Kyle and I did to him with Mandy.
Yeah.
But I guess these guys genuinely like this period blood drama.
I don't like I do, because the stuff around the period blood is all good. You know, you got to put up with that to deal with all the good stuff.
I wish I liked superhero stuff because that would open up a whole world of content. I can't get into it. I can't get that urge.
Have you watched a
like
single episode of Peacemaker with John Cena?
No.
Watch the first episode of that show, and I think you'll be
It's gonna
hooked.
be like some like over the top, gory, edgy superhero shit, right?
There's a lot of that, but it also has a genuine heartfelt thing underneath it. Like when John Cena's alone, he's like sobbing in his bed, like at what a loser he is. And his friend is like this comedic relief, basically Jeffrey Dahmer if he were a superhero. I really enjoy
Start
the
with
show.
season 1 and see if it hooks you, because John Cena is very charismatic, and I think he knocks it out of the
What
park.
is it on again? Amazon?
HBO.
HBO. I think I have that. Something.
I think the first episode is the one that ends with him hooking up with that chick. And then like he's singing the song into the Hitachi magic wand, and then they have the big fight scene at the end. And that's a great, if you don't like the first episode, then you don't like the show. But season 2 is coming out right now, and
He's
there's
dancing around singing into a Hitachi magic wand.
Yeah, he's playing a record.
I can hear how it turned you off, but I was expecting it to be more G-rated just because it was a superhero thing, right? You know, they teach you that it's not in season 1.
Oh yeah, he's fucking her doggy style, and they are both clearly completely naked, and her tits are just every fucking where. It's a fun show. I dig it a lot, and John Cena carries the shit out of it. In the new season, there's a character. John Cena, his sidekick is called Eagly. It's an American bald eagle. His thing is very American forward, and so he's got a bald eagle as his like sidekick pet attachment. In the new season,
I like that.
In the new season, there's a character with bird blindness, and so they're fighting the eagle, and the eagle's beating the shit out of 5 grown men. It's blinded. One chick pecked her eyes out, and it's knocked this guy down. And someone goes duck, and because they want him to get down and not see so the bird doesn't hit him. But he thinks it is a duck, and because he has bird blindness, he's reporting back that it's a duck. And I know that sounds stupid, but like the third time they tell that joke, it's fucking hilarious. Because he's like, I suffer from bird blindness. It's a serious medical condition. I can't tell what kind of bird that is.
Wouldn't be a spooky thing to have.
Bird blindness.
That's funny. There's his best friend. It's hilarious because his best friend thinks the world of John Cena, and John Cena's not even sure he could give or take his best friend. What's his name? It starts with a V. Is it Vendetta?
Vigilante.
Vigilante. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to watch them go back and forth, Vigilante is always like, "Oh, there's a problem. We should probably kill him." And he's like, slow your roll. We don't
torture him first, though.
What?
Let's torture him first, though. Yeah, Vigilante's like literally he looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. Like he's a tall, skinny, fit, blonde guy with big glasses, like
good
yours.
guy.
Normal glasses.
Like big, oversized Jeffrey Dahmer frames.
Normal glasses that are a normal level of thick. By the way,
I hope you like it.
Okay, Archimedes.
No, I think that's a compliment. I would also.
I bet that sun hits you at the right angle. You kill a kid.
Look at birds and they burst asunder.
Fucking leave those things sitting on the nightstand. They'll start a fire.
From this lamp.
All right. Well, I want to go eat dinner.
Call a wrap. Josh Wolf, maybe next week. I don't know. I'm sure we have someone bookers will figure it out.
He might be in Saudi Arabia.
771.